Are you looking to become a Tier 1 operator in the gaming world? Elevate your games with Black Site Studio Terrain.
Alright everybody, good afternoon, and welcome back to another episode of the Sitrep podcast, where we'll be doing another episode of HK Ops, our modern military role-playing game. Hopefully this sounds okay. We have picture and sound I'm hearing from my sound producer, because science teacher, thanks very much. Awesome. Cool, so we are here today with a somewhat reduced crew. We have, holiday madness, of course, sweeping the nation, or sweeping the world, I should say. We've got the Star Wars Legion weekend over on ontabletop.com, where a lot of our community originally hails from. So there's a lot of other stuff going on at the moment. Nevertheless, we wanted to get one more game of HK Ops in this year before the holidays really set in. So, I'm joined here with Rasmus, Brun, and Jennifer. Say hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
All right, so hopefully everybody can hear. Is everyone able to hear each other through the stream? Or I guess.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
you guys
hear
are probably
everybody.
you guys are probably hearing me through the web conference, but hopefully everyone sounds okay through the stream. Hopefully people aren't just hearing me only. I guess we'll have to wait till. All right, cool. Jen, are you able to hear us through Twitch specifically, or is it only through GoToMeeting?
Give me a second. I'm turning on the volume on the TV.
Okay.
I'll check.
That has happened in the past, where people in the stream could hear me, but not other people in the game. So I want to make sure that's not happening here.
Well, I can hear me and you, Brun and Rasmus.
We'll try to say something as well.
Yo, 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 yo.
Well, I can hear me and you, Brun and Rasmus. We're good. We have everybody.
Yeah, I can hear him. Okay, Jen, you can turn that off again now.
We're good. We have everybody.
All right, cool. Well, with that very inelegant sound test out of the way, let's go ahead and get started. So, yeah, like I was saying, we're doing episode 3 of HK Ops, modern military role-playing game. I've got Brun here playing Ajax, or Jackson Hyatt. We've got Rasmus here playing Frederick Odinson, codename Sirius, and we have Jennifer playing Annika Visser, or Visser. How do you pronounce that, John?
Visser.
Visser, codename Taki. And we are part of a private military contracting firm located either in Alexandria, Virginia, or Edinburgh, Scotland. And so we are able to play modern military role-playing kind of action, but without the strictures of a formal military force. So, private military contractors is the nice, middle-of-the-road option. That's good for a role-playing game. It allows players to, choose countries and backgrounds and fields and everything, character types outside of a specific template set forth by a realistic military background. Excuse me. So, this will be our third mission. Our first mission was in the cartel land of northern Mexico. Our second mission was way out in the North Pacific. Between Japan and North Korea, in a very bad little island. And this one is going to be very, very jungly. So, poor Brun. We're finally going to be able to use your language skills that you've never been able to use until now. Because guess which jungle this is? This is nowhere near South America. This is way out in South Asia.
Oh, Lord.
Here we go.
Here we go.
We're going back to Nam. No, we're not going to literally Vietnam. But we're going back to that general part of the world. Okay, so we've gone through and talked about any XP that we had from previous sessions. We've talked with Rasmus and we've talked to Jen about that. Brun, I'm sorry I didn't quite get to your emails earlier about this. Did you have any ideas for your experience points? I think you may have sent me some emails to that effect, but do we want to go ahead and take care of that now?
Yes, I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, I am drawing a blank at the moment.
Okay.
I did spend my
according to my records,
my
all of your tactical XP are spent. You have 9 street XP left.
I did spend all 9 of them. I believe I got the second box in wounds, the third box in reconnaissance.
Oh, this is in street experience? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Cool. So the second dot in wounds would cost you 2. Down to 7. Am I getting that right? I should know my own rules.
Yes, I believe you're correct.
Skills, new rating. Okay, yeah. So yes, 2 points for the 2 points for the second dot in wounds. I'm sorry. What else did you say?
The third box or third dot in reconnaissance.
Recon. That's going to cost 3. That knocks you down to 4.
Hold on one second.
You're certainly able to bank them. You know, there's no. I just don't want to make sure we don't miss anything before we get started.
The first box in convince.
I'm not convinced. You need more dots.
Well, got to start somewhere.
Here you go. All right, 3 left.
And the second dot of urban terrain. I believe that is it.
Second dot urban terrain will cost you 2. You've got 1 left. Oops. Which you can bank, or you can spend it now if you want.
I believe I'm just going to bank that.
All right, awesome. All right, cool. So for people in the stream, what we're looking at here is 2 basic, what's the word here? Categories of skills and attributes and also experience points. This encourages, more or less requires, the players to develop their characters in a more rounded fashion. We don't want any tanks in the game. This is a role-playing game based around storytelling and narrative and character development. So any experience points that the players get is evenly split between what we call tactical. These are your actual use it in combat, tactical combat skills. And then we have street attributes and street skills that are still useful in combat. I mean, you're still going to be able to use these in the actual role-playing game, God knows, but not everything is a firefight. Not everything is a fist fight. Not everything is a sword duel. Or a grenade battle, or an artillery exchange, or who knows what. Tank demolition derby. I mean, you wait for it. We'll get there eventually. But not everything is just nuts and bolts combat. So we do have a separate category for that. That's the reason for the 2 different boxes of experience points. Characters kind of have to track 2 different accounts, so to speak, as far as their experience goes. There's no leveling up in this game. There's no I'm going to unlock this next feat. There's no development tree or character tree. Within the budgets that the characters earn experience points, they're able to buy whatever they want and develop their characters as they see fits. So we try to make it a little bit more like real life, where your life is not charted out for you at the beginning of a certain part of your career. I want to start the ranger path. Okay, here are the next 17 things that are going to happen to me. Now, how fast I get to them depends on how much I get XP for, but here it's wide open, and players can choose whatever they want. Okay, so speaking of which, if there are no more, I did have one more above board sort of a bookkeeping question or whatever. Some players, and this is totally up to the group, some players have been turning in short stories and short pieces of fiction that describe things that their characters are doing between gaming sessions or things of that nature. Now in the past, for other chronicles, we've given out XP for that. depending on what the storyteller or whatever the referee decides. How big the piece of writing is, how good it is, what kind of challenges the character was put through in the writing. I don't know if that's something everyone's used to. Rasmus, have you ever experimented with that kind of role playing, like between the sessions role playing like that, or anything like
Have ever come across it a few times before? Yeah.
that? Okay, cool. So would you have a issue with that, or?
No.
Okay, just want to make sure. So people have been sending in some stuff. I haven't had a chance to read it in depth. I have skimmed through it, but I haven't had a chance to read through it in depth. I wanted to get the group's opinion first, live, so to speak. We'll also follow up with. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I'm fine with that. If people put in the work, they deserve something for it.
Well, yeah, I mean, Brun and Jen have gamed with me in Chronicles before, and we heavily use this system.
Oh yeah.
So I assumed, maybe I shouldn't have assumed, I assumed there wouldn't be a problem with that. But I did want to ask people like Rasmus, Ash, his character name is Alex, and Dennis, i.e. Templar, when we get them on the stream again. Again, right now they're busy with either holidays and or Star Wars Legion weekend over on Tabletop. So yeah, I'll send out some emails and I'll get that straightened out. If everyone's cool with it, I'll go back and I'll go through what was turned in with a little bit more detail, provide some feedback, and start awarding some experience points. But we don't want it to take over for tabletop play, obviously. But for now, yeah, we just wanted to go ahead and ask that question to make sure everyone was cool with it, at least in a general sense. So that was all I had. If anyone else has any other questions, otherwise we'll go ahead and get started. Okay. I guess this is probably going to be the last HK Ops this year. After this, we have the holidays and end of quarter and everything else. So I did want to get this one done today. With only 3 players, I think it's going to be a relatively quick session. I'm going to try and wrap this up in about 3 hours. But we'll see what happens. It's going to be up to you guys. All right. So unless anyone else has last chance, anyone else have any more questions? XP, narrative questions. How long it's been since the last session? We'll say it's been about 3 months since the last session. So now we're in. We'll call it April 2020. All right, we're all set.
I'm good.
Yes.
Cool.
Yep.
All right, we will get started. Okay, the group is in a helicopter. Yes, we're doing another cold open. Group is in a helicopter flying once again to the Pacific. Okay, so X Team 619. That's X Teams is a shorthand for escalation team. That's what Phalanx Multinational Consultants, PMC, haha, get it. That's what our private military contractor firm sort of calls their individual groups that they use. They send out into the field. Their operator groups. There are 3 basic tiers. This is a relatively beginning crew. This is only their 3rd mission. So X Team 619, basically they're the 6th team started in fiscal year FY19. They have a very, very cheesy name right at the moment because they're only tier 3. When they get to tier 2, they get a cool little either Latin or radio phonetic. So it'll be like X Team Bravo or X Team Sigma or X Team something like that. And then when they get to tier 1, they get to be real badasses. They get to pick one straight out, and it'll be like X Team Broadsword or X Team Warhammer or who knows what. Just X Team Badass. I don't know. It just can't be X Team Oriskany. No, it can't be that. But for now, it's just X Team 619. So X Team 619 has been tasked with a security protocol detail. Okay, Octasil Energy, that's a subsidiary of ExxonMobil, is building a new pipeline in the Banggai Island of Indonesia. Recently acquired, the new pipeline is going to run between recently acquired oil fields and a refinery at the port city of Kota Banggai. So, where the hell is this place? Here's where our company is located, our training ground, and so on. Here's what the corporate offices look like. This is where every mission basically starts. This is where we have the obligatory tavern scene, even if we sort of skip it in a cold open. But for now, we are, hopefully you guys are seeing my screen. That red circle there near Silabai in Indonesia is where this island is. It's a tiny little island in the Banda Arc of Indonesia. So, zooming in, there's the actual island that we're looking at. Let me center the map so we can see what we're looking at there. You're about 200 miles north of the equator, if memory serves. So it's going to be really, really hot. And we're also coming up on early June. Oh, no, I'm sorry, we said April, right? We're coming up on early summer, so it is going to be hot as proverbial hell.
So yeah, I really feel at home.
Yeah. And zooming in even more, this is the actual island. So Kota Banggai is the only real island. I'm sorry, is the only real city on this island. There are two other small towns. There's East Banggai, Banggai over here, and then there's Moniniet, sorry, over here in the interior. Okay, the name of the island is Pulau Banggai. Pulau, I don't speak Indonesian, but from what I'm understanding, Pulau is basically island. Other maps will just say this is Palang Island or Banggai Island or Lobobo Island. So we can either call it Banggai Island or Pulau Banggai if we want to be like super, culturally attuned to where we're going. And the MEDP, okay, is the Mominiet Energy Development Project. This is where they're actually building these new pipelines that are going to lead toward. That are going to lead between the oil fields that Octasil Energy has recently acquired, again a subsidiary of ExxonMobil, and the port city of Kota Banggai. They have to pipe the crude over to that port where they can, ship it out on tanker to, wherever it is that it's going to go eventually. So that is the general area that we're gaming in. This island is pretty small. It's maybe 40 miles from tip to tip. It's not like we're going to be in like the highlands of Laos or whatever. We disappear for months at a time. But this whole island maybe has like 1,000 people on it. It's pretty small. This oil pipeline being built here is the biggest thing that has happened on this island probably since World War II. Probably some of the natives thought they were being reinvaded by the Japanese or whatever. Oh, great-grandfather told us about these guys. No, we're not the Japanese. This is a very remote island and a very underdeveloped island, I should say. Okay, so the mission outline is as follows. Okay, recent attacks in the hinterlands of these islands makes development of energy industry infrastructure a very dicey proposition for really any company, no matter how big. The background for the conflict is very complex. For those of you who might know about this kind of stuff, Indonesia is pretty much this collection of islands here, very broadly speaking. And it is extremely unstable. It's part of it is Muslim, part of it is Buddhist, part of it is Hindu, part of it is Catholic. There's Protestant. There's a lot of ethnic mixing among these islands, and it's never really been stable. There's been at least 6 or 7 civil wars or insurrections since 1945, and there are at least 2 or 3 of them ongoing at any given time. The biggest one is here in western part of New Guinea. There's also some stuff over here about what they call Aceh. This war was more or less silenced by the 2004 tsunami. That sort of, okay, we can probably set aside our differences. We have enough problems right now. Nevertheless, these
Mother
islands,
Nature wins.
yeah, these islands are very remote, and there's always a problem. The government has very little control over some parts of their country. The jungles are just too dense. The mountains are just too steep. It's classic Southeast Asia. I mean, here's Vietnam right here. So, I mean, you kind of get the idea where we're at. Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos. You're in that same neighborhood. The Philippines, there have been Marxists, there's leftist guerrillas in here. There's a lot of heroin that's grown in here. It's a bad part of town. And the government traditionally, I should say, typically makes things worse. It's the very, very authoritarian, sort of a right-wing dictatorship kind of a government. Whenever they do get a chokehold on some part of their own country, they tend to overdo it, and that just causes more rebellions and more revolts and more unrest. There is a lot of oil in here. So big companies from the western part of the world and, from who knows where, big energy development companies do want to come in here and get, some of this oil, develop some of this oil. The Indonesian government is certainly into that because, they get subsidized loans, they get all kinds of, foreign aid and, money, tax revenue, who knows what. They get to, expand their industrialization. The problem is, again, half the time these places are not safe to build or safe to work in because of the local unrest. So specifically to the island that we're going to be going to, the former, I should say, the official Civil War, that's kind of a contradiction in terms there, but the civil wars that have been going on recently don't really come to this part. Nevertheless, there's a lot of violence here. Some people blame the Organisasi Papua Merdeka, that's OPM, that's the in Indonesia, the Free Papua movement, that have spread off of Western New Guinea. Others blame the Melanesian Spearhead Group. Some blame that Free Aceh movement that I was talking about earlier, where the war ended from in 2004 tsunami. However, a lot of just because the war ended, the warlords said, okay, we'll just move somewhere else and keep going because they're in the war from their own personal, accumulation of power. So the truth is that the government has next to no control out here. And many of the people that are supposedly some kind of freedom fighters or rebels or Marxists or leftists or who knows what, Al-Qaeda was active out here for a while. Again, a large Muslim population out here. The truth is that, you can slap whatever kind of ideology or politics on it. Most of these people are just straight out bandits or warlords. They're connected with heroin production and export or piracy through the Indonesian shipping lanes between the Persian Gulf and the industrialized nations of the Pacific Rim. So, long story short, take a shot. It's the Wild West. Lots of people like to slap some sort of label on it. Oh, we're with this group, for this freedom fighters, we're with, but at the end of the day, it's really just, I have a gun, there's no police, the government can't do shit, so I'm going to take, I'm going to exploit the people around me, or whatever. And then some people fight back, and before you know it, you have your own little miniature Hatfield and McCoy kind of a civil war going on out here. Alright, so what does all this have to do with X-Team 619? You have been tasked with working with Octasil security personnel. These are civilians, not military trained. Okay? They're used to just like standing around, barbed wire fences in Texas somewhere. But in this case, they realized that they were in over their head and they wanted some help. So they hired Phalanx. You're here to investigate the threat that's around the pipeline, report any possible concerns, and then defend and respond. Defend and respond. You're not supposed to go out and attack a bunch of people. Defend and respond if, and only if, any Octasil assets, property, or personnel come under direct threat. This is a non-kinetic security protocol. Or as some people called it back in Alexandria, a nanny mission. You're here to babysit these people. I figured we had 2 attack missions, so now we're on defense. So the personnel that's coming along with you, believe it or not, Gabrielle Knight is coming along on this mission. Everyone knows her. She's the intelligence and the intelligence and operations case officer that's in charge of, or that works with Marcus Bryant. He's your actual case officer. So she's coming along with Shin Tae-yeon. In case the name is not familiar, Shin Tae-yeon is the North Korean technician who asked us for asylum back in episode 2. So he's the guy that Templar found in the North Korean surveillance electronic warfare aircraft. Okay, he said, yes, I'll surrender, but you have to take me with you. If I go back home, they'll kill me. He indeed has come back, and he now works for, play the fanfare, he now works for PMC. He now works for Phalanx Multinational. The problem is, not the problem, the issue is, again, he's a technician. You guys knew that from the second you saw him, that he was not like the rest, North Korean Marine badass or whatever, He knows his way around, he knows which end of the pistol is the front end or whatever, he's not a complete idiot, but he's definitely the technician, he's definitely Mr. Electronics, Mr., Now, Gabrielle and Shin Tae-yeon are liaison personnel only. Okay, they're not going to help out in any kind of gun battle unless things go really sideways or whatever. They're the ones that are going to work directly with Octasil security. So you don't really have to work directly with Octasil security unless you guys want to. You're not required by the mission. Of course, you guys can play your characters however you want. And as far as Gabrielle and, or I should say Miss Knight and Tae-yeon are concerned, they're going to be the ones that are working directly with Octasil security. So the mission lasts as long as the island remains under insurgent threat, which is basically forever. Or the new pipeline is open and the Indonesian military can expand its local Interior Ministry battalion that's headquartered at Kota Bengkai. So Kota Bengkai technically has a police station, which is probably like, two fat guys sitting behind a desk, watching porn from the 1970s or something, It's not a terribly formidable force. So, when enough money, so it's like three things are going on at once. They have to build the pipeline. When they build the pipeline, the loan escrows into the Indonesian Interior Ministry. As that happens, the Indonesian Interior Ministry can start to send more troops out here. Now, those three things should technically be all happening at the same time. The problem is money is flowing through the Indonesian Interior Ministry, which is about as corrupt and efficient as you can imagine, or corrupt and inefficient as you can imagine. So, hence the reason you're here. While this pipeline is being built, they're going to need some additional support. So the pay is $2,000 a week for the duration, plus $20,000 bonus upon completion of the mission. They're estimating it's going to take at least a month. So, now that we know where we're going and what the general mission is, we can go ahead and pause the cold open, so to speak, and we can gear up and change any kind of equipment that you guys want to carry. Or, because obviously in real life you would have gotten all this information before you left Virginia. And so, yeah, now we talk about what everyone wants to take on this particular mission.
Question.
Yes.
As part of the security detail, I'm assuming the two PNC associates are also priority 1 protection?
Well, given that Gabrielle is your security and intelligence officer that works for your boss. She's not your boss. She works for your boss. She is senior to you. So, again, the case officer, Marcus Bryan, he handles like 4 or 5 different groups. He handles X-Team Sigma, for example, the guys that you pretty much had to bail out of northern Mexico that one time. He handles a whole bunch of them. He's got 2 people permanently attached to him. That, of course, is, again, Gabrielle Knight, as we all know, and Scott Dellum. He's your logistics and personnel officer. Sadly, he's not coming along on the mission. He's the nice guy. So those 3 people together sort of manage a portfolio of different teams. They're the case officer management group, or whatever, the case management group of 4 or 5 different teams. One of them is X-Team 619. So Gabrielle is technically not your boss, but she is senior to you, and she does work for your boss. Your boss is actually Marcus Bryant, who's, of course, staying in his corner office back there in Virginia, reviewing his stock options. Yeah, you do not want to come back without her, that's for sure. Shin Tae-yeon, of course, is a valued, the company saw enough value in hiring him on, as well as processing his asylum request through the State Department. So, yeah, you definitely want to bring them back for sure. But at the end of the day, this is a PMC mission or whatever. People do, get hit, people do get killed, and the mission comes first. The mission is to protect that pipeline. So maybe not priority 1, maybe priority 1A. The pipeline is priority 1.
Excuse me. Okay, just wanted to clarify that.
Yep. All right, so does anyone want to adjust their kit, or is everyone happy with the stuff that they're carrying?
I'm debating whether I should actually bring a completely different loadout and go for a assault rifle instead.
This may sound like an obvious question, but I wanted to ask before we get started, did you want to bring bubblegum or not?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Tactical armor for dogs.
I could make it up, or I could certainly add something to it. The problem is, or maybe not the problem, but just so you're aware, you're all talking about a husky, and you're talking about, equatorial summer in the jungle. That dog is going to be fucking miserable, and you have no idea how long you're going to be here.
We might actually
it's totally up to you. I just like to warn characters before they make a choice so that they know, they don't feel punished.
We might stage him at Harper's Ferry.
Cool. All right, so for people who may be in the chat, Harper's Ferry is a place in Northern Virginia. Obviously, it is up here. This is the okay. So our offices are in Alexandria. That's literally an office. It's right outside the Beltway of Washington D.C. We don't have a gunnery range. We don't have a mortar pit. We don't have machine gun nests. Vehicle proving tracks. Our dogs, our drone range, all that stuff. For that kind of stuff, PMC, or I should say, Phalanx Multinational Corporation does have a sort of a ranch out here by Harper's Ferry where they can make a little bit more noise, smoke and make a mess, to do some of their more tactical training. Way out there. This whole area is full of it. Again, we got Marine Corps Base Quantico, we have Annapolis, we have the CIA, not the CIA, the NSA, Aberdeen Proving Ground for the Army, actually for Department of Defense in general. Yeah, there's a lot of that stuff around here. Harper's Ferry is just going to be one more. That's what he's talking about when he says he's going to leave the dog at Harper's Ferry. Yeah, they're used to him. They're glad to see him back. Like, hey, look who's here. But it's totally up to you.
I think that might actually be a good choice. Looking at the jungle, yeah.
Yeah, it's Chuck Norris missing in action, straight out jungle. There are some mountains, and on the slopes of the mountains, there's going to be a little bit of a clear area, but there's going to be a lot of short lines of fire
here. Would it be possible for me to both bring a assault rifle and my sniper rifle?
Yeah, as long as you don't, as long as you don't carry them both at the same time.
The idea where we'll probably get a Jeep or something, and then stick whichever one I'm not carrying in that.
Okay. Cool. So, anyone else have any changes or?
And upgrade my sniper rifle to a.
Okay. Oh, we're going for the
very
50.
large one. We're going for the 50.
All right. So as soon as I can find it here,
we're in the jungle.
Yes.
Yeah, but if we need to stop a truck or something, that's what we need.
I'm agreeing with you. We're in the jungle.
Okay.
Bring the 50.
Yep.
When you get a chance, Jim, to be honest, I've completely forgotten what Anika has on her.
Okay. Let me just wrap up Sirius's sheet here. So
okay.
While we're curious, why we're talking about, let me go ahead and refresh this real fast. Oops. Still getting used to this new mouse pad. While we're getting used to this, I should say, while we're talking about this, the reason why we're sort of having a bit of a, not a debate, but a question as far as like how much to carry or whatever, the weight points for this stuff is based on the carry capacity of the character, and that's the total number of their physical attributes, or I should say their tactical attributes. So, again, a sniper rifle, very large, weighs 9 general weight points. It's not 9 pounds or anything. I didn't get that specific with it. It's just general 9, and then the armor itself is 2. And then everything else is empty, and then there's a few items in here that don't weigh anything, in game terms.
And then if you stick in the assault rifle, so we remember that one as well.
Yeah, you'll have the assault rifle. I just don't want to put it on the sheet here. You know what?
Okay,
because then it'll throw off the weight. Because you're not assumed to be carrying them both at once. So, assault rifle, did you want a carbine, small, medium, or large?
Large.
A large. Boom. What is an example of a large sniper? That's going to be like a big, like, almost like a battle rifle, like one of the old M14s, FN Falls. Big 30 caliber, 7.62 millimeter full metal jacket kind of around. Weighs a lot. Does a lot of damage. It's almost like a semi-automatic version of your former sniper rifle is really what it is.
Yep.
And it has long-range fire. Yeah. It adds 3-to-your accuracy. It's basically, the old 1970s battle rifles that we used to see. Cool. All right, so now moving over. Now, again, right now according to this page, you're wildly overweight, but again, you're only carrying either the rifle or the other rifle at once.
Oh, yeah. Not a rifle in each hand, aside from...
We're not up to Chuck Norris level yet. Okay, here is your character sheet, Jen, if you want to take a look at what you've got.
I was thinking commando there for a minute, but Chuck Norris is good.
Okay,
Does
hold on.
he ever actually fire 2 rifles? And yeah, actually, I think he just fired an M16 with one hand at one point. Paragon of realism that movie was.
I got night vision on there twice.
Oh
I've
yeah.
got my SMG binoculars. Do I've got the weight for a first aid kit?
Ah. Um. 4, 5, 6. You've got 2
Shouldn't
pistols.
that be an
for some
SMG?
reason. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's go through your sheet because your sheet's a little out of whack. All right. Right now you're carrying 1 medium pistol only.
Yes.
Armor only. That's 2. Plus 2 is 4. 3. I'm sorry. 5. 5.5. 6. Yeah, 6. Your carry capacity is 10. So yeah, you got a lot of weight right now. But you're very lightly armed. You only have 1 medium pistol. Basically a barrage.
Yeah, I wanted my SMG.
Okay. I can change that out.
Well, and my pistol.
Okay. Oh, and 1 grenade. If you want it.
But don't get rid of my toolkit.
What the hell? They keep clicking on the wrong cell. Sorry, everyone.
That's okay.
No, I didn't mean to. SMG, small or medium? I can't remember. It was like an MP5,
Neither can I.
right?
Yeah,
All right, that maxes you out. You're now at.
that maxes me out.
You're right now. You're at 10. You go for a small SMG or ditch the grenade and binoculars.
Or go for a smaller auto pistol.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go down 1 size on the SMG.
On the SMG or the pistol?
Okay.
No, I'm asking.
I just need 1 pound cleared up. Yeah, that'll
There you
do
go.
it. We'll go smaller on the pistol.
And then a first aid kit. People in the chat, the reason I'm clicking on it, everything is off of these drop-down lists, is because it automatically populates all the scores for that item. The weight, the damage, the rating, so on and so forth, so I don't have to sit here and fill out all these other cells every time somebody wants to make a change of equipment.
Okay.
All right, so that's 1 and 2 plus, it makes 3, 4, 5.
Yes, 10.
10.
Yep, cool. Just checking. Alright. Oh, make sure Sirius has no grit spent. Okay, cool. Alright, so any other changes, or are you happy the way you are at the moment?
Nope, that's good.
Okay, heading over to my man Jax. Hey, Jax.
Oh, what's up?
Alright, any changes to your gear now that you know where you're going?
Probably.
You're still carrying that 1 unit, that 1 weight drone kit.
Yeah, I'd probably lose the drone kit. I'm not sure we're going to need that in the jungle. Can I reduce? Can I lose one of the pistols
Okay,
and reduce the other one?
sure.
Hey, Novus, welcome to the chat.
Oh, cool. X-Team 619. That's right, Dennis. We're carrying the torch here, so to speak. He's super busy with the Star Wars Legion weekend. He's actually the 4th person in our group normally. Okay, so we've done that, and now we are. Oh, you wanted to actually lose one of the pistols. Okay, cool. That's gonna really knock your weight down. Did you want to replace that with something, or?
I was trying to make enough room to bring a rifle. I figured in the jungle you're going to need some.
All right, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You've got 4 points left. I'm not sure.
You could lose one of the knives as well if needed be.
Assault carbine weighs 5. Yeah, you're now 1 point over.
Yeah, we'll lose one of the knives in order to make up for the weight.
All right, that's the smallest kind of assault rifle that you can carry. You don't have to be an assault rifle. There's also shotguns, which I can't remember how much they weigh. Just to give
It
you
didn't remove the knife, by the way.
Oh, what the hell? This thing's not behaving today. I'm just gonna look this up here. Shotguns are buckshot or slug. They have the same weight. They just do different damages. That's why there's 2 different levels here. Oh god, never mind. That's 7. Okay, just checking. All right, yeah. So assault carbine is basically the very small M4 kind of carbines that you see. This, or even like if you use one from another country, like a P90 or something, that's gonna be like the bullpup, sort of a cylinder, or a Calico 90. Pretty much the bridge between a heavy submachine gun and a true assault rifle. It's got pretty good assault rifle stats. It just doesn't have the best accuracy because it's got a very short barrel. It's also probably got like some sort of a folding or collapsible stock. But yeah, it's meant to be very light. So that's about as light as an assault rifle gets. Technically, it's an assault carbine, but
Do those rifles have laser sight?
you can go ahead. Yes. To answer the question quickly. Is that not even on here? I don't think it's even on here.
It's on along with bipod and scope. Or you might just have written it in on
I
my
think I did,
sheet.
yeah, because it doesn't have any weight. Give me 1 second. Just so we don't forget.
Can I put that on both rifles?
Yeah, I mean, you've got it, and when you're going to go ahead and go to combat in one, as you're
Yeah.
leaving one behind, you just, reattach it or whatever.
Yes.
I mean, in a super serious system, there's going to be like, oh, this is compatible with this, locking lug on the muzzle brake of an M4 carbine versus, you know what, yeah, you've got one, you friggin' duct tape it, you get it to attach, it's no big deal. So now we are on Ajax's sheet. He does not have a bipod with that. Does have a laser. You don't want a silencer with that, do you?
No, I won't need a silencer, sir. Just the
pretty much the
laser
laser
sight.
sight. So, like we said before, a laser sight gives, if you're using the laser sight, it gives 1 automatic success on a shot, assuming you're not using like automatic fire. The problem is it does make you very visible. The enemy knows when a laser is dancing on his chest. I doubt you run into it with these insurgents here in the Indonesian backcountry, but there are also sensors that detect laser light. And when you actually paint a target or lace a target, they know. A little light goes off somewhere, and like, oh, someone's pointing a laser at us. Even if it isn't glowing preposterously red like it does in all these movies. Nevertheless, they do know it's there. But again, they need certain tech for that. I don't think that's going to be a problem here. Okay.
I'm good. I'm good, sir.
It attaches to the rifle, so it doesn't increase your weight or anything. That's why it's not on my drop-down list, I don't think. All right, cool.
Chip Brenner is joining us on YouTube.
What's going on? Hey, he's also in Twitch. Hello, Mr. Chip. How you doing, sir?
I just saw him pop up there. Sorry.
No worries. We are doing episode 3 of HK Ops, our modern military role-playing game. We're going to see if these guys, of our 3 characters today, can protect a new pipeline that's being built in the Indonesian oil fields from local bandits and insurrection. Or insurgents, I should say.
Or since it belongs to Exxon, we might just blow it up ourselves.
It is a subsidiary of ExxonMobil, yeah. But that would be very bad, because then you won't get paid.
Oh.
And I like getting paid.
If you don't get paid, you may also get fired. Because you know who else is getting paid? The company's not getting paid. Welcome to corporate America. So here's our little location. this tiny little island, Bangai Island. Okay. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and land here at the MEDP. Again, that's the Mominier, or Mominiet. I don't know if that T is silent. We'll just say it's not silent. The Mominiet Energy Development Project. Octasil Energy, that's a subsidiary of ExxonMobil. As we're flying over, we pass some of this scenes here in the city. This is what big parts of Indonesia look like, unfortunately. Again, a lot of unrest, a lot of problems. What parts of the country the city does, or what parts of the country the government does control, sometimes they overdo it and they control too much, I think. This is an actual oil processing plant in Indonesia, in fact. This is the one, just for purposes of this story, this is the one that's clinging to the coast there at Kota Bangai. This is the one that the pipeline is leading to. This is the end point of the pipeline. This part of the area is not under threat. It's way too big. The insurgents on this island wouldn't know where to put the bombs, even if they had enough bombs to blow up this place. So you don't have to defend this. However, this is the facility that's on the coast where they're going to pipe the crude into tankers, and then the tankers, go to wherever it's going to be, used or sold. The problem is the oil field is on the other side of the island in more insurgent control territory. So they're trying to build a pipeline that connects the oil drills, the actual fields, with this refinery and shipping point. That's what most of the terrain looks like. I'm sorry, did someone have a question?
The attacks that they have seen, have that been on the end point of the pipeline or along the pipeline?
No, once you get this, the closer you are to this big part of the pipeline, the safer you are. So let me go to another area here. Okay, so this is that northern part of Bangai Island. All right, so to kind of keep our frame of reference here, if we had pretty much like this part of the island, okay, if we use that as a general reference, we wind up here. This is the area that, we're going to be operating in. Here's the scale down here. This is 1 mile. Like I said, this whole area is pretty small. Not as small as the last island up by North Korea, but still pretty small. There are only 3 decent-sized cities here. Again, Kota Bangai, this is where the big oil refinery is. That's the end point of the pipeline. The yellow dotted line are the proposed pipelines. They are started. They're building. The construction's been going on for several months. Most of the rebels tend to. The rebels are everywhere, or I should say bandits. They call themselves rebels. They're not really rebels. They're just straight out either drug dealers or bandits. They pretend to be affiliated with various political goals, either everything from, again, the Free West Papua movement to Al-Qaeda and everything in between. But at the end of the day, they're just, they grow heroin up in these mountains and control arms. And again, they also attack shipping. For that, they need a port, and that's this little East Kota area over here. It's rumored to be rebel-controlled. Whether or not it's rebel-controlled, that might be too strong a word. There's definitely a lot of rebels in there. Like rebel-infested might be a better verb there. So we're going to land here at Octasol Project Control. This is Site A1. So these are the different oil areas, and these are the pipelines they're going to use to connect all their facilities and to actually pipe it through the jungle. They're going to use this river and then along the roads, and they're actually going to get it to the port. Okay, so as the helicopter sets down at Octasil Project Control, I don't have a map of Project Control. Just basically picture a great big, construction site in the middle of the jungle. Dirt roads, construction trailers, things of that nature. That's the official start of the mission. The landing is definitely the landing area is definitely a temporary encampment and a construction site. The first thing you guys notice is how primitive everything is. The jungle pretty much crowds. This is like brand new. I don't really have a map, but I do have a picture. It's where you see like this is one of the roads that leads to the site. So it's pretty much that they just bulldozed the jungle out of the way, and they haven't even paved the road yet. They have to build the road as they build the pipeline alongside. They're building the road and the pipeline at the same time. And it's pretty much a hole in the jungle. the walls of the jungle, so to speak, are very oppressive. They're pushing in along the construction site. The construction site's maybe 200 yards across. There's only like a generator or two for power. There's not really any running water. And you guys get out of the helicopter. And Gabrielle Knight is there along with Taeyeon. Taeyeon, Novus Templar. Oh, cool. Novus Templar. One person that has joined the group, so to speak, even if only in an unofficial capacity, is our boy Shin Taeyeon. He is the North Korean expatriate that you picked up last session, where he asked for asylum if he surrendered inside that North Korean surveillance plane. He now has been granted asylum. It's been processed through the State Department, and he now works for Phalanx Multinational, although only as a technician. He's along on this mission. He's attached to Gabrielle Reese. Sorry. Holy crap. I just went from PMC operative to volleyball player. Gabrielle Knight. Sorry, everyone. To Gabrielle Knight. All right, so as everyone gets out of the helicopter and the helicopter takes off again, Gabrielle looks back at you guys. She's like, "Well, we're a long way from the home office, so this is more your neck of the woods, figuratively speaking. What do you guys want to do?"
Look at Ajax.
We should probably go and talk to the foreman.
Talk to the foreman. Right? Yeah, Brun's been on a few construction sites before. Cool. All right, so as the helicopter takes off, speak of the devil, here comes a number of people coming up to join us. These people have the...
Wait, stop. I'm sorry, I completely forgot. You know what we didn't include in this kit? This is the first mission where I think we can actually call for help. Do we have a way to call for help?
You're not going to be very far... Oh, let me get back to the main map here. You're not going to be very far away from Site A1. If you want to carry a bigger radio that can connect to these different sites, maybe?
Okay.
Is that what
Well, I
you're
mean,
asking?
the past two missions of a way to contact PMC didn't do any good because we weren't allowed to. But in this one, we're allowed to. So I don't know if that's something we need to have. If not, no big deal. Sorry to interrupt.
Miss Knight Miss Knight says that she'll be handling communication with the Home Office if required, and I've been told that there are. This is just what she's saying in role playing, you know.
Okay.
Now again, whether or not you trust her or not, or like her, is up to you. I mean, again, this is. Of course, now I can't.
She was a little frosty the last time we interacted with her.
She's not dressed like that right now, obviously. Or if she is, she's in big trouble. But yeah, she's definitely her normal. I'll just say it. Her normal bitchiness is a little watered down because she does realize, and I won't require roles. You guys are just, you're grown ass people. You know what's going on. She does realize that she's a little out of her depth. She's an administrator. She's not an operator. She's here to do the political and the economic liaison with Octasil Energy and their attached security group. She's not going to go out into the jungle and, hunt down insurgents. That's why she has you for. But as you ask that question, Taki, she'll say, look, I'll take care of communication with Home Office. It is a contingency that we have looked into. I've been assured that there are facilities for us to have that link if required, if and when is required. She replies very officiously.
Cool.
You guys are finally getting along. This is good.
Storyteller will do his best to screw that up by the end of the session. But
Well, I just have to say, Taki, where she pretty much grew up, is used to an environment in which she is the distinct minority among a bunch of people who really aren't happy with the current governmental situation. So this is kind of like old home week for her.
I'll say it's not
nationality notwithstanding.
Not exactly the South African savannah out here.
No, but
the
cultural conditions are similar.
Okay, so again, as we're sitting there having that conversation, the helicopter takes off. We're sitting here in the middle of what's basically a big muddy puddle that's been scooped out of the jungle. And yeah, a number of people kind of come up to us, all men. They're definitely not from around here. They have the look of office people who are trying to go camping. You know, all of their tactical gear they bought from, you know, Outdoor World, you know, like 2 weeks ago. But they do approach the group and they start to introduce themselves. The leader seems to be a guy by the name of Thomas Mayborn. He's the Octosil project director. He's the guy in charge of building this facility and the associated pipelines. And then he introduces Marcel Batiste. Marcel Batiste is the security manager. And he's got, you know, 3 guys behind him that are just basically, you know, rent-a-cops, for lack of a better word. He quickly introduces them just to kind of, you know, get through the scene. Aaron Binnings, Kyle Tanner, and Charles Layton. They're here in, you know, a more of a conventional sort of a security group. Obviously, he's introducing because he wants you guys to, you know, to work together or whatever. That said, these guys are more like the home garrison as far as, you know, they're not tactical. These guys are, you know, their last job might have been down at the downtown mall or whatever as far as, you know, security or tactical, you know. They are, however, direct employees of Octosil Energy. So, yeah, Mayborn, again, welcomes everyone. Thanks. We're very, very glad to have you with us, he says with a nervous chuckle. Can I give you the 10-cent tour?
Please.
Sure.
All right, so, yeah, like I said, it's literally, it's a puddle of mud 200 yards across, you know, scooped out of the jungle here. So there's, you know, a number of places that are under construction. Okay, so around here, okay, where you guys are going to be staying at, okay, there's sort of a lodging, I say that in air quotes, sort of a large perma tent. Okay, so it's a large canvas tent. It does have plywood floor, so it's not like you're camping. But there's no climate control, there's no air conditioning or anything like that. Plywood floors, there are some cots, there's a water tank in the back, and a small electric pump. So you can turn on, you know, basically you can like heat up water if you want, or whatever, but there's not like a shower or anything like that. There are 2 rooms, again, air quotes, in the tent. You know, you guys know the kind of tent I'm talking about, like the big stand-up military tents. This isn't like a little camping tent. There are 2, like a big tent like you might see in MASH. There are 2 rooms in the tent, so to speak, one for men, one for women. But other than that, there's no privacy. After that, there's just like some fold-out cots. Again, we are kind of, he apologizes, but with a, you know, a little bit of a smile, he says, I guess this is the stuff you guys are kind of used to, I hope. Yeah, and that's pretty much going to be it. He shows you where the porta-johns are. There is a communal shower. Women get to use it from 5 to 6 in the afternoon. Men get to use it from 7 to 9. There is a mess tent, a little bit of a workshop where they maintain the construction of vehicles. There's a vehicle barn. He says that it's a barn. It's more like a prefab metal building where they're building the road and the pipeline. The road, of course, is dirt. It's being improved as they go, and the pipeline being built alongside of it. And then there's also an administration building, which is really just a couple of construction trailers. And that's where the satellite phone and uplink is. That's the only real communication with the outside world. Other than that, I mean, you could have a radio, a cell phone, it wouldn't reach anywhere. The closest kind of, any kind of internet access, cell service, anything like that, you're not completely cut off, but you're pretty much cut off. If you get back into town, i.e. Kota Bengai, up there in the northwest. Once you get into that town, yeah, you can actually, like, call someone. But out here in the, the shit, so to speak, out here in the jungle, man, yeah, you're pretty much cut off, except through that that admin building. So, Gabrielle says, thanks very much. If I could take a look in there, I'd like to, you know, let our people know that we've arrived okay. So, she and Taekwon, or sorry, I'm sorry, not Taekwon, Taeyeon, leave to go into the administration building, and they leave the rest of you guys in the mud. Meanwhile, Mayborn says, if there's anything I can do for you guys, again, that's the tent where you guys set up yet, or that's where you guys are going to be set up at. If there's anything else I can get for you guys, I mean, our facilities here, he kind of gestures around him. are a little limited, but we're trying to get the job done as quickly as we can so we can, get home before summer really gets started. Again, yeah, other than that, he'll, again, dinner's at 7, and he tells you when the showers are available.
How far along are the pipelines?
Like we said, we're expecting this thing to be maybe a month or so, at the most, before the pipelines are finished. Again, pipelines take a huge amount of time. They are somewhat underway,
Oh, yeah.
and again, with the scale there in the lower left or the lower right, these pipelines are not like, this isn't the Alaska pipeline they're building here. The whole thing is maybe 20 miles, maybe 30 miles with the interconnected pipes. They're working on it. The only issue they've been having lately, however, again, good workforce. They work cheap. He says with a little bit of a, under the breath kind of a chuckle. Again, are these damned these insurgents? Nothing has directly happened yet, but yeah, we're not. We don't really feel safe here. So we reached out to Phalanx Multinational.
Is there a
Thank you,
4x4
Mr.
we could use and inspect what's been built so far, just to get the lay of the land?
You guys want a vehicle? He kind of looks back to Gabrielle because he's like, I was under the impression that Gabrielle was in charge, but she's already like walking back to the administration building. And then she walks inside. Apparently, you guys get the idea that she wants to handle the communications with the Home Office. So Mayborn says, okay, yeah, I guess so. Sure. He'll go ahead and you know what he'll say? Here's Aaron Binnings. He works for Marcel Batiste, the security manager. He'll hook you up with keys to one of our Jeeps. Again, we only have like 4 or 5 vehicles here, so if you do borrow it, he kind of chuckles, have it home before midnight and fill it up with gas.
Thank you.
You mentioned you mentioned 3 names earlier, Jim.
Yep.
Aaron, Charles, and what was the third one?
Kyle Tanner. And their boss is Marcel Batiste, and then all 4 of them work for Thomas Mayborn. So Thomas Mayborn is the project director. He's basically the construction guy.
Yeah, and he's not the one we want to be talking to right now. Let him go deal with Gabrielle.
Yeah, he's not being unfriendly. He seems really stressed out. In fact,
he's in the middle of a war zone, essentially.
Who's talking to her? Who's talking to him specifically? Jen, do me a favor. Give me a perception plus social observe check. You have nothing in social observe, so give me a wits plus a perception savvy against an 8, please.
Perception savvy against an 8. Oh my goodness, 2 successes.
Okay. Yes, so you were saying, yes, he's trying to build a thing in difficult climate conditions and in a war zone. It's something else.
Well, regardless, thank you for your time, Mr. Mayborn. I'm sure Aaron will help us out.
Yeah, on top of everything else this guy's dealing with, there's something else going on with him. For one thing, he hasn't slept. In fact, you know what? That's going to be the first thing you notice. He hasn't slept in at least a week.
Whoa, that's bad.
Yeah.
Well, they're at risk of being blown up constantly.
He would be dead by now, but an hour or 2 a night for a week. He hasn't had a good night's sleep in at least a week.
That's fine. But my point right now is we don't need him right now. He's not going to help us right now. He can go away. So that's why I said thank you, sir. Well, I'm sure Mr. Aaron can help us.
Okay, cool.
Shoot.
Actually, Marcel is the one that is in charge of security.
Yeah, and Marcel is kind of pimping you out to his 3 people.
Yeah, that's what I assumed.
Aaron, Kyle, and Charles, Marcel is a guy that strikes you as a little full of himself. He's like, yes, I'm in charge of security. If you have any problems, you can talk to one of my people.
In other words, he's the type of guy who knows nothing.
No, like I said, these guys are glorified rent-a-cops. Their last job was probably at a movie theater in a mall somewhere.
So, Aaron, if you can show us our tent so we can drop our gear and show us where that Jeep would be.
Okay, do me a favor. I'm going to go ahead and roll something super fast. Oops. My motivating Sitrep podcast dice tray here. All right, so you're talking with Aaron. So, Jen, you're not going to
Yep.
notice this. I'm going to roll odds and evens between the other two, between Jax and Sirius. Blue for Sirius. All right, Sirius gets a higher roll with a 7. So, Sirius, give me a perception plus social observe, please, if you could.
Yes. Could I see my sheet?
Yep.
I'll call it up in a moment myself, but
Ooh, you know what? The sheet that may be called it may not be won't be up to date, but yeah, it looks like you're going to have 4 dice against an 8. So people in the chat, normally the target number is a 6, but if you, and the way you do a roll here, because we've got some new people in the chat, the way the roll is, you take one of your attributes. This is very heavily based off of the old White Wolf role-playing system from the early 1990s, full confession. You grab one of your attributes and whatever skill is appropriate, and you get that many d10s, and you're trying to beat a 6. Obviously, the more dice you have, the more successes you're going to get. If you don't have the skills, like right now Rasmus is trying to roll Perception and Savvy, see if he notices something, and his Social Observe. There's a lot of people, there's a lot of NPCs at this base, and they all, trust me, I have a couple pages of notes here, they all have interconnections. There's a little soap opera going on here. What the hell is actually going on here is going to be, what's going on here. To notice what's going on between people is Social Observe. He has no dots in Social Observe. He's a member of the Danish Special Forces, like Danish Navy Special Forces. He spent his life growing up on the icebergs of Greenland. He hasn't spent a lot of time around too many people. So he's
you're a
talking about
2-man on a dog sled. You do not notice. Well, you notice the other guy, but you don't need much
outside
to
of that,
notice the
right.
other guy.
So, long story short, take a shot. We're talking about Perception plus Savvy plus Social Observe. He has no dots in Social Observe. So it's going to go to target number normally is a 6. It jumps to an 8. 4 dice against an 8.
Yep, 2, 7, 8, 9. So 2 successes.
Cool. Okay, so as Taki starts to talk to Aaron about possibly getting a vehicle, Kyle and Charles kind of like snicker under their breath a little bit, and they're like, "Yeah, why don't you go ahead and take care of that?" Like their disdain is not for you; their disdain is for Aaron. Like, in fact, you know what? Kyle will say something like, like let the bitches talk to each other or something like that, and then you leave. It was
Okay.
said just
Wait,
loud
wait,
enough
wait.
where Aaron heard it, but none of you guys were supposed to hear it. You did hear it because you made the roll.
Oh, I didn't hear it. Okay. It's a good thing I didn't hear it.
Yeah. Something to those effect. Like she comes up and talks to him, and they're like, "Yeah, why don't you go ahead and handle it? You're always, good, talking to bitches or something." And they kind of shuffle off.
Actually, it's probably best that Taki didn't hear it.
Well, Taki's busy talking with Aaron, and it was said behind Aaron's back. So, yeah, she wasn't even in the realm of possibility there. So he says, he winces.
It's good that I didn't hear them call me a bitch.
Well, he winces. They're really calling him a bitch, but
I know,
yeah.
but I was called one by default, which I'm allowed to react to.
If you heard it, but you didn't.
Yeah, you're allowed. Yeah. Then again, Rasmus could say something. What'd you say, some bitch? Anyway, they're leaving. They say something like the first beer down range or something. They're heading back to. They have I'll just call it a mash tent. They have a mash tent that's pretty much right next to yours. And they're heading back there. Apparently, they have
just raise my eyebrow at them and no need to rock the boat just yet.
Yeah, they did not. They did not notice that you heard them. But they're very. They don't think very much of their boy Aaron. So, Aaron, I'm sorry to get back to the point. Taki, you were talking to Aaron about something? About the car? Or the Jeep?
Sorry, I have my mic off because I just had a coughing fit. Yeah, I was asking him, if he could show us our tent so we could drop our gear and get the keys to the Jeep. I was also going to ask him if they'd had. I know the guy said they haven't had any direct attacks yet, but have they found any incursions, any sites? Have they chased anybody off? Any area we should start inspecting first?
He says, you know what? I don't really know much about that. He kind of nervously chuckles. He looks over at the tree line. I try not to go into that jungle very much if I can possibly help it.
So, what would you say your day consists of, Aaron? You are in the middle of the jungle.
That's true. Here is your tent, and I'll see about getting those keys for you. And
What time of day is it?
he goes to leave. Early evening or late afternoon. Late afternoon.
Jim?
Yep.
Can I do a perception and social observe on Aaron?
Sure. You have dice in that area?
Yes,
oh my
sir.
God, we have one guy with 1 dot in social observe.
Well, recon is part of my job is to observe.
Hey, I spent my dots on charm.
So 3 dice, but your target number is a 6 instead of an 8.
Unbelievable! 3 successes. 8, 9, and 10.
Epic. All right, the group's on fire today. All right, so you're just trying to keep an eye on him, or like trying to watch him? Or
Just like his reaction to us coming. Actually, their reaction to us coming is kind of off-putting. So, just kind of.
It is off-putting, and the reason is,
like we've done nothing to garner this kind of reception. So.
Right. That's right. You've been here 5 minutes. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, so in general, you got 3 successes, so I have to tell you, some information here. In general, these people don't like playing second fiddle to anyone. Like, they're in charge of security. Oh, wait, you guys can't handle this. Let's bring in some real professionals. You guys, stay here by the showers and make sure no one, steals extra water or something. So, they're a little off-put by that. This is probably especially true of Marcel, who feels a little undercut that Thomas Mayborn had to, or felt that he had to, go to outside help, to outsource some additional help. It's like, dude, you already have security. We're security. We're already right here. Like, we want to be here in the middle of this shithole, fly-infested jungle. If that's what we're talking about. Now, you're looking specifically at Aaron. Aaron seemed to be the most excited to talk to you guys when you guys first arrived here, but so far it's not going well. Like, Aaron is probably the one most, I don't want to say
approachable.
excited, but most, what's another word for excited that doesn't quite mean excited? That is most welcoming. He's most like, okay, cool, we got some actual, some real, operators in here. That's going to be awesome, cool. Oh, wait, I'm already being undercut by my so-called coworkers, and I already look like an idiot in front of these people, and oh, fuck, this is, you know what, why should I even try? I already know this is going to turn out like shit. Everything in my life turns out like shit. He seems very crestfallen. There was a momentary flash like, oh, cool, some real people have showed up to really help us out here. Let me try and, work with him, and, oh, wait, never mind, I forgot I suck. Is the general vibe you're getting off of him.
Okay.
Crestfallen is probably the best word I can come up with off the top of my head. Everybody else, yeah, you're right. You picked up on it correctly. Above board and with dice. They're a little hostile, and it's mostly, they feel a little undercut, or at the very least, like you're not necessary. So the reason for Aaron's sort of hasty retreat, and it was very abrupt, if anything, is just straight out embarrassment. He's not hostile. He's just more embarrassed.
And
Okay.
And he's walking away with Taki.
No,
correct?
he showed
No,
you
he
guys
dropped
where
us off at the tent.
He dropped you guys off at the tent, and now he said he's going to go see him about getting those keys. Which, who knows if he's actually doing it? He may have just used it as an excuse to leave.
I'll shout after him. When you come back, Mr. Aaron, can you bring us a map of the local area
He
and let us know?
Okay, Jen, roll your charm plus convince, please. Use that new dot and charm.
Okay. You said new dot and charm. I have no idea what I have in convince. Hold on, what do I have in convince? Oh, I have a dot in convince. Nice. I'm better if I'm trying to lie to him than I am if I'm trying to. Okay.
You're better at throwing
Like,
lies
I
than
don't
catching
know
them.
all that, but
Yeah, you're better at telling lies than catching them.
yeah. 6?
Oh yeah, unless I say otherwise, or unless you don't have a
3.
dot in the skill.
3 successes.
Okay, he stops. He turns around. Jax, you're still watching him. He literally kind of lights up a little bit. He kind of comes back and he actually pulls out a ridiculously tactical-looking map. Like, I was waiting for a chance to use this on somebody. Bam! Check this out. He like pulls it out with a flourish. He unfolds it with a little snap. You know, he does his little General Patton cosplay for a second. And he basically gives you guys a physical copy of this map.
Excellent.
Excellent.
And now he starts
Aaron.
saying, he's like, okay, I don't know if you guys have been told, but East Dakota here seems to be the focus of recent insurgent activity. Nobody's had any actual kinetic contact, but we are spotting some possible, activity up here by Nashapur Village, Site B, and he keeps talking about. I'm not going to go through everything he says because it's basically nonsense.
Yeah.
He's trying to sound very tactical. He's trying to sound very, badass or whatever. Like he really knows what's going on. He doesn't really know what's going on. But he's desperate to give that impression.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Aaron. Jim, above board, I'm sorry. I know you said this, but I'm a little foggy on cold medicine. We're at Site A1?
Yes.
Yes.
That is the
Okay.
center of the center of the project.
That's what I assumed. Okay. All right.
So
Thank you,
there's
Mr. Aaron.
a
And
slight
those
slope
keys,
going
please.
up to the east. Yeah, and then again a hole in the jungle.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you, Mr. Aaron. And those keys in that Jeep when you get a chance, so we can use this fine map.
Again, he says no promises because it depends on when. We only have a certain number of vehicles here, and the foremen are gonna use them a lot. My bosses are gonna use them a lot. So sometimes
Well,
the
to
other
be
sites,
blunt,
there
if
are
you're
6 sites. I'm sorry, 5 sites.
If your foremen and bosses want to make sure they don't get shot while they're going from site to site, they'll find a way to get us one.
They may also be on a supply run back to Kota Bengai. Also, the workers tend to use them. A lot of the workers that we're using are local. They live in Maminie. So there's going to be, he'll do his best.
Okay.
All right. So to skip to the end, no one's getting a Jeep that day, and then unless you guys want to drive around at night.
No.
In the jungle? Nah.
Okay. At night, not shockingly, all the Jeeps suddenly become available. But you can put in a word, and they'll definitely, save one for you in the morning.
We'll put in
Excellent.
the word. Or even get up at 4 o'clock if needed be.
Well, we're probably going to wake up before most anybody anyway.
All right.
Well,
so,
I assumed we would take shifts and be up all night.
Oh,
Either way.
even in base camp?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess you don't trust Marcel Batiste to keep the base camp safe.
Well, do you blame us?
Oh,
Didn't I say not to trust anyone, Dr. Jones?
if asked, I would just say I was admiring his security routine and hoping we could learn a few things.
Okay. All right. So, again.
Yeah, I suggest we stow our deer, make a plan on the map, and then take shifts to be up because, to be honest, most of the time when shit goes to hell in a situation like this, people inside are involved. Because if they are using local workers, odds are somebody's brother or somebody's son or somebody is in with the rebels. And whether they're helping because they want to or they're helping because they'll be told they'll be killed if they don't, odds are something comes from the inside. And if something's going to happen, it's going to happen at night. So it would be nice for us to sort of get the lay of the land, who's going where, who's doing what, that kind of stuff.
Speaking of which, the rest of the evening passes, like I said, it was late afternoon. into evening goes relatively uneventfully. So the first thing that happens is as you guys are getting set up in your little, again, I'll just call it a mash tent. It's not a mash tent, but it's the fastest way I can describe it. It's like the tents they used in that movie or in that TV show. As you guys are getting set up in there, like, dropping the Alice packs, taking out your gear, getting set up, trying to make yourselves comfortable on these cots or whatever, the first thing that happens is Knight and Tae-Yon return from the administration building. So
Okay.
Tae-Yon is with you guys. Obviously, there's only 2 rooms, quote unquote, in this tent. The larger room is obviously for the guys because there's more of us, or more of you. So Tae-Yon shows up and he's like kind of standing in the corner, like nervously watching, not nervously, but anxiously watching. He doesn't want to like claim a bunk until he's sure where everyone else is. He definitely wants to make sure he's taking the last bunk. He's new in America. He's new in the company. He's new here. He's new on the team. He's just new. He's the classic new guy. He also speaks very, very little English, and he's like the classic, nerd on the first day of high school. He's just kind of like, oh, like if you talk to him, he'll smile and he'll try to reply, but again, his English is really terrible. He's a smart guy. He's just, really out of his element here.
Well, I speak Korean, don't I?
Well, what are you doing in this room, Jen? This is for boys only. I mean, Sirius might be just out of the shower, and you don't want to see what's going on down there.
Oh, please. Do you think I'm bunking with Knight? I'm bunking in this side.
No, you're not. Well, it's not up to me. I don't have a character there, but speaking of Knight, she...
You are not making me bunk with Knight. It's not happening.
She enters the
I'll bunk with Knight.
There you go. She enters her area, or what's supposed to be the female area of the tent. You hear her long before you see her, because apparently she's having a little bit of trouble with her equipment. Like she's cursing a little bit. She drops something. You hear something loud hit the mud. It's like, God, those were brand fucking new. And she's like trying to haul it up the little wooden steps that lead into the tent.
This is exactly what you hear from Taki.
All right.
But I look over at the guys in the rest of the room, and I just like, you're gonna pay. You're all gonna pay. I say in Korean to our friend, pick a bed, and I walk out and over to where I hear Knight.
Knight's coming in the other side of the tent, so through the doors, or the flap, whatever you want to call it, the privacy flap, into the female area, and then on the other side there's another outdoor entrance, and she's, again, trying to haul her stuff up those steps.
Miss Knight, do you need some help?
Yeah, if you don't mind. This gear is actually pretty heavy.
Yeah. So, and as I'm dragging it in,
okay,
what exactly do you bring?
As you go to pick it up, strength check.
I figured.
Yeah. Strength plus whatever the skill is. I don't care. I gotta pick a skill.
Just straight strength. I've only got 2 dots.
That's the problem.
I'm wiry.
Weighty. See, there isn't like a basic athletics check in here. I didn't want anything that would be too generic in this. Yeah, just roll.
Well, I only got 1 6.
Well, roll strength twice. We'll just say it's strength plus strength. It's supposed to be 2 pools put together for standardization.
Okay.
So 4 dice against yeah.
2 successes.
Yeah, you get it up there, but goddamn, this chick over fucking packed.
I don't even ask. I flip it open. What the hell did you bring to the middle of the jungle? And I flip open the case.
Stuff in there. What are you doing? She kind of like doesn't slap your hand away, but pushes your hand away.
Is it clothes when I open it?
What? No, it's not clothes.
Is it
you know what it is? You know what it is? It's batteries.
Ah.
The girl's carrying a fucking truckload of batteries. And then underneath the batteries, or alongside the batteries, you see a couple of electric fans. You see like 3 different cell phones, 2 laptops, a pad of some kind, all kinds of stuff that you probably don't really need.
With no internet connection.
Miss Knight, exactly what kind of cell reception do you think you're going to get in the middle of the Indonesian jungle in the middle of the Pacific Ocean?
Well, funny you should ask that. I've got this booster right here, and then I've got this relay here. And she, again, this is why her bag, her shit weighs so much. By the way, she's got 2 Alice bags. It's like clunk and then clunk and then clunk. All of her gear is obviously brand new. It's absolutely the most expensive top of the line stuff or whatever, as far as our regular like webbing or whatever. But yeah, it's not.
Do I see anything we can use?
If it's not already broken. If it's not already broken, because half of it's put together wrong. But yeah.
Sorry. Okay, Miss Knight. Well.
Yeah, picture Sergeant Elias at the beginning of Platoon. You don't need half this shit, troop. He's like taking all this stuff away. Yeah, she's brought a little too much stuff. She's got a little too many of the creatures, the creature comforts of home, so to speak. There's no like 50-pound makeup bag in here. She's not that stupid. It's nothing like that. It's yeah, it's like
This is optimistically stupid.
She's an administrator. She's not an operator.
Yeah.
She wasn't sure what she would need, so she brought fucking everything.
Okay.
This is good. This is incompetence mixed with good intentions.
Of course. Of course. All right. So actually, what I'm going to sit down is I'm going to take 1 pack. I'm going to empty it, and I'm going to load into the 1 pack the absolute bare essentials.
Okay, you're going to empty it out here in the mud, or are you going to take it inside the tent first?
No, inside the tent.
All right, so you guys hear what sounds like someone backing a pickup truck into the other the other part of the area, and then you hear like a whole bunch of clatter as like someone dumps out, Santa's, toy sack on the floor.
And you hear multilingual cursing.
And I'll just raise my eyebrow.
I think we're just gonna bunk down for the night.
All right, anyone getting
Listen,
dinner? Again, dinner
listen,
is at 7. Women use the shower between 5 and 6. Men from 7 to 9.
So, what time is it?
It's like dinner time, so it's like 7.
Okay. Miss Knight, before we do that, I'm going to say, Miss Knight, we are in the middle of a situation that could possibly go foobar with the snap of a finger. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to load a bag with the bare minimum so that when we say, let's get the fuck out of here, you only have to grab 1 thing.
Look, I know you're trying to help me here. I've been with the company quite a bit longer than you have. It's quite okay. I can handle myself. Thank you, though, she says with a chipper little smile. I appreciate your input. And then she starts sorting out her own gear.
Ah. Okay.
Or just her reply. You can reply however you want, but that's just what she's doing.
No, I'm not going to reply. What it is this evening when I come back, I'm going to dump out her bags and do it myself.
All right. Throw another log on the fire. Here we go.
I know enough about this shit. I can load up a bag for her. Oh, by the way, I will also be handy-dandy lifting anything that could support us out in the field more than it could support her in this tent.
All right. So, is there anything else going on that night? I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna make us go through like take a shower, whatever, eat dinner, basic stuff. There's just
checking all the gear.
Yeah, well,
it's Blueberry.
Well, your gear's all fine. The only person whose gear is in a bit of disarray is our girl. Whatchamacallit? Knight.
Gabrielle.
If anything, the only other problem is Tai Yon brought too little. Because again, he's used to dealing with things on the North Korean scale of operations, where Spartan is the name of the game. So he's brought like 2 pair of socks. He's like, we're gonna be here possibly a month. He's like, oh no, this will be good. I'll wear the same sock every day. It's like, no, dude, you can't.
Oh.
We'll figure it out. So it's. Again, we've got 2 administrators here out on a group, out on a mission with a bunch of operators. So there's a little bit of culture clash between the 2 schools of thought.
So yeah, I'll go grab some chow, and then after Miss Knight goes to bed, I will rearrange a go bag for her.
All right. Well,
I'd like to accompany her to the chow tent.
All right, so there in the mess hall is pretty much the whole group. All the security people are there. Thomas Mayborn is not there. He, takes his dinner by himself in his little security office or whatever, in his little manager office. Knight is there, and as usual, he doesn't even know where to go. So he's like, "Do we have to bring our own food?" He's like, "No, dude. This is Taeyeon. You come with us, and they give you food." It's like, "Oh, okay." Again, just classic new guy. So yeah, so he'll follow you to the mess hall, grab dinner or whatever.
Which of the security guys are in here in the mess hall, and how are they situating themselves?
Good question.
They're okay. They're all sitting together, except for Aaron, who's at the same table, but like 6 feet further down the table. It's like those classic folding cafeteria tables. He's like down at the end of the table, but he is at the same table.
Okay.
Well, then we go sit over by him.
Okay, cool. So that table fills up really fast now, because now there's 1, 2, 3, 4. Taki makes 5. Anyone else? Because she said we, but she doesn't speak for the whole group. I mean, whoever wants to.
I was planning on picking up some food and then sitting next to Aaron purposely.
Cool. All right, so now it's 6 people at the table. All right. Yeah. So cool. All right. You like say, "Hey, sit down." He says, "Oh, hey, how you doing?"
Well, more like the classic high school thing where you just come over and sit down and then talk.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
It's not like a prison where you have to ask permission before you sit down.
Well, no, more along the lines of making it purposely ignoring the other guys to talk to Aaron.
Gotcha. Cool.
I don't know what Ras is going to do, but that was my idea, just to kind of, because it seems like he's going to be the one that's going to tell us as real as we can get.
Yeah, he wants to tell you a lot. He just doesn't know anything. The other guys might know more, but they don't want to talk to you. So that's the kind of catch-22 as far as that situation goes.
Plus, if we can get somebody that has ears on the inside, then maybe we can get some intel.
All right, so he has asked you some basic small talk questions. He's like, "You guys get situated okay? You guys didn't try that shower yet, did you? They didn't work at all tonight. They usually do a better job at it, but something's up with the generator and the pump tonight. We're gonna get some maintenance on it tomorrow morning." General small talk. What's up with this food? Did you guys have your shots before you came here? Because I wouldn't trust this water if you guys haven't had. Yes, short answer, yes, you guys got some sort of inoculation before you came over here. But he's like, when I first got here, I was in that porta potty for at least a week.
But you got to build up this kind of food, son.
Son.
That came out wrong.
You know what? Give me another perception plus social observe, please. I didn't plan for this, but it gear tooths into the plot really well.
Target number 6?
Yep, because you've got at least one dot in social observe, right?
Yes.
Yep.
3 successes, 997.
He perked up when you called him son.
I'm assuming that Ras is somewhere near me, kind of observing as well, because that's the real reason I came to the mess tent.
Yes.
To do a little recon of our own.
Yes, I think I'll hang back a bit further, but aside from that, yeah.
Okay, so this is pretty standard stuff where, like, you want to observe somebody, you send somebody to talk, and then you have somebody else further back watching, where the subject doesn't realize he's being observed. Obviously, the subject knows he's being observed by the person he's speaking to, but another set of eyes on him from further away. Okay, Rasmus, give me a perception plus, social observe.
So perception.
Okay, so perception versus an 8, since you don't have social observe.
1-8.
Cool. Yeah, he's warming up to Ajax really quickly. telling a lot of stories. He pretty much doesn't have a lot of stories, but he's telling the 2 or 3 stories he has in like 3 different versions, or trying to embellish them a great deal or whatever. He's desperately trying to fit in with you guys in a way that's not entirely natural.
Jim, am I feeling any kind of like social angst from the other guys at the other end of the table?
The guys at the other end of the table do not exclude him. They just
Okay.
make sure that he always knows he's the fucking new guy and he's fucking hopeless.
10-4.
If anyone was to probably do anything against him or whatever, like take a swing on him or something, they would probably jump up in his defense, is what you're picking up. Like nobody beats up on my little brother but me, but he's the little brother. He's the Pac Omega. Now, he doesn't even argue with that. He's like, I'm in the wrong job. There's another group, another job I want to do that I'm not really cut out for what I'm doing. I feel like I was cut out for something more. What you're getting with your social observe is that he's also suffering from a crippling confidence problem because he's constantly being undercut by his own team and possibly by something else. Again, he perked up a great deal when you called him son. Just the fact that he gets to talk to somebody like he's in a real quote-unquote military unit is obviously making him feel good. And that kind of clicks into the little show he put on with the map earlier with Taki.
Over the course of the meal, I'll share some random army story just to make him feel a little better, kind of build up some camaraderie.
All right, Rasmus, give me a perception plus. There's no like culture check here or anything. Just one more perception check, please, against an 8.
1 success.
So what he's asking, he uses this exact line. Again, he's trying to be a real life, tactical operator, badass, trooper or whatever, or he's trying to present himself as that. But unfortunately for him, he uses this exact line. He's like, so what do you think about this jungle? I've seen some badass shit before, but nothing like this. He says, quote, I've seen some badass bush before, but nothing like this. And he's like, yeah, it makes Cambodia look like Kansas. And if you guys aren't familiar, your characters that's like a line lifted straight out of Predator. So as this guy's trying to sound like some sort of, badass veteran, operator guy, he has to quote like old 1980s action movies. Because he doesn't have any real experiences himself.
Sorry, I'm back.
All right.
I don't call him out on it. I just smile and nod.
Yep.
I think it's better right now just to kind of build some relationship.
Yeah, he's in the wrong. He feels like he's in the wrong job. He wants to be in a job more like yours. He doesn't feel like he's ready for it, though. He sure as hell wishes he was, though, and this goes back quite a while. And
So that's why he signed on
He's trying
to.
to overcompensate, and he's being a little fumbly in the way he's doing it.
Over-eager puppy.
With a confidence
So-
problem.
So I'll ask him over the course of, just in the middle of swapping stories, I ask him if he's actually had any kind of military experience, like at all.
He doesn't
Or
really
ever thought
answer.
about joining? You ever thought about joining the military?
Oh, wow. Okay, Taki, we'll get right back to you. Taki, what are you doing, by the way? Meanwhile, the room, the tent, it's the tent. Yeah, it's pretty much full of people. And again, Gabrielle's there. I'm not trying to steer you a certain way. Just pretty much everybody's there except for Thomas Mayborn.
Okay.
Or
I'm
you-
just trying to get a vibe of the room. Like, are there people furtively looking around? Are we gaining more than just, oh, who are the new guys? Like, if someone's looking like, oh, fuck, they're here, that kind of thing?
I keep leaning on this roll, but that's kind of what this scene's all about. Perception plus social observe
Which I don't have, so just straight perception.
against an 8 now.
Okay. I guess I have to get dots in that. Against an 8, I have 1 success.
Nobody is hostile or scared that you're here.
Okay.
The general mood in the room is, this is a pretty shitty situation. Let's just tough our way through and get it done as quickly as we can. Okay, we got some new people here to help us. They're not sure whether or not 3 people are going to make a difference. But they're not like hostile. Nobody's scared. You know, there's no, oh no, now we're not going to get away with it. You know, there's nothing like that immediately apparent. But people are not entirely settled. It's a tough job. It's tough circumstances, and again, the jungle has eyes, especially at night. At night, you guys get the feeling that, is it my imagination, or did that tree line get about 20 feet closer? I mean, it's behind every tree is a potential sniper rifle or a pair of eyes or a claymore or who knows what. Your world has become very, very small.
Well, in their minds is that everything closes in at night, right? So there's that sense of anxiety almost.
Well, you guys feel it too. Yes, especially your character, Brandon, is going to be a lot more used to it, given your character's backstory, specifically in this particular kind of climate. It's almost like you almost feel wistful at this point, given your character's backstory. But everyone else, yeah, and that includes other characters who may not be used to
Very
it.
claustrophobic.
Yeah, it's like, wow. I mean, there's literally no electric lights outside of the ones that are the generator are running. I mean, okay, yes, you know mentally that the next town is maybe 25 miles away, but that's 25 miles of jungle along an unlit, undeveloped dirt road that you're unfamiliar with. That's probably loaded with insurgents by this point. You're in a very cut off kind of an environment. So if you're looking at that, I just wanted to see if you were looking directly at or talking with or observing Aaron as Jax asked his last question. Jax's last question. Yeah, Jax's last question was, have you ever served in the military or do you have anything like that? All right, so Jax is right there. He's going to notice it automatically. Rasmus, if you wanted to make another roll, go ahead. Again, it would be against an 8. Are you still with us, Rasmus, or did we
1 success.
Okay, cool. All right, so Jax, number 1, he's got more dots, and he's talking to the guy 2 feet in front of him, so he's going to see it automatically. When you ask him about military service, he doesn't really answer the question, but you do get a sense of sadness. He just pretty much avoids the question. If you press him on it, that's up to you, but he straight out doesn't answer. His eyes go down and to the left, and you get a sudden kind of a feeling of regret or sadness.
I'll make a mental note of it and just move on. You keep the conversation just moving.
All right, cool. Yeah, he seems relieved that you moved off the topic. So Gabrielle sits down. She starts looking at the food like, I'm actually supposed to eat this shit? She's like picking through it with her fork, like her little plastic fork. First of all, she's like, plastic fork? Really? And then she's kind of like picking through it. She's like, oh my God, what the...
I'll look up to her and I'll tell her that the only time you have to worry about the food is if you cut the steak with your plastic knife and the knife comes back with no teeth.
Oh, she laughs. Cool.
The plastic knife or plastic fork is probably rewashed.
Yeah, they probably reuse it.
And serious do dig into the food like nobody's business.
Oh, yeah, you guys are used to this. I mean...
Oh, yeah.
But, I mean, this is like food I didn't have to kill myself. This is great. Now, she genuinely lights up when you when you make that joke with her. She's like, so I guess she'll say, I suppose this is just another one of your portfolio of skills. Is the ability to, well, you guys eventually get used to this stuff, don't you? she actually tries like the first bit of food. She's like, oh my god. She tries to laugh her way through it, but
I'll slide over the little thing of salt that I bring with me. It helps if you season it.
oh hey, thanks very much. See, it's all these little tricks that I don't know. It's all these little, I didn't know what to bring. I brought 89 pounds worth of, or no, 89 kilos worth of stuff. I didn't bring any salt.
Tabasco.
That too.
Some Tabasco. Clunk.
When she comments on all the stuff she brings and she didn't know what to do, Taki might give an actual little cough like, bitch, I offered to help. I don't say that, but there will be a reaction.
She's warming up to Jax. She is not warming up to Taki. There's no roll required for that one. In fact, it's almost like it's almost like a zero sum kind of a meter where it's like every point that goes up for Jax, another point comes off of Taki. It's
Wow.
Okay, I get the picture.
And I'm just being my normal friendly self.
no, it's okay. First of all, it's nothing like that. Number one. Number two, it's you and Gabrielle or you and Taki are approaching Gabrielle about the same basic thing. You're doing it in very different ways. One of them, this character is going to respond to. The other one, she's really going to respond to, except not really in a nice way. Again,
So being blunt, saying she packed too much shit was not the right way to go about it.
Or just didn't pack the right things. Like she literally is confessing that she's beginning. Okay, so this is what she tells. I won't try to roleplay through the catalog through the dialogue.
No, I know what she's doing. She's admitting she brought too much and brought the wrong stuff.
She brought too much. This is just a symptom of the deeper problem. But the symptom of the problem that overlies the real issue is she didn't know what to bring, so she brought everything she could think of, and within 5 minutes of landing, she realized she doesn't have half the stuff she needed anyway. Now, is that really the problem? Absolutely not. But it's the symptom of the problem, of this environment in which she finds herself.
Yeah, it's a classic example of someone who typically is in control of her environment, is a very confident individual, and then once put into a situation where she's not comfortable, that confidence goes down, and then she overcompensates.
To which effect, Aaron will actually lean forward with kind of a one eye over toward Gabrielle. First of all, Aaron is staring at Gabrielle pretty intensely for all the right reasons.
Poor kid.
All the wrong reasons. Yeah, right. Ward him away now. But he'll like kind of whisper. He's like, I don't want to be rude or anything, but I'm just gonna come out and ask, what the hell is she doing here? She's not. I mean, our group is not exactly, Audie Murphy over here, but at the same point, I mean, wow, talk about a fish out of water. What in the God's name is she doing here?
She's got skills, son. She's got skills.
I guess she makes sure we don't piss off the bosses, so our company can still get paid. We tend to be on the brusquer side of things.
Cool. He shrugs. He accepts the answer. He's like, I don't know, okay.
Well, to be honest, I'd tell your security boss he's a pretentious asshole and he doesn't know his ass from a hole in the ground. She would probably say a little more diplomatically.
Aaron, let me explain this to you, son. In the 1980s, there was a show called The A-Team. She's kind of like Face Man.
He says, yeah, but Face Man actually kind of knew what he was doing once in a while. But yeah, okay.
Don't overthink it. Don't overthink it.
He's like, I'll do my best. All right. So, anything else going on before we just go ahead and skip to the morning?
No, I think I've got all the information I wanted.
Me up.
All right, cool. So, heading over to the map. The night passes. Oops, almost opened up the wrong project there. I did open up the wrong sheet. Re-expand that and go back to the map. Pretty please, the map. Okay, cool. So again, the sun comes up. The night passes more or less uneventfully, and The morning, the sun comes up, and what are you guys doing? You guys wake up super early or whatever, like you guys planned. Unfortunately for you, you find out that, good grief, I keep forgetting his name here.
Marcel?
Oh, no.
Eric?
Tae-Yon is already awake. I shouldn't say unfortunately, but, you woke up like super early, and he was already like, awake and like disassembling his rifle, putting it back together.
Jesus, this guy sleep?
Would you sleep coming from where he came from?
Part of this mission is going to have to be to reassure him that we're not going to kill him while he's asleep.
You know what? You're kidding around, but not really. I mean, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. No, I'm being truthful.
Yeah.
Hey, young. Do you happen to know where the motor pool is?
All right. So first of all, I should go back. Jen, where were you kidding around before, or do you actually try to? Because there's only like 4 bunks. Did you want to sleep on the floor with the guys, or convince one of them to give up their cot, or did you want to try to make it through the night with your new girlfriend there, your new sorority sister?
Oh, I am going to prep her a go bag.
All right, you're not going to touch her stuff because she's not going to let you touch her stuff unless you guys want to have like a little fist fight. Like keep your hands off my shit.
Oh, I was going to wait for her to go to sleep and just do it for her.
Does she go to? Well, obviously she goes to sleep eventually. She stays up pretty late. She's writing something in a journal. And then she goes to sleep eventually, but she stays up really late. She's nervous. She's worried. She's not comfortable. So, and again, not comfortable in addition to the fact that it's like 95 degrees and like 150,000% humidity or whatever. No one's sleeping very well just because of that. She sets up a couple of her electric fans. She tries to keep herself as cool as possible, but she has a terrible time sleeping. But even before she tries to go to sleep, she's reading stuff on her pad till God knows when. And she'll write something down in a journal for a while. Although, you know what? She doesn't write in a journal. She taps it into a pad. She doesn't. Like,
I was going to say, she wouldn't write in a journal.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what I do? I know it's not going to get me much goodwill, but I toss her some of the alcohol from the first aid kit. And I say, give yourself an alcohol bath. You'll drop 5 degrees.
Give me a charm plus convince, please.
What they do for fever victims.
Think cool thoughts, boys. Think cool thoughts.
3 successes.
Okay. She relents. She's like, okay, I'll try anything at this point. At first, you know what? I won't again play through the whole scene, but at first she says no, and you tell her again. She says no again. She's like, look, do you mind? I know you think I'm a child. I know your world would be better if I was an incompetent child, but I really do know what I'm doing here. And then you tell her a third time, and she finally says, you know what? And then she finally, does what you say or whatever, and she's like, yeah. Okay, you know what? She doesn't say anything. She's like, oh, can I try to go to sleep now? Are you happy? Did you enjoy your little show? No, she doesn't say anything that hostile. No, she just says, okay, she turns off her little light or whatever and turns off, her pad, and she finally goes to sleep. She doesn't really say anything.
Did she do the trick or not?
Yeah. It took 3 tries, but she finally, got started on it. And then as you're laying there in the dark, she's like, all right, just 2 things. This is like literally as you guys are like lying together. We're not lying together, but, in the dark or whatever. Yeah, it's not that kind of game, guys. She's like, look, 2 things. Don't touch my shit. Seriously. And I really am trying here. Okay? Just leave it at that. Good night.
Did you guys have an argument somewhere that I missed in some game?
No, we didn't. She's her, and I'm me.
Okay.
Yeah. To answer your question, Brun, yes, it's happening right now.
Okay. I'm gonna go back to my adage of thinking cool thoughts, boys. Think cool thoughts.
All right. So
That's exactly what Taki does in her bunk. She just chuckles. If she's got a cot, she'll sleep on this side. Better than the floor. She's not the type to cut off her nose to spite her face kind of thing.
yeah, when you guys walked in there, they knew what to expect. There were 2 cots in one part of the area and 4 in the other. So there is. Oh wait, I should say 3. 3. Yeah, because there's one for. Excuse me. There's one for Taeyeon.
Yeah, I didn't think about the alcohol bath thing. That is a smart idea, Jen.
Yeah, everyone's got some in their first aid kit or whatever. And there's going to be like a little infirmary in the admin building if you guys run out. So no worries. So again, early in the morning, Taeyeon is already up. He kind of gives you a look like it's about time you guys got up, but he doesn't say anything. He's way too polite for that.
Yeah.
But it's a genuine smile.
I thought I woke up early.
Oh yes, in old country, you wake up very early all the time. He laughs a little.
Is there? Did anybody bring? Oh, I mean, I guess we just go get coffee in the mess.
Yeah.
I asked Taeyong if he'd already gotten coffee.
He usually goes with tea, but yeah, he'll go with you to see if he's got tea. See if they got tea in the mess.
We'll wait for. I mean, we'll wait for Ras to wake up.
We'll wake up. I'll forgo the coffee though.
All right. So, is everyone going to the mess hall?
I don't know if the girls wake up or not.
Taki wakes up with no problem, I'm assuming. No.
Yeah.
Once Gabrielle managed to get to sleep, she is friggin' exhausted.
So I leave the princess and the pea. And I wave to the guys and I say I'm heading to the motor pool. I want to make sure we claim our Jeep.
Good idea.
I'll actually go with you and bring the FN instead of the anti-material.
Cool. All right, so we get to the motor pool. The motor pool is the camp is still pretty much shut down. You guys got up. You guys said you were getting up like really early. Everything is still lights are all still turned off. The little shack or prefab metal building where they keep the vehicles. They try to keep them out of the weather because again it's very humid. It's very corrosive. Still has a little padlock on it or whatever. The mess hall is technically open, but it's deserted. There's like one guy there, like mopping the floor. He's not even a cook. But you guys find a coffee machine, and you make some, you make some coffee. Taeyeon is very disappointed that they don't have tea, but he'll try coffee for the first time.
I could reach into my personal stores and hand him over a couple pouches of tea.
Okay, if you got tea, sure, no problem. He said,
I'd be willing to bet Indonesia they have tea.
I will try coffee, but only if you know CPR. He laughs a little.
I chuckle with him as I hand him the tea packets.
Oh, thank you. You are a lifesaver. And he brews some tea as best he can. Again, hot water here. You guys get through it. Yeah, he figured it out.
I'm drinking the coffee.
All right, cool. So the camp slowly comes to life. Again, this isn't a military camp; it's a construction site. So there's no like reveille. Everyone gets up at 1/2 the monkey's ass, or whatever. It gets up very gradually. Somebody eventually comes by some guy you don't know, just a general construction worker guy, foreman. Eventually comes by the motor pool or whatever, and he opens up the door and he sees you guys standing there. If you're still standing there, if so, he'll say good morning.
Yep.
He's
Good
like,
morning.
he has like a thick Midwestern accent. He's from Minnesota or something. He's like, hey, how you doing? Another night in paradise.
It's a strange accent for this area.
Yeah. He's like jingling his keys from Minnesota. He's like trying to open up the padlock. He's like, all these tropical nights, I'm still waiting for all the hula girls with the grass skirts. They promised me there were going to be grass skirts here. I haven't seen any grass skirts yet.
Try
If you
Hawaii
see
next
grass-
time.
He's laughing.
If you see the grass moving, duck.
Right.
Exactly.
But it's probably insurgents with guns.
The look on his face is like, I was trying to have a pleasant joke to start the morning with. Thanks for that, comforting thought. I appreciate it. He opens up the door and he, goes inside. He's like, "Can I help you guys with something?" Or
Yes, you can provide us a four-wheeled vehicle that we may inspect the perimeter of this lovely establishment so that you can go to Hawaii and see your hula girls in grass skirts as opposed to insurgents in the bush.
I'm gonna need some sort of authorization for that. I can't just give out a vehicle. Did you guys talk to somebody about providing a vehicle?
Talk to
We have talked to everyone and their cousin.
Did everyone have a name? Or
Mayborn.
Thomas Mayborn.
Mayborn referred us to Marcel Baptiste. Baptiste referred us to Aaron. Aaron said one was not available yesterday. We could have one today.
Okay, I'm gonna either have to talk to Aaron or when Aaron I gotta talk to Aaron about that. I'll tell you what though, I'll keep one aside and make sure that no one takes it until you guys find Aaron and bring him over here. I'm not trying to be an ass, but if I give out all the vehicles and then someone else needs one and I didn't have the right authorization, they're gonna have my ass from the people.
I'll go find Aaron. You check the vehicle out in the meantime.
Thank you.
Cool.
If you can just lead me to the vehicle we will be allowed to use.
Sure. Any of these really. It's a first come first served basis. I just gotta have I gotta have the authorization.
All right. So I'm gonna look for the one that's in the best shape. No leaks underneath. Tires are in good shape. Suspension looks good.
This is a subsidiary of ExxonMobil. Everything here works great.
Okay. Doesn't mean they know how to take care of it in the middle of the jungle.
No, these are professional. Yeah. The only thing they don't have professionals at is security. That's why they brought in you guys. Other than that, they're going to build 40 miles of pipeline in a month. In this terrain. As long as you can keep them from getting shot, it's actually pretty impressive how fast they're building this thing.
Cool. Then I
go out for an Aaron hunt.
Construction company or anything. These guys really do know what they're doing. All right, so Rasmus, you're going to go on a hunt for Aaron?
Yes.
All right, you eventually find them. Again, that tent was pretty much right next to yours. He is still ridiculously passed out, and his area or whatever is a train wreck. He's got shit scattered all over the place. Not very well organized. He's
What do the other bunks look like in here?
They're a little bit better put together. Again, they're not military, but they are here to do a job. They're much more professional than Aaron is. As sympathetic as Aaron is coming across, he is a shitbird. He is a walking clusterfuck. You're kicking your way through empty beer cans and shit, trying to get to him. Do you wake him up?
Yep.
All right, cool.
Rise and shine, sunshine.
Rise and shine. Yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ, you're a scary dude in the morning, man. The fuck? He kind of grumbles. He kind of tries to roll over. He's like, I'm going to need just a second. He kind of he almost knocks you over. He runs for the end of the tent. He goes through the flap, and you can hear him throwing up in the mud outside. And he's out there for a good 5 minutes. And yeah, you're looking down. You see all the beer cans. You see half a bottle of Jack Daniels or something.
Kids today.
Freaking millennials. All right, he staggers back in, and now that you kind of know what to look for or whatever, the room smells like booze, and you can smell it coming out of his pores. He is wicked hungover. He's like, dude, what the fuck, man? It's fucking 3 a.m. What?
Yes, and we need a.
You look down at your watch. It's 7:30 in the morning. He's like, no, dude, it's not 3 a.m.
Yeah, but that's a discussion I don't feel like taking with him, so I'll just inform him that we need him to come sign off a Jeep for us.
Oh, right. The whole the V yeah, drive around thing. Yeah, fuck. He's like trying to put his boots on. He's got the boot on the wrong foot at first. He switches them around. Yeah. Just give me a couple of minutes to kind of, So you're standing there a good like 20 minutes, waiting for him to get his shit together, and then he finally staggers out of the tent. He heads over to Motor T, signs out the Jeep or whatever, and as soon as he shows up, the maintenance guy or the Motor T guy is like, oh god, here he comes again. He's like he kind of whispers something over to Taki, who was there the whole time, if I understand correctly.
Yep.
Taki was he was kind of whispers over to Taki as he sees Rasmus and or I should say Sirius and Aaron approach. He's like, I'm surprised he got him out of bed, to be perfectly honest. And then they show up, and yeah, he signs out the vehicle.
I will say, if he really did, if his garage was in good shape and the vehicles were in good shape, that would have improved my mood, and I would have basically talked shop with him, quote unquote, because that's my bailiwick.
Yeah, well, he'll just say that. Look, the vehicles are pretty standard. The secret sauce is in this building that we try to keep him in. It's the one part of the building that's even somewhat climate controlled. There's no air conditioning in here, but this building is all sealed. It's got rubber sealing around all the joints and all the load-bearing beams or whatever. So we managed to keep most of the humidity out of here, and that
Good
helps.
job.
That helps with the it helps with the bearings, it helps with the seals, and it helps with all the hoses, because that's the first thing that goes to rot in this kind of humidity. Obviously, we're all using synthetic, rubber for all those components now, but even so, God, this country is just murder on vehicles.
Yeah.
So now he'll go through all that rigmarole again, because there's a woman who's actually, gives a shit about his job, which is like a first for him.
Yeah.
But on top of that, he also is kind of making the point that, look, drive the vehicle around or whatever. You have it for say 4 hours, and when you're done with it, don't park it out there in the general area. You bring it back in here. We need to lock it back up.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah, the better care we take care of the vehicles by just keeping them in this somewhat climate-controlled area, the longer they'll last. All right, so it's up to anyone else. Are we just gonna go for a drive, or?
I would think of having my revenge on Aaron and invite him out on the drive.
Oh, he's not going to have a choice. Hair of the dog, boy. Hair of the dog.
Okay, so you guys tell Aaron he's coming along in this vehicle?
Yeah, we'll need a guide.
All right, so you guys come out of the mess tent. As you guys are coming out of the mess tent, it sounds like Taeyeon wants to come with you guys, but then Gabriella approaches from her tent, and she's like, hey, Taeyeon, we got some stuff to do in the administration building. And again, Taeyeon is more or less working for her on this mission, so he kind of reluctantly kind of scuttles off with her.
Hey, before he leaves, I kind of whisper into his ear. I'm like, hey, man, take care of her.
Oh, I take care. Yeah, no worries. He's like, then he like gets like 3 steps away. He turns around. He's like, what do you mean? Like, take care of her? Take care of her?
Protect her.
He has no idea what you're talking about. I mean, I'm really trying to show this guy as being like super naive and without being like, slipping into like a borderline racist Charlie Chan accent or whatever. He doesn't speak English, and he doesn't, when you say take care of her, he has no idea what you're talking about, because that means like 7 different things. And,
You're right. I break it down in the fact that with us gone, you're the only one here that can protect her.
Okay.
That.
No problem. Yeah, he kind of, puts a hand on his, he still has like a 7.65 millimeter, Chinese knockoff Makarov pistol. He's like, yeah, I'll take, don't worry, she's safe. She's safe.
Well, it just gives him a little confidence boost.
All right. Meanwhile, the group is all together. Aaron is shuffling back to his tent. Do you guys
get ready? Yep.
Okay. So what do you say?
Your guide today.
My guide today.
You are our guide today.
I really should check out with my boss, Marcel, and see see what he has planned with us for today.
I'll come along and we'll figure that out. We need somebody to know the lay of the land. With that lovely map, you do know your lay of the land.
Okay, you mentioned the map. Yeah, it's like and then talk to Marcel. You know what? I'll straighten it out with him later. Don't worry about it. He kind of gives a nervous chuckle. He's like, okay, so we're just gonna drive around the area in this Jeep, I assume. Long story short, he relents and does not want to go talk to Marcel, and he'll help you guys as guide right away.
Plan is to follow the path to all the different sites, see if we notice anything along the path. Trees that have been suspiciously cut down that have nothing to do with construction, get the lay of the land, which areas are more isolated by which. I'm thinking because the east side of the island is rebel controlled, Site B is probably the one at highest risk.
B and C, yeah.
I would agree.
All right, are you guys saying that out loud in Aaron's presence?
Yeah, we're talking to each other to make plans for the day.
Yeah. Do you have the map, and do you pull the map out?
Yeah.
Okay. Because he would pull out the map, except he gave it to you.
Yeah, I have the map. I have it out. It's up on the Jeep. We're making plans for the day to figure out what we're going to do.
All right, so he squares his shoulder. He stands up straight a little bit. He puts on his little, Douglas MacArthur cosplay for a second. And he's like, pointing decisively at the map like he's doing a Hitler downfall impersonation or whatever. And he's like, she's like, Site B has seen some suspicious activity. People, walking around the outside of the site that we didn't really know who they were. They were in civilian dress, but when we went to approach them and ask them who they were, they left into the tree line before we could talk to them. And the same down by Site C. So yeah, I would agree that Site B and Site C are the true trouble spots. Site A1 and A2 are, frankly, they're just too big, and they're on this side of the mountains. The further west you go, the closer you get to Kota Bangai, the safer you are. Mominie is where most of the workers are coming from, and Mominie has had a lot of money dumped into it recently, from Octaso Energy and by extension ExxonMobil. So pretty much half of the town is now working for ExxonMobil. And a lot of money's been pouring in there. They built a movie theater. They built a bowling alley. They're doing the usual stuff you do. To try to be like the Great White Hope, so to speak. How much of it is going to be successful or not, who knows? But Mominie is probably not a source of a real threat. Kota Bangai is definitely not a threat. It's mostly from East Kota, and anything on the eastern side of those that high ground and those rivers there is going to be definitely a problem. The so-called the so-called no man's land is where you're kind of between the two. Site B and Najapur Village are definitely the two areas you guys gotta watch out for. Well, I should say that's the site where it's like, as you can see on the map, it's like equally, situated between the two extremes.
Sounds like a plan.
So have we figured out why the rebels are necessarily against the pipeline? Is it just because it's like a territorial thing, or they just want a cut of the money?
Again, the rebels here, we keep calling them rebels. They're not. They call themselves rebels. They compare themselves to everything between the Free Palpa movement and Al Qaeda and everything in between. They're
warlords.
Bandits. Yeah, they're straight out bandits.
So they just want the money. Okay.
Or to cause problems, or to scare people, so that people will work on their heroin plants or whatever, or heroin farms. Who knows? But no, you're not up against a cohesive sort of a
rebel force.
These are general third world assholes.
putting my scope and everything on the FN,
Cool.
and then
All right, so you guys are driving around. Where do you guys want to go to first?
First, before we leave, we've got a radio that can contact back to Site A1, right?
Yeah, it's in the dashboard of the Jeep.
Okay, cool. I say we just head straight to Site B.
All right, is that cool with the group, or?
I was thinking whether we wanted to recon C first and then B, because we probably need to spend more time at B. So get the lay of the land out further east first, and then go back to.
All right, so it's up to the group. Which one do we want to go to first, B or C?
Well, if we drive down to C, we'll get to see, like what Jim was saying earlier, lay of the land, and then when we come back, like Ras said, we can spend more time at Site B.
All right, cool. So we'll go to C first. All right, C is the longest drive. It's probably about 8 or 9 miles. Again, the road looks generally like. I've got a picture of it here. Generally like this. This is almost a perfect. I say road. It's more like a trail. Chainsaws and bulldozers, and that's as far as construction has gotten, as far as the quote-unquote road goes. So yeah, this picture right here. The jungle comes that close on either side, and driving on this road is not the easiest. Speaking of which, who's doing the driving? I think I know, but I do want to ask.
I nominate Jim.
There you go.
Me?
Well, I have to ask.
I know.
I'll drive.
I nominate Taki.
I'm never going to take over the group, so.
Okay.
All right, so you guys drive to Site C. Site C, by the time you guys get there, it takes like almost half an hour to get there, which is weird.
Oh, that's it? I would expect it to be more.
8 miles. I mean, where the road, again, there's a dirt road that goes along all these yellow dotted lines. The yellow dotted lines are the pipeline. So there's a road being built alongside the pipeline. The problem is they're kind of building both at once. Most of the pipeline looks to be already in place structurally. It's set up. It's above ground, I should say. The braces and the mounting, brackets, the little big H harnesses that they put them in or whatever, they're all set up. Obviously, they're still, putting on fittings and joints and things like that, seals, but it's not complete. But structurally, it's more or less here in place. You get down to Site C. Again, it takes about an hour because where the road goes past those rivers, there's no bridge. It's pretty much a ford that the Jeep has to kind of splash through to get across those little, I call them rivers. They're more like, small streams or creeks or, brooks. Not brooks, this is the jungle. They're more like jungle streams. And you have to go, notice the topography, you have to go all the way around, that little bit of high ground there in order to get to Site C.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So,
like I said, I'm surprised it only took a half an hour. I was expecting it to take an hour.
That's what I said, about an hour. An hour for 8 miles is pretty rough, 8 to 12 miles. Now, the question for the group is, what kind of things is everyone looking for, specifically? As you're driving or as you get to Site C?
Well, I mean, obviously you're going to be looking for any kind of disturbances in the natural, the natural jungle front. Also, if you can notice anything, any trails such as that can be approaching Site C, stuff like that.
The only thing I would add to that is you're literally driving on a nature disturbance. I mean, they're blasting a hole through the jungle to build a pipeline and a road here. So, looking for fallen trees or broken branches or whatever, you're gonna see plenty. Is there like unless you get off the road and go into the jungle, you're probably not gonna see anything out of the ordinary given the situation you're in. You know what I mean?
Any humans moving around?
No, you see no one on your way to Site C. When you get to Site C, it's like a smaller version of where you just came from. By the time you guys get there, it's already up and fully operational as far as construction goes. They're building. This is an actual oil rig, or not an oil rig, like actual oil drills. Where they're piping it, or they're drilling it and pumping it out of the ground, and then from here they're putting it into the pipeline and sending it back to eventually sending it back to Kota Bangai. The drilling site is up and operational. They just can't do anything with it until they build the pipeline.
So Site C is the drilling site.
Site C,
It's
D,
A.
and B are all drilling sites.
They're all drilling sites.
Okay.
And the pipeline is being built to get the oil to Kota Bangai where they can ship it to wherever they're going to sell it.
I say we have two objectives here. We look at the security they have in place of their own, any cameras, fencing, electrical fencing, that kind of stuff. And then we also go into the woods around it to see if we can find any like hidey holes, spy locations, that kind of stuff.
Okay. Security is more or less non-existent. Until you guys got here, the only security was Marcel and his crew. And they're all back at Site A1.
Any kind of fences or?
Nope.
What?
This place sprung up like last week.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And again, they know they need security. That's why they called PMC.
So basically, we're starting from scratch.
More or less, yeah. I'll say this much. You guys notice a few, like among the workers here, there's only like maybe a dozen people here. They do seem relieved to see you. They're like, oh, we heard we were getting some new help in. Hey, how you doing?
Okay, so I'm going to start a list
Yes,
of
please.
what they need to add to the sites, namely, electrified fencing and cameras, at least.
Oh, maybe that's what
Because-
Gabrielle's doing.
They have to help us help them. They sent 4 people. What are we supposed to do? This is a 40-man job.
We're doing what we're supposed to do. We're assessing the situation, and hopefully they'll bring in the people that can.
They have the money. If they don't want to get the people, fine. They can at least spend a little cash. They're building a pipeline in a month. They could spend one day putting in fences.
Again, if you go by the bullet points of the original mission, the very first bullet point is investigate the threat, report possible concerns, and then defend and respond if any Octocell assets, property, or personnel come under direct threat. So, yeah, making a list is probably not a bad idea.
We have concerns.
They call it Phalanx Multinational Consultants for, you're literally a
For
security consultant. Yeah. Allow me to offer some consulting. Your security is non-existent. Get your shit together. There ends the consultancy. All right, so you guys.
Start check.
All right, so you guys are looking around. Did you guys mention that you were going to actually head off into the tree lines a little bit?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, who's on point? And are you taking Aaron with you?
Not me.
I'll take point.
And me and Aaron will then bring up the rear behind you. And let Taki stay with the Jeep.
If we weren't getting it dinged here on Twitch, I would start playing the platoon theme right here. But no worries. All right, you guys here, or you guys, get into the jungle. The jungle almost like welcomes you in. Especially you, Jax. This is like literally like where your character got started back in the day.
Yep.
It's like it almost feels like it's wrapping its arms around you as you like get back into this very dripping, monkeys screaming off in the tree somewhere. Yeah, it's your classic Vietnam style jungle.
It's hot. It's hot. Damn hot. Real hot.
Makes Cambodia look like Kansas. All right, so yeah, you're cruising around, or not cruising around, but yeah, you're picking your way through the jungle, like doing like a circle around the site. At a certain
basically.
Distance, like what kind of distance?
Ras, what do you think? 25 meters?
Something like that, yeah. 50 meters maybe.
Yeah, that might sound short, but again, the lines of sight here are so short that if anyone is trying to spy on the camp, they're going to have to get, or to Site C, they're going to have to get this close to see anything.
10-4.
All right, cool. So, all right, Mr. Jax, let's find a little something here on our game chart.
Oh, not that map. Not that map.
Oh my God, what the hell am I? Okay, delete this whole.
That brings back flashbacks.
That's our last session. What the hell is that even doing here?
That was a good firefight.
Yeah, we're not on that yet. We're not on that again, I should say. It suddenly got very cold. If I can get to the right tab. Okay, so here we go. Definitely perception plus, perception plus recon. This is literally what your guys' main primary specialty. Reconnaissance in the jungle.
Target number 6.
Yep. So
4
you got
successes.
you see plenty. All right, so all right. Meanwhile, Rasmus, you're bringing up Taylor and Charlie. Are you looking for anything in particular, or are you going to make any particular roles before I start divulging stuff?
Well, I'll keep one eye on your friend Aaron,
Okay.
and
He's your friend too.
one eye on on the perimeter kind of reconnaissance, general recon.
Okay, so you also have you may actually have more dots of this than even Brun does, with 4 in perception and 3 in reconnaissance. This isn't really your kind of terrain, but you've got the skills nonetheless. It looks like you've got 7 dice on the same roll. But if you're going to be also watching Aaron at the same time, you're kind of doing 2 things at once here. How many dice are you taking off of your perception savvy plus reconnaissance to put into perception savvy social observe to keep an eye on Aaron?
Let's take 3 off for that.
Okay, so yeah, you have 4 dice against the 6 because you definitely have dots in reconnaissance. 4 dice against the 6 to watch the jungle. 3 dice in
Against an 8.
Against an 8, right? To keep an eye on Aaron.
So 3 successes on the recon.
Okay.
And 1 success on Aaron.
Okay, as you guys were, okay, so we got 3 things I have to talk about here. First of all,
I'm assuming that our TAC comms will work at this distance.
oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
That thing has like a mile range, so as long as you're not like at different sites, yeah. It's a little miniature radio, certainly. Okay, cool. So, let me go ahead. And
I didn't know if Taki was still staying with the Jeeps or if she came into the jungle
actually,
with
that's
us.
a good question. Taki, are you going in there with us, or are you staying back at Site C? Apparently, she's muted herself again. All right, we'll come back to her when she unmutes her microphone. All right, so okay, we're gonna walk through the jungle here. Now, you're not gonna find. Let me think. Okay.
Oh, he's plotting our demise now, Ras. He's plotting our demise.
Yeah.
Okay, so Jex is in front. Jex is on point. Jex finds the first piece of evidence with his, which you got like 4 dice or 4 successes on that roll. So yeah, you're gonna find the small thing first. You look down, and it doesn't seem to have been a firefight in the area, but you do find brass casings on the jungle floor.
Any specific size?
Yes, a weird size. You kind of turn it over. It says 5.8 millimeter by 45 millimeter brass. Or it doesn't say brass. It says 5.8 by 45. Which, for people in the chat, is weird. Americans, pretty much everybody in NATO uses 556 NATO or 223 Remington. It's the same thing, just different measurements. Or if they are quote-unquote bad guys here, Russian AK-74s use 545. This says 5.8. little bit of a bigger brass casing. But someone did actually fire it here, which is kind of weird.
I'm wondering if anybody back at the site has heard gunfire.
So, well, ask Tacky to ask them.
All right. Well, again, she's not on the call right now, so
Yep.
we'll have to come back to that now.
Circle back to that.
Yeah. Okay. Then we continue to push forward or whatever through the jungle, and we're gonna find some parts of the jungle that get a little bit less, mostly to the north. You're getting closer to the road. More importantly, you're getting closer to that little bit of stream there and that slope. Again, when you're on the slopes, the rainwater kind of rushes off the mountain a little bit faster, and the terrain is not quite as dense. So there's actually some clearings here and there. I think I have some pictures of that. So yeah, in the background with these guys, you're going to see this is a lot in Guadalcanal, so you see a lot of the same kind of terrain. You see very dense jungle, but then there are some clearings and some clear patches. In one of these clear patches, Rasmus, this is where you find some vehicle tracks.
What type of vehicle tracks?
They are not construction vehicles. I can tell you that for sure. They're not tracked, and they're nothing. They're nothing like a construction vehicle. They look like a pickup truck, maybe a very, very large pickup truck.
Can Rast tell how long?
But
how
as
old they
Rasmus looks
are?
at it more, and he got 3 successes. It's more than 4 wheels. It looks like some sort of a 6-wheel truck. 4 wheels in the back, 2 wheels in the front. But there's no road here. There's no construction out here. This is definitely not a construction vehicle. And it's driving to the northeast. Or I should say the tracks lead to the northeast. We don't know which direction the truck was going in, but they either lead to or from the northeast. Let me put it that way.
Northeast towards... What's the other direction?
Yeah, they do lead to the northeast. They lead in this general direction. So you guys are finding this stuff like right about here, and it's kind of leading in this direction and this way.
And then the other one down towards side C, or does it seem to skirt side C? And
there's only one set of tracks.
yeah, but they must originate from somewhere and go towards somewhere.
If you turn around and you start following them, like where they led to, they'll start to lead up the slope. I don't know how far you guys want to follow them.
Probably up to the stream, at least.
Okay. Yeah, they're definitely going up that hill. Again, the higher in elevation you guys get, the less jungle vegetation cover there is.
You said there's more clearings.
Yeah, the higher up you go. Hence, the vehicle is not plowing its way through like the dense jungle, like the Vietnam jungle. It's trying to navigate through those clearings I mentioned. And it looks like they were going up or coming down from, again, it's tough to tell which way the truck was going, but that's the general line of travel.
But you mentioned earlier that the rebels around here tend to want to get people to like farm their heroin or opium farms. If there's clearings up there, there could be a farm.
Well, one area is definitely. I mean, again, it depends on which way it was going. Going up or going down. But anything in this direction, this whole area, this is Indian country. Anything anywhere near East Kota is definitely a bad part of town. So, yeah, take note. What's going on up here is or anywhere up this direction is less certain. But this is definitely bad news. This part here, if that makes sense.
Once we hit the stream, I'll actually take the scope and run it along to see if I can spot anything with magnification on it.
It definitely goes up to the top of that hillside. Then it goes over that second stream. So you're here and you're using the scope to kind of peek up here.
Yep.
By now you're like half a mile away. But again, there's not a lot of jungle on the top of the hill. And that's when you kind of lose it off the top of the hill. But it definitely went to the top of that hill.
So whatever went up here, went up and over the hill from one side or from the other.
Yeah, again, it's tough to tell whether or not it was coming or going, but that was definitely the route of travel.
Does that hill look like it goes up pretty high?
It's not like Mount Everest. It's probably like a couple hundred feet.
Ras, do you think we should go up and at least check the peak?
Why not?
Okay.
Sorry, serious.
Yep.
Jumping out of character here.
All right. So
I mean, I don't think we should go too far. I just think if we reach the peak, we might see some stuff.
And bring our new friend along with us.
Give him some experience.
Yeah, I forgot to circle back to that. Okay, so the social observe successes. When you guys got here, he was enthusiastic and he wanted to help. When you guys got out of the Jeep and it says we're going into the jungle, he got kind of excited. He's like, all right, finally, here we go. You know, this is my big shot. This is what I've been waiting for. Once he got in the jungle, his nervousness, borderline fear, bordering on panic became almost pathological. He's definitely having some problems keeping his shit together in this jungle. He's just coming off of his hangover. He's probably a little dehydrated, but on top of that, he is... Again, I've probably been hammering this point home pretty hard here. He is the wannabe soldier who probably can't hack that. He dreams about a life that he's not really cut out for.
Maybe we should just send him back to the Jeep.
Oh, who's going with him? He ain't finding his way back there the way it is.
I was gonna say he's with you guys now.
Yeah.
Yep.
We're kind of stuck with him now, Ras.
Well,
I mean,
okay. Jen was logged off for a minute. John, did you come with us into the jungle, Jen, or did you stay back at the site?
Sorry, hold on. I had my mic turned off. I thought I was staying back at the site to do
Well, we were asking
a survey
and you were
and
answering, so okay. All
sorry,
right, cool.
yeah. I stayed at the site to do a detailed survey of what they're going to need, security-wise, this kind of stuff.
All right,
Talk
cool.
to the people there. Have they seen anything? Have they heard anything? That kind of stuff.
Did he hear any odd gunfire?
They have not heard any gunfire.
No, but do we? I'm assuming we have our mics, so they let me know about the tracks that we found.
That's why.
Yeah, we're relaying.
Oh my God, Jen, that's the point. Is I know about the mics. They're 50 meters
Okay.
into the jungle. They found 5.8 millimeter brass, which huge hint right there. And
Yeah.
then you asked them. They talked to you on the mics. Now that I finally know that you did not come into the jungle with them, that they talked to you on the mic and they said ask them about gunfire. They have heard no gunfire, but these rounds were fired. These aren't loose bullets. These are fired brass casings. You can tell. You look back at the primer, you see where it got dented by the firing pin.
Okay.
These guns were fired. 50 meters away from an assault rifle and nobody heard anything? That sounds kind of weird. And then they say, well, we don't usually stay here overnight.
Oh, so nobody stays here?
I start looking around, and if they say, what are you looking for? I go, the sign inviting someone to come blow this place up.
They're like, look, I don't know what kind of horror stories you've heard about this place. This is pretty much the quote-unquote rebels here are a bunch of potheads and fucking, you know, they grow their little poppies, and as long as they can terrify the local population, they're fine. They don't really mess with us. You think they want a brigade of Marines, you know, dropping out of the sky and, like, wiping everybody out here? You know, we've never had a problem with them.
Well, I'm glad.
He makes a good point.
At the same time, somebody fired an assault rifle 50 meters away from this place, and nobody knows it.
I know, that's wrong.
There are two sides to this question. Yeah.
They either know and aren't saying anything, or it happened at night.
Jax, as you're listening to this conversation over the mic or whatever, you kind of like get like this weird feeling, and you kind of look back down at that brass. You're like playing with it in your fingers, and you're looking back at the base of the brass casing, and that 5.8 millimeter is bugging the shit out of you. It's a weird caliber of round.
Trying to see if I have a skill that would...
Firearms.
You do. That would be... let me get to your sheet. Well, I don't know if you have it, but there's a sheet on here. There's a skill on here. How about giving me a perception plus tactics check?
Okay. Target number 6.
Yep.
2 successes.
2 successes. 5.8 millimeter by 45 is a weird caliber of rounds used almost exclusively by the People's Liberation Army, i.e., Red China.
So either they sponsor the local warlord, or
Or we
No,
got
but Red
military.
China is another source of oil. And either they're going to want this oil or they're not going to want the competition for oil.
Yep.
So I could
Yep.
very easily see China paying these rebels to blow this place to hell. Or at least make it so unhospitable that they want to leave, thus allowing them to come in and take it over.
China
Just
is not that far away.
for people in the chat, again, the party is here on this island. Red China is pretty close. Hainan is part of People's Republic of China, and the Spratly Islands are right there. That is the next most likely place World War III is actually going to start. Spratly Islands are the islands that Red China is literally building the island out of the ocean. They send out enormous ships on an almost endless basis, and they literally just dump gravel and rock and sand into the ocean to the point where an island will eventually grow there. And since they literally created it, they can literally claim it as sovereign territory. And they already have an air base there, they have a marine barracks there, they have a naval base there. And for people who keep up with this kind of stuff, this is why, paradoxically, Vietnam is turning into an American ally right now. The Philippines are scared shitless. The Philippines have countered this in real life by taking a couple of old U.S. World War II LSTs. They go out there and they sink them. The Pacific Ocean there is very shallow. They go out there and they sink them, and they get, guess what? We've created an island now too. People are literally building their own islands in this part of the South China Sea, because this is going to become a very, very contentious part of the world. So we have, obviously, People's Republic of China. We have nationalist China, i.e. Taiwan here. That's going to be a problem. The Philippines hate the Chinese. I can tell you from experience that the Australians are watching this very, very intensely. And the reason why this is such a problem is, again, over here are the Persian Gulf. All those countries, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, the countries where pretty much everything electronic is made, all this stuff, none of these countries have their own oil supply. They are completely, probably 80% of the Persian Gulf oil goes to either Europe or the Pacific Rim. And all those shipping lines go right through here, through this strait, and then they come up like that. China wants to cut that. That's part of their strategic, their geostrategic aim over the next 40 or 50 years. So things in the South China Sea are getting very, very contentious. So the idea that China could be involved in either insurgency or who knows what else, a little bit further out, they've been supporting Marxists down here in Mindanao for at least 30 years. Who knows what they're doing out here in Indonesia? It looks like you guys may have just found something. There ends our geopolitical discussion for the day.
I'll relay that information to Sirius and Taki. But
Taki's the one who chimed in with, "Oh, China wants the oil rigs."
I can't confirm or deny it, but I have suspicions.
I definitely want to get up on the hill now.
All right, you get up on the hill, and here's where you start finding your first civilian bodies. These are the people that were being shot by the 5.8 millimeter brass.
Oh.
They were shooting at someone. They didn't shoot at any Exxon employees. They shot at locals. Probably people who were in the wrong place at the wrong time. You smell them before you see them. They are technically buried, but they're like literally rolled into a ditch. And they have like 4 inches of dirt kind of thrown over them, just to hide them, more than bury them. But yeah, you do find some. They're clearly just like local, civilians. People walking around, either hunting or fishing.
How's Aaron holding up?
Aaron's freaking out a little bit. Yeah, you hear actually like muttering to himself once in a while. This is what this was your shot. This is what you've always talked about. This is what you want to do. You're gonna you're gonna puss out now. What the hell's your problem? And he kind of like shakes himself up, and he's doing his best.
And the tracks, are they continuing towards side D, or?
The tracks get to the top of the hill, and then you lose them because they go into the stream, and they don't seem to extend past the stream. So they either drove down the stream or who knows what, but they do not extend. I'll tell you this much: they definitely do not extend towards Site D.
That's a good thought.
I can confirm
there could be like a trail from Site C to D.
So the tracks go up the hill, and they get as far as that second stream there, and then they kind of stop. Now, obviously, there's no foliage here, and the truck didn't vanish. But again, the truck might also have started here, but it didn't appear out of thin air either. But either way, it does not. They do not extend further down towards Site D.
That's good.
Looking around, it looks like they either drove up or drove down that creek to either mask their tracks, or they just. Sometimes these creeks are so narrow or so shallow, they're literally like roads. They're paths through the jungle. For a sufficiently robust vehicle, they can negotiate. I wouldn't try this in your Jeep, but in a larger vehicle that may or may not be armored, some of these streams are so shallow that they actually make improvised roads through some of the denser parts of the jungle.
Well, at least there's not like a opium field up here or something, so that's a little reassuring.
That kind of stuff is normally going to be on the lowlands. Well, actually, that's not true. They do that shit at high altitude all through Afghanistan. Never mind. Yeah,
Yep.
That's actually a good call.
Well, I mean, if Site C was close enough to something that could end up being an issue, then it would be our job to take care of that issue, or at least relay the information to the higher
relay
ups.
the information. We are not here to attack.
Yeah, defend
Might change the mission.
Octasil assets, property, or personal come under direct threat. Now, those orders do cover a little bit of ground. Like, you can interpret direct threat in a couple ways, so that's going to be up to you guys.
But yeah, but I think we'll hike back to Site C.
Yep.
Okay.
I forgot that Ras is a recon specialist too, so that's cool. We can both take point.
But yeah, this is definitely your kind of terrain, though.
Oh yeah, yes, no, I get it. But we have similar skill sets.
Yep.
Well, that's why I always pester. Like, I start sending emails like Tuesday or Wednesday. I'm like, who's in? Who's in? Who's in? That way I can usually, what's the word? Build the story around the characters that I know are going to be there or who aren't going to be there. This is the second story I've come up with this week. The first story dealt with nightclubs in Prague. But then when,
oh boy,
people weren't showing up because of holidays or Star Wars or whatever. That's totally fine. I'll just come up with something else and I'll put that other one on the back burner or whatever. I want to make sure who's in what story so that I can build a story based around, their skill sets, their interests, and so on.
Yeah, we're definitely not the nightclub crowd.
No, not really.
So yeah, hike back to Site C.
All right, as he's walking back towards C here, let me go ahead and roll a quick odds evens here.
You did all right.
they didn't bomb it.
Oh,
Yep.
okay. So you're saying that to Aaron, Rasmus?
Yep. Oh yeah.
He's like, thanks, man. I know you're trying to be nice. I'm not gonna lie, man. I took this job so I could stand in hotel lobbies wearing sunglasses. This is,
Well, the decomposed bodies are never nice.
you know, he, he's kind of talking too much now because he's too nervous. But he'll basically start to open up. He wanted to be a soldier. I should say, I wanted to be a soldier. Couldn't pass the physical, couldn't pass the psych eval. Then he tried to become a state trooper. That didn't work. Then he tried to become a local trooper, or local policeman. That didn't work. He can never quite get into uniform, for lack of a better phrase. It's tough. You know, my dad was with the 101st in Desert Storm, company commander, you know, full captain, and I don't know. I'm trying to live up to it, and it's just not. It's just not working out for me. What else can I say? He says, as you guys come out of the tree line and re-enter Site C.
Meanwhile, I've been poking around because not only did they not hear the gunfire, they didn't hear enough gunfire to kill multiple bodies.
Well, they probably weren't here.
I'm finding that very hard to believe.
Well, no, Jim's right. They probably weren't here.
If it was overnight and they don't stay here overnight, oh well.
Okay.
I mean, it sounds crazy,
I
but at the
will
same time,
report
if you were a civilian looking around this jungle, would you stay out here overnight?
No. Oh, of course not.
Yeah.
But no, I'll tell them. I'll go, oh, by the way, just so you know, I'll exaggerate, about 50 people were murdered.
50 people.
A couple hundred yards.
You exaggerate a little bit. They found like 2 bodies.
Hey, I want to scare the shit out of them.
They found
a
Auschwitz up
massacre.
on top of that hill. Good God.
Okay, I'll knock it down to 20. About 20 people got murdered about 100 yards outside of this camp. So, I don't know. Might want to keep your ears open for those rebels who don't want to mess with anything around here.
Okay, the word of that starts to spread throughout some of the local workers, and the local workers all get into a big argument, and they're basically leaving Site C.
Oh, goody.
So you just shut down Site C.
I try.
You started a panic.
Is there any way that we could curb this panic?
They're trying. The Exxon employees, the permanent employees that are there, like the foreman and his like 5 guys, but he's trying to control a mob of like 12. Well, not a mob, but he's trying to control like 12 to 20 local workers. And they're just like, no, man, we're leaving.
I try to convince them.
You gonna try a Braveheart speech in front of these people?
Well, no, tell them they were killed at night.
It's about all we got.
She might have gotten the numbers wrong.
All right, so who's making this roll? Who's standing up on top of the Jeep and trying to calm down the? Who's gonna try their?
Not me.
Who's gonna try a Jimmy Hoffa moment here?
I hate to say it, but Taki might have the best
Taki
stats.
started the problem. I think it's down to you.
Yeah,
by
and I
default.
can fix it.
I think it's down to Jax by default, man.
I'm gonna say, but that's why we're here, to make sure you guys are safe. So this is what you're gonna do. You're gonna establish this. You're gonna do this. You're gonna do that.
Charm plus convince. Target number 10.
All right. Hold on. Let me pull up my sheet.
Yeah, 3 dice.
I got 3 dice.
Oh,
No, I got 4 dice.
Wrong character. Sorry about that. Yes, 4 dice.
I got 4 dice.
Can I help?
4 dice. And I'll spend a grit.
There you go. Spend a grit.
See if I get any successes. 1. Only 1.
On top of the grid?
1, 2, 10. Yes, 1 on top of the grit. So a total of 2 successes.
All
I'm
right.
glad 1s don't take away, though. Otherwise, I'd be in the negative.
No, we don't play with that roll. All right. But they're not happy.
They shouldn't be. But I give them some perimeter checks and do this and this alert and this security this and all that kind of stuff that above board my character would know, but below board I got no clue on. Also, our 2 recon pals can tell them, best places to look and shit like that. So we give them a little security training.
All right. Meanwhile,
Got
the foreman
the
comes up to you, Jen or Taki, and says, "Look, you're here to do a job, and I get that. If you have security problems, you can either talk to me or you can talk to Marcel back at Site A1. Don't be, come on. We're trying to get a job done here. Okay? I shouldn't have to tell you that." And he goes back to try and calm down his guys a little bit more.
cut
I
out
think
back
it's good
the
you want-
jungle about 25 meters more.
All right, you're going back into the jungle?
No, I'm suggesting they cut down the jungle about 20 feet,
Oh, okay.
5 meters
Okay.
extra around the side.
Okay, so the foreman asked the assistant, they said, "Do we have a chainsaw in that truck?" He's like, "You bet your fucking ass we do." And it'll take them pretty much a day to cut down that many trees, but they got an extra can of gas in the back of that pickup. So they're going to start chopping down more trees.
Yeah, we're trying to keep them operating.
Cool. All right, you guys doing anything else here?
I think we've done enough.
All right.
Oh, we've done
Literally.
enough.
And once we are off-site, we might want to actually call up Gabrielle and relay the story to her as well.
Yeah,
All right,
agreed.
so
Okay.
cool. So you get on the radio when you get back to the Jeep. You're driving back towards Site A2, I'm assuming?
You have to go up to B.
Yep.
Well, yeah, but you're going to reach A2 first. All right, cool.
Yes.
So you're on the way to A2, and you're speaking with. So who's on the radio with Gabrielle or Knight, whatever. Who's
Well,
on
she
the
doesn't
So-
like me, so I'm going to suggest Ajax.
Yep.
I was gonna suggest that too. Let Taki focus on driving and keep Ras on or keep Sirius on the watch.
Okay, so you get her on the radio. This is Knight,
Miss-
over.
And this night, I go into, we just left Site C. These are the things we saw, and then I explained to her about the bodies and the
She said,
Complete
"Okay,
and utter lack of security.
I need you
Well-
to give me a fix on where those bodies are. I'm going to read you some coordinates, and you're going to go ahead and confirm if. Okay, so where are the bodies?
25 or 50 meters east of Site C, up on top of going up the side of the hill.
Okay, so you have a copy of the map in front of you, she asks?
Yes.
All right, so she reads off coordinates. She says, 715-816. Do you confirm that as the coordinates? And you're looking at the map, okay? And I won't make you make the roll, but you go ahead and do like your, perception plus tactics check or whatever, and you find
Yep.
that coordinate, and that coordinate is up here. Are those the coordinates where you found the bodies? Over.
Well, now I got to
Oh.
ask myself: do I lie or do I actually
No.
correct her over the radio? No, negative.
Okay, so tell me again where these bodies were. Over. You tell her again. She says, okay,
yes.
I got it now. She gives you another set of coordinates. 317 by 615, and it's like over here somewhere.
We might be better off just waiting and checking in with her when we get there.
I pretend to suddenly have some radio static and tell her that we'll be in contact.
All right,
I can't hear you.
Hold on. Do not break contact.
Why don't you just tell her that I'm above board saying what? Just tell her the coordinates on the map.
Well, he said he didn't want to correct her. Or are you yelling at Jax in character? I'm sorry.
I'm yelling at Jax.
Okay.
Tell her the goddamn coordinates.
I tell her the direct coordinates.
All right. It's 615-812 or something. She's like, okay, Roger that. Yeah, Roger that. She kind of signs off.
I'm-
Jax, this is Knight. I have another message for you. And then the next voice you hear over the radio is Taeyeon. And Taeyeon is picking up signal traffic, and he wants you guys to know about it.
Copy.
We are picking up signal traffic. I can't get a triangulation fix because I only have one location from where I can, get my bearings from, so I can't triangulate anything. But I do know that it's relatively close, like at least within 100 miles, and it is coming across. It's in code. I don't have the code books. I can't break my code. Or I don't have the materials with me to break the code. It's definitely encrypted. Not encrypted. It's in code. There's a difference. Sorry, it's in code. It's not encrypted. And it's in Mandarin. I thought you guys should know that.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
So, when
We-
Taki said the Chinese want the oil wells, she was right.
oh, I didn't argue with you on that one.
By the way, Taki is saying that as we're driving.
Well, luckily, because of the way a radio works, nobody on the other side of the radio hears that, but everyone in the Jeep kind of has a laugh. Or at least Aaron laughs.
So, can we now report a credible threat?
I would say we have two different confirmations of a credible threat.
Let's not do this over an open radio. Let's head to
Exactly.
site B, see what we see, and then head back.
So Aaron asked the question, do you guys think, because I want to know exactly how fucked I am, or how screwed we all are, do we think the Chinese are supplying arms and equipment to local warlords, or do we think there are actually Chinese regulars on this island?
That's a good question.
I
would think they would
I'm
start.
as screwed as I thought I was, because you guys
Yeah.
don't know either, and you guys were supposed to be the
No.
ones that know what's going on.
I would assume they would start with just sending a little money down to the warlords, but it depends on how bad they want this. Because, Americans sent in advisors, and she does use the air quotes, to Vietnam. They weren't soldiers. They were just advising on what to do. China could be doing the same thing here.
China
Yeah,
is
but
Mr. Burton.
China is helping its fellow communist rebels get rid of the evil blah blah yada yada whatever.
I was gonna say,
Oh, and if it happens to get us some oil wells,
I was gonna say goat butts against hedge and its horns become entangled, but I'll go with your version too. All right, so you guys get back to site A2. You guys are heading north to site B.
We might
Yes.
as well finish off our survey.
Okay. You guys get over to site B, and site B is already in a state of unrest. Well, not unrest. That's the wrong word. They're already agitated. When you guys get there, they're already cutting down trees.
What did Site C
Apparently-
call Site B?
Site C called somebody, and apparently now everyone's getting a little anxious. You
good
guys-
for them.
You guys stumbled across something, and you're not the only ones with a radio. And yeah, they're like, when they see you come, they're like, oh yes, right this way, please. Can I get you something? The foreman is like, as you can see, we're cutting down trees, and well, we started off at 10, and then we're going to go further. Like, he doesn't say meters, he says paces, because he's a construction guy. He's not super military badass. He's like, we're cutting trees down as far as we can. We got 10 yards so far. We're trying to get another 10 by before the sun goes down.
That's
Yes.
good.
Good job, excellent. And I know your people aren't security guys, but until we can get you some more help, can you maybe do some off-shift rotations for the rig workers to just sort of stroll and keep their eyes open?
Excuse me. We can walk around the outside of the tree line, but we're not going to go into that jungle.
No, I wouldn't ask you that. But just, keep your eyes open. It's harder for them to sneak up if people are looking.
And yeah, I think me and Ajax will do a perimeter walk here as well,
Yes.
especially looking at the part up towards
Rajapur village. Alright,
yeah.
so as you mentioned, National Port Village, one of the construction guys, not the foreman, like one of the basic, not a local,
Fronts.
he's an American, yeah, but one of the construction consultants. He's like, yeah, I've seen some of these some bitches coming down from up north. I don't trust those people up there. If there's gonna be some shit started, I'll bet you it's gonna be from those people up north. I keep warning everybody, but nobody listens to me.
I'd like to talk to him further. Like,
He's like
any
Texas guy. I
any-
mean, literally, he's seen
Well-
some people like, in the brush, and he's assuming that it's Mao Zedong and the Kuomintang army or something. Who knows?
Oh, so he's just exaggerating. Okay.
Well, who knows? I mean, he seems to be the only one super agitated or whatever.
Well, is there any specifics to anything? I mean, I'll listen to his ranting, and if there's anything specific that catches my ear, like, does he describe like any of the weapons that they're carrying? Does he describe like what they're wearing?
He's like, oh, I didn't see any of the dude. And then one of his buddies guy cuts things like, dude, relax, man. You saw him carrying a fishing pole. You're making it sound like it's a samurai sword. He's like, dude, y'all, I'll tell your mom you said that when we ship you home in like 50 little boxes. And they're having like a construction site kind of an argument.
Oh,
Yeah,
temple.
we'll pawn him off on Aaron, and then we'll do the
Yeah.
There you go.
Aaron, take a statement.
Take a
take a full report.
All right. As you guys start your reconnaissance, and then are you staying at the site, or are you coming with them this time, Jen? It's up to you.
Sorry.
So which is it?
I think she muted herself again. I think she was in a coughing fit.
Cool.
Sorry. Since these guys have local security pretty well handled, I'll go with the group.
Okay. All right. So you guys start heading north. One thing that Mr. Texas Rattlesnake might be a little off kilter. A few too many Budweisers in his report, so to speak. However, as you guys start to doing your little circumnavigation of Site B, you do see unmistakable foot traffic, or I should say footprints, tracks, and so on, heading north across that stream, heading north away from Site C, back toward that village.
That's a fairly large village from the map. It stretches quite a bit of a distance.
You won't know for sure until or if you get there.
That goes outside of the parameters of our mission.
But yeah, it is at least a mile from end to end. No, the scale is correct.
It's
Or,
a
if you
very
look at those
stretched out.
buildings, yeah, those buildings don't seem terribly tightly packed.
Well, I mean, it allows them to use two different sets of rivers to do things. I mean, it's got the one going to the north, and then it forks out, and then there's two sections of the village on each side of that river. So, I mean, I see why they've got it stretched out so far.
Right.
But that's a lot of ground to cover with only 3 people.
And like you said, our thing is direct. We have evidence of foot traffic between that village and the site. We need to ask this site's foreman if they have workers from that village. If not, then we have now direct evidence of that village doing recon around the site.
Yep.
Oh,
He says no. All my workers come from Momine. From Mominie, if I'm saying that correctly.
On the east side of the Site B, is there anything to see there, or is that the only thing?
Looking at notes here, not really.
Okay, silly question.
Yep.
Totally out of a movie, but in this place, somewhat correct. These villagers aren't going to have military-grade boots. However, military-supplied rebels or actual military personnel are going to have boots. What kind of tracks are we looking at?
You better ask one of the recon guys.
Yeah.
So
We'll have a look at the tracks.
All right.
I can't tell the tracks myself, but I know enough to know that about the world.
All right. So Go ahead and make your roll, Mr. Sirius.
Let's see, 4 successes.
These look like either sandals or straight out bare feet. Well, no, I'm sorry. Let me not be super generic here. Either sandals or like sneakers, cheap sneakers.
Okay.
Well, that
Okay.
confirms that
So
they're
odds
not
are-
military grade boots.
No, it's probably
Yeah.
civilian traffic. Then again, the insurgents are probably wearing those kind of shoes. But
Yeah.
as far as Chinese regulars, if they're even on this island, it wasn't them. The military wasn't there. It was
Well,
either
that's a good
civilians
sign.
or insurgents.
That's a good thing to know, at least here. Any sign of those vehicle tracks?
Nope.
I think we
Okay,
continue,
we continue
around
the
the perimeter.
perimeter.
It depends on how you guys are doing. Like 50 meters around the site. You're not going further up.
Well, if we go further up, we're going to get too close to that village, and I think that violates our mission parameters.
Okay,
so
cool. Yeah, if you guys don't want to go to the village, I just want to be sure that I know what you guys are looking for, because different areas you find different things.
Well, if we go to the village, then there potentially could be conflict, and then that would then.
Are you worried about violating the Prime Directive?
No, I'm worried about violating the mission parameters. Prime Directive sounds too much like RoboCop.
RoboCop or Star Trek? All right, it's
True, very true.
up to you guys. Cool. Yeah, that's really all you see. You see foot traffic heading north toward the village, or back and forth between the northern part of Site B and the southern part of the village.
Do Sirius and I see any other shell casings?
You're not finding any, no.
Okay.
Yeah, so should we go back to A1 and actually update Miss Knight, and or do we want to put eyeballs on the village?
I think we debrief, and then maybe that will change the mission parameters.
Yes.
All right, cool. So you guys are turning around and you head back down to Site A1. All right, Site A1 is in a bit of a state. So first thing, you guys drive your Jeep into the middle of the camp, and people are like running around. Obviously, they're not just building now. In fact, they're not building at all. They're cutting down trees. They're trying to board up windows. It's like they're getting ready for a storm. I mean, it doesn't sound terribly effective, but they don't know what else to do. But that's probably the best way I can describe it. It's like someone just told them a great big hurricane was about to hit, and they're running around, boarding up windows. They're cutting down branches. They're cutting down trees. They're trying to clear, additional, lines of something. I would say lines of fire, but they don't really have guns.
What the hell's going on?
Okay, well, again, you're literally in the middle of like a big group of people. So who's getting out of the Jeep and who's asking who what?
They're reacting to us would be my bet. I take the Jeep back to I let them offload and I drive the Jeep back to the motor pool.
All right, Mr. Motor Pool, who I didn't give a name to. I didn't expect him to be a big NPC. He is. Hey, you brought back my Jeep. Thanks very much.
So why'd I bring it back to a hornet's nest?
There's, you know what? The less I don't really know what's going on. People are very scared.
Oh. Okay. Well, thank you.
What, I would talk. I've been in here the whole time. I'm trying to get this place ready. They say that we might be under some kind of an attack soon. Nobody really knows. If anyone knows anything, it's probably in the admin building. Actually, I was hoping you guys would know something.
Well, unfortunately, we might. I think it might just be a good old-fashioned game of telephone. So,
if you hear anything, let me know. And he's like,
I'll keep you updated.
All right.
And
So I head over to the main admin building.
All Alright, go ahead,
admin
Rasmus.
building. Once we get unloaded from the car,
All right, cool. So
head
she's
to the
taking
admin
she's taking the
building.
jeep back to Motor T. Rasmus is heading to admin. What's or I should say, Sirius is heading to the admin building. What's Jackson doing?
Looking at Aaron real quick.
All right, Aaron.
What's
looking
Aaron
around,
doing?
He looks a little nervous. He's like, I was playing around before, but I really gotta find Marcel. I gotta find out what the hell's going on here.
I'm going with you.
Okay, cool. So you're gonna go talk to Marcel, who's in their tent. That's next to yours. Meanwhile, Rasmus is going to the admin building. We've already done Jen and Motor T. So first we'll do Sirius in the admin building. All right, cool. So you open up the admin building, Taeyeon and I almost called her Giselle. Gabrielle are in there, and they're Gabrielle is trying to talk on the phone. She's not being able to get through. She's like has like one finger in her ear. She's like yelling into a phone or whatever.
Anybody else in here?
Yeah, what's his name? Thomas Mayborn is in here. And some of his construction foremen.
I cast a saying logo at Gabrielle.
Okay, Gabrielle doesn't really notice you yet because she's like yelling into the phone and looking at a map. She's not angry. She's like literally trying to talk to somebody over a bad connection. She has like one finger in her ear. And Taeyeon is like trying to help her with the map. Like, no, these are these coordinates here. That's what's going on right now. This is where it's happening. You actually do catch
I'll walk over and knock on the desk in front of her.
Okay, she looks up. She's like, when did you get back? Hold on. Yeah, I'm still here, and I'm still waiting to talk. Look, I know it's a bag. Okay, so meanwhile, Taeyeon, while she's like trying to get connected on the phone, Taeyeon is like, I think someone's messing with the pipeline.
Whereabouts?
He says they're not sure yet, but the pressure sensors are here, and here. There's something wrong with their. Now, obviously, these wells are not up yet, and this pipeline is not up yet. They're trying to do some preliminary testing. What they do is they pump what they call bilge water through it, and they check for leaks. And there are pressure sensors along periodic parts of the pipeline to see, to make sure that, okay, we put, 50 psi through this, or whatever the psi. I don't know much about pipelines. X psi through here. Am I getting X psi at this point? Am I getting X psi minus whatever you lose just from distance?
Yes.
Here, and it's like, no, there's something missing here. Someone's either popping seals. It's not like they detonated or dynamited a huge hole in the pipeline, but someone's fucking with the pipeline. Because the pressures readings here, and here are like 1/20 of what they should be.
Well, okay, I'm not in there yet.
I look over on Mayburn. Is that correct or?
Yeah. There's look. I mean, we ran the test to look for leaks. It's not unusual to find leaks on the first bilge test. This is way too much. Yes, it's a new pipeline, and we can have cracks and leaks and whatever, and that's what this test is designed to detect. Somebody has opened up a valve somewhere. This is sabotage.
We might need the car again in a moment. We'll drive down there and try to find it. Try not to have any of your guys run down there straight away. We don't want to model up any tracks.
Oh yeah.
Well, there's also the option that
oil pipelines are at least 1,000 psi. Yeah, I said 50 psi. Like, no, that's what a tire is, or a bicycle tire, dude. It's probably a little more than that. I still said so. X psi is what they put through here. When they get here, they're expecting X. This is maybe X minus 1%, X minus 2%. They're getting like X times 50%, X minus, a lot. Like not only did somebody sabotage it, but they weren't terribly skillful in how they did it. Usually sabotage.
Well, there's two.
Usually sabotage tries to be done in such a way where it's not easily found right away. These guys popped a big old hole in something. And
This would lead me to believe
Taiwan is like, I wouldn't go down that road if I were you. The road follows the
wrap.
pipeline. Yeah, the Taiwan says that the road follows the pipeline. If you go down that road, you're going to run into insurgents because we have evidence that they're literally standing there right now.
Yes, so
It looks
we'll
like,
go cross country.
it looks like we're cut off, at least vehicle-wise.
So they came in from behind.
Apparently.
Yep.
Oh boy. Well, I don't know what's going on because I'm not in the admin tent. Sorry.
All right. Well, let's get to that scene. All right. So you're back in the other billet tent with Aaron. Okay, and they're gearing up. They're getting ready for a gun battle. They're like, Aaron,
What the
going
hell's going on?
What the hell's going on? You tell me. You guys drove out. This is Marcel. You guys drove out there, kicked over the mother of all hornets' nest, and took one of my guys. Who the fuck do you think you are, taking one of my people without even letting me know first? Now you guys are supposed to be the hot shit security guys, coming here. Well, guess what? One day after you arrive, this place goes to hell in a handbasket, and you steal one of my guys to do it. Don't ever take one of my personnel again. Like, do me a favor and get the fuck out of my tent. We have work to do. Aaron, come here and gear up. Time to earn your goddamn paycheck for a change. Piece of shit.
Oh, he's lucky I'm not there.
First of all, I'm here to pull your sorry ass out of the fire. And second of all,
here it comes.
if you talk to me like that one more time, and I'm going to knock your teeth down your throat.
Light him up.
I don't know who the hell you're talking to.
Rent a cop.
I start taking the rifle off my shoulder, cracking some knuckles.
Okay. Well, there are 4 of them in here, and there's only one of you. Although it might be 3 against 2, depending on who Aaron jumps in with. If it comes down to a battle royal, the only one that might be on your side could be Aaron. I doubt it, and even if he is, he ain't gonna be worth much. So I don't know how many dots you have in intimidation, but
I believe, do you want a dick measuring contest, or do you want to, I don't know, maybe, secure this place? Yeah, we're the ones who found the shit, you asshole. I'm not
Jen,
there, but
you're
that
not
would
there.
sort of be what I said.
Well,
First of all,
I'm not going to defend
hornet's
Marcel
nest.
by any stretch of the imagination, but in Marcel's quasi-defense, that's literally what he's trying to do. He's trying to gear up. And his last words to you were, get the hell out of my tent. I got you. We have work to do. Now, he was very, very impolite in how he said that, and he's being even less polite to his own person, or to his own employee.
So Marcel has no idea really what's going on, or he's not sharing anything.
He knows something's coming. He knows something is up, and he's desperately trying to get ready for it. We've been rolling this nonstop pretty much since the day started, so I'm not even going to worry about it right now. His anger / antipathy / just general belligerent attitude is, he's scared shitless.
I'll turn and leave the tent.
The only road out of here is cut. Okay, they've already started moving against the pipeline. There are going to be multiple targets hit in the next 15 to 10 to 15, maybe 20 minutes tops. Nobody knows where, and nobody's ready for it.
And this dickweed wants to blame me for that. All right, I'm gonna leave the tent and go to the admin building because
you personally is you literally shanghaied one of his employees.
And he didn't give me a chance to give him a reason why, but that's okay. I'll explain it later.
Oh no, I'm not defending him. I'm just this is literally his his thing or whatever.
Mm-hmm. No, I get it. He's justifiable in his anger.
But at the same time, that anger is is plastering over some cracks in his fear.
10-4. Well, obviously there's no information here in this tent, so I'm going to go to the admin building and figure out what the hell's going on.
Okay, so does the group meet up in the admin building?
Seems like it.
Well, it's either meet here or meet out in the mud puddle, or I don't think.
And Jen stepped away for a moment, so.
Okay. All right,
So we'll meet in the admin building.
We'll say that Ajax reaches the admin building first. Ajax walks into the admin building, or I say building, it's a construction trailer. The construction trailer, while Rasmus is still there talking with Taeyeon and Gabrielle. Although Gabrielle is kind of trying to have a one-sided conversation over the satellite phone, and not having the best success, it seems.
I'll warn Sirius the Macho Man has got his panties in a wad, so.
Randy Savage is back? How did he get here? Need a little excitement? Alright, that's his new name, Macho Man Randy Savage. I'm making it in my notes here. Marcel Bastiste, you have now been called Macho Man Randy Savage. Okay,
I think we're waiting for Gabrielle to get off the phone.
Gabrielle's on the phone. Okay, perception plus social observe, both of you please, whoever makes the most successes.
On an 8. 1 8.
2 successes.
Okay, so Rasmus is, or I should say Sirius is talking to, or waiting for a break in the conversation with Gabrielle and who she's talking to. She will drop a name. Yeah, she's actually on the phone right now with Scott Dellum. But again, it's a long distance call via satellite phone to Alexandria, Virginia, from here at the bottom of Indonesia. So yeah, the conversation's not the best. But she's just trying to figure like, what the hell, are you gonna pull us out of here or what? This threat is bigger, or seems to be bigger than the assets we have in place. We literally have a 3-person team here. We don't have the wherewithal, for this kind of a threat. What are our instructions? Gabrielle is desperately, almost pitiably out of her element. She is fucking terrified. In fact, okay, you know what? As she's sitting there talking with this person on the phone, you see like 2 or 3 broken pencils next to her hand, where she's been like, just trying to get some sort of help, or even not even help, just direction on the phone. Like, this is coming. It's too big for the 3 people we have in place, 5 at the outside. That's if you include Taeyeon and herself, which you really shouldn't. But maybe the 2 of them together make 1. So maybe you've got 4, real operators here, plus these, rent-a-cop, shipherds. This is not going to cut it. Do they want us out of here? Are you going to send us some help? I'm not supposed to be here, or whatever is the general, the general mood here. Okay. And and it's not like Scott Pelham, remember him, he's the nice guy. He's admin personnel. They're just having a tough time, communicating over this shitty connection. So that's what Rasmus is hearing with Gabrielle at the moment. All right. There's other conversations. It's becoming a very hectic and a very flurried kind of an office. Again, this is all taking place inside of a construction trailer. So there's like people, pushing shoulders by each other, elbows, trying to get around this big table or whatever. And Thomas Mayborn is also on the phone. Okay, except this is what Jackson hears. He hears Jackson talking to someone. You think maybe Thomas Mayborn can get us a helicopter ride out of here or something. He's talking to. It sounds like a kid.
Kid?
Yeah.
Like, is it his kid?
It seems like it. In fact, as you you don't want to obviously over eavesdrop or whatever, because then he'll stop talking. But as you take half a step closer and you kind of try to tone out the rest of the noise in the room. Yeah, this is a guy talking to 2 of his daughters. And we didn't really get to sink too deep into this plot line before we ran out of time, but yeah, he's like, don't worry, and then he'll finally say it, Daddy will be home soon.
What the hell did they get told? Jesus. They're doing their goodbye calls now.
Brun, we found evidence of military Chinese equipment. The pipeline with dead bodies. Now they're going to want not going to run a risk getting discovered for no reason, which means they were doing something that they didn't want people to find out about. Now they run this test on the pipeline, and they have overt evidence that it's been sabotaged in a not so subtle manner. Meaning they're not trying to sink it and have something go wrong once it starts working. They're like, bleep you, we're here, we dare you to come get us. Which means they're either trying to draw out the security force so they can come attack the compound, or they're saying, y'all are trapped, deal with it.
Or they're saying, we heard your radio conversation from the Jeep back to Site A1. We've been made. We have to make our move now.
Or that one.
Yeah, or that one.
More likely it was that one.
Big part of this might be your fault.
I totally thought about that after I said it over an open call.
I mean, to let Sigma Team or X Team 619 off the hook a little bit, this was going to happen eventually.
Yeah.
In fact,
we just moved the timetable.
If anything, it's better that it happens now because now the enemy is probably just as unprepared as you are or whatever. And when it did happen, it was going to come like a thunderbolt or whatever.
So we have established a credible threat to pipeline equipment and personnel.
Which we have authorization to engage now.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so so Thomas Mayborn says, okay, I really got to make another call now, sweetie. Okay, all right, click, all right. And then he hangs up. He turns around and he kind of sees you like looking at him, Jax.
I walk up to him.
All right.
What the hell's going on here?
So yeah, we've got movement, big time. People that we know from Momine or whatever, some of our employees, people who are local, people who know, like, you know, they know people from other families, they know people from other villages or whatever. They are spotting two very, very large groups of people under attack. We're not sure about what's going on, not yet for sure, but we've got at least one big group heading here to point C, to Site C, and we've got another one that's not attacking us, that's heading for this village. And of course, there's already the aforementioned problems along the pipeline. But they're not doing anything aggressive. They're just screwing with the pipeline.
Weren't we told that there were reinforcements out of or government assistance available from
Kota Bangai?
Yeah, Kota Bangai.
That's whenever they get here. That funding gets funneled to the Indonesian accounts. I'm sorry, it gets funneled to the Indonesian Interior Ministry from, you know, there's like 6 or 7 American banks. There's maybe one in Europe also, you know, funding this project or whatever. That escrow, it's a stage. Look, he's like getting nervous and flustered. He's like, look, no. Okay, we build the pipeline. Each stage of production that we get in the pipeline unlocks another payment out of the escrow. That escrow loan then goes into the Interior Ministry. The Interior Ministry is supposed to use that money to justify the reinforcement and the build-up of one of their Interior Ministry battalions here in Kota Bangai. So guess how incorrupt and efficient that's going. We're talking about the Indonesian, you know, right-wing government over in Jakarta. Okay, it's that this kind of deal always screws up, you know, in the best of times. We have to have environmental people out here. We have to have construction analysts out here. We have to have inspectors out here. And by now he's starting to ramble. Okay, but the basic point is no. Even if this whole project was running perfectly smoothly with the Indonesian government and the Interior Ministry, that battalion of actual infantry from the Interior Ministry would be in Kota Bangai like just now, and it takes like 6 months to get. A battalion is like 700 people, you know, 100 vehicles, ships, aircraft. It's a small army unit or whatever. It's going to cost millions of dollars to move them out here. That money comes from the banks that are making the subsidized loans to build this pipeline. Okay, the problem is, that loan, you don't get that all in a lump sum. It's an extra payment. This is how these big construction projects work. And long story short, take a shot. Um, that escrow money gets dumped. You meet stage 1, you get this much money. You get stage 2, you get this much money. That money then has to filter through the absolute goddamn train wreck that is the Indonesian Interior Ministry. You got everybody buying yachts for their first cousin and ne'er-do-well brothers-in-law, and none of that money's actually getting to the army. And the Indonesian,
As all Sitrep
army,
Indonesian viewers sign off.
Yeah, right. Yeah, all 0 of them. No, the government is messed up. Like I said, I've actually been on a project like this right here in South Florida. It was a nightmare. You can imagine what it's like in a somewhat corrupt government that has a hard time controlling its sovereign territory. It's going to be a year or 2 before that battalion gets in place. I think this issue is going to be decided before then, he says with a fatalistic chuckle.
So how many personnel do you have at Site C? This might be turning into a rescue mission.
Site B is already getting ready to abandon and come down to us. They've got 2 trucks. They can load up everybody in the trucks. Do a little bit of a clown car fire drill, but they can get down here. I'm trying not to have Site B just get overrun. Again, that group is not heading towards Site B. It's heading for this village. I don't know what they have against the people in that village, but they're going for the people in that village. Down here, the one that he's actually really worried about is Site C.
Oh, if what we encountered down there at Site C is what's heading their way right now, then you're either writing those people off, or we're going down to get them out of there before that place gets blown to hell.
Well, this is the okay. So now that Jen's back on the call, is everyone back in the everyone back in the admin building?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
The impression I got is they're not worried about the people. They got the people loaded in cars and coming to them at Site A1. But they're basically abandoning the oil wells at Site C.
Is Thomas Mayborn worried about the people at Dasherport Village? Absolutely not.
Yeah.
No, he's worried a little bit about the infrastructure at Site B, but that attack force isn't going for Site B. It's going for that village.
Which I don't care about that village.
The other attack force is going to Site C, and he's just said he's got the people evacuating Site C. So now their concern is the structures at Site C.
Yeah.
Yes?
That's the closest, that's the actual spot where the biggest oil wells are, Thomas says. That's where look at the map. That's where the pipeline starts. He's actually kind of pleading now. He's like, if that pipeline isn't set up by the end of the quarter, the subsidized loans that the Indonesian Department of Energy and Interior Ministry have with the aforementioned U.S. banks will go into default, and the Indonesian government's going to take a hit, perhaps crash. And this is not exactly a country that can sustain that kind of blow.
Yeah. So I guess we're going back to Site C.
Let's try to head them off.
All right. So, there's two bandit attacks going on right now. One towards Nasjapur Village, and there's one towards Site C. You guys can participate in one of them. Are we settled on Site C?
Yes.
Site C meets our mission parameters, so we're not here to defend a random Indonesian village. We're here to defend the oil pipeline.
Okay, cool.
This is true.
Okay,
we're not cops. We're not soldiers. We're private security.
All right, cool. That was a lot easier than I thought it was going to be, but no worries. We're going to Site C. Awesome.
Trust me. I'm not happy about it, but I'm doing it.
It goes against my heroic nature, but
yeah, there's nobody at Site C. Site C is literally your defending property.
Property,
Village is ExxonMobil property. Nasjapur Village is, several hundred, people.
I would love to.
One of them's being wiped off the map. The group gets to pick which. This is what we call character development.
Yeah.
Site C it is.
There you go.
Well, we have to
Some
follow our
cold-blooded son of bitches. No, there was a scene. You guys didn't get up to the village. There was a scene where you get into the village, you meet the people, or whatever. That obviously didn't happen. So yeah, no worries at all. Cool. Sightsee was definitely one of the options, and
We don't need to see the village to know that it's going to be a shit show. It's going to be something that they're going to make a TV movie of the week on, and I'll probably throw up when I watch it. But to be blunt, we're 3 people.
Yep.
Oh, no! If we would have went to Najapur village, it probably would have turned into the freaking Magnificent Seven for us. It'd just be the Magnificent Three.
Cool. All right, so you guys pick Site C. No worries. The plot literally divides in 2, so you guys aren't like screwing up the story or anything, by any means. Don't worry.
Though, can we send a runner or somebody in a jeep to the village to tell them to get the fuck out? Oh, pardon my language, Twitch.
There's no way that Thomas Mayborn has no. For him, it's no choice at all. I'm not sending a jeep up there. First of all, there's no road that leads there. The only road that leads there hooks to the north, and again, that's the one that's overrun by insurgents at the moment. So,
okay.
No, there's no way I could reach up there, and there's no way I would, even if I could. What vehicles I have are trying to protect my own people, either at Site C, evacuate Site D, or especially Site B, if Site B turns into an attack out of Nashapur Village after they get done doing what they're going to do up there.
All right. Well, we head to Site C.
All right, cool. So, all right. Now, meanwhile, Gabrielle's still trying to yell over the phone. She's starting to come apart a little bit. She's like now cursing. Will you get us some fucking help in here? Okay. And at that moment is when my boy Marcel bursts. I say bursts. Literally explodes. Well, not literally. But yeah, he kind of erupts back into the administration building. And he kind of jabs a finger up at Jax's face. He's like, where did you take my guy this time?
I didn't take your guy anywhere.
Shit.
And if you don't get your finger out of my chest, you're going to lose it.
Thomas is like yelling. He's like, guys, this is not the time for this shit. Marcel, get your people to finish the evacuation of B, A2, and D. Now let's go. He's like, I would love to, except I can't find all of my team. Aaron's disappeared again. I assume he was with this dickhead over here, pointing at Jax.
I left Aaron with you.
He's gone again. I thought he was back with you.
Oh, God. What did the hero do?
He always wanted to be a soldier. He's always been trying to live up to his dad.
He did not go to that damn village.
You know, that's exactly where he went.
You know, Storyteller, if you wanted us to go to the village, you could have just said you have to go to the village.
You do absolutely do not have to go to the village. The game. Hey, I'm not gonna for people on Twitch and people watch this later on YouTube. The game is written. I got the script right here in front of me. The game forks. You guys get a choice. They're both terrible. I'm not even gonna lie. There isn't a right choice. You have 2 shitty decisions. You are going to get friggin' hammered for either choice. As in, literally, dots are going to be stripped off your character sheet, okay? Either way. The dots are different compared on what choice you make. However, by the choice you make and the adversity that you choose to overcome is going to develop your characters in different directions. So pick the flavor of shit in order to pick the flavor of shine on the other end.
So how much is an American life worth?
Is an American which worth? Oh, right. Well, the American life in the couple hundred people in Nashapur Village. Or the mission.
Yeah, but Exxon only pays for that one life. That's well,
now,
directly employed by them.
Now, Thomas will also pipe up and say, look, I can see in your eyes what you guys are thinking about doing. Just bear in mind, if Site C goes down, that's a different kind of humanitarian disaster. That is the entire Indonesian economy.
The stability of the government.
Yeah. It won't be as focused, it won't be as immediate, but as far as a pure quotient of human suffering, I'm not trying to pretend like I work for Greenpeace here, but we're putting a lot of money into this country that this country desperately needs. Look outside. This is not exactly, you're not in Beverly Hills anymore. Now, all
Yeah,
that
but-
said, that is literally the character dialogue of Thomas. He's not Thomas Mayboard. He's not going to, he clearly has a dog in this fight.
Aaron is a big boy. He makes his own choices.
It is literally your decision. It is 50-50. There is no, I won't lie, there isn't a right answer. There isn't supposed to be.
Yeah, but we can't leave an American citizen to be butchered by podunk rebels.
Well, you're talking to the other two people on your team come from South Africa and Denmark. So,
Yo.
I mean, then comes the usual, why is an American life worth more than anyone else's?
Yeah.
No, I can't argue. That's the problem. I can't argue that point. I spit that out because that's what an American soldier would say.
Yeah.
He made his choice.
All right, so we have one vote for Site C.
Yes.
I don't like it, but that's the life we signed up for. Site C.
All right, we have 2 votes for Site C. All right, Tai Yon votes for National Port Village. He said, "I didn't flee the tyranny of North Korea to, let stuff like this happen."
He's right.
That's just his thing. Gabrielle will not vote yet because Gabrielle is still on the phone. So right now it's 2-1. We're waiting on Jax and we're waiting on Taki.
Why are we waiting on Jax? Jax said Site C.
Oh,
Jax
sorry.
and Rasmus said Site C.
Oh, that's right. So we
Yeah,
have 2 for that, and technically we have 1 for National Port Village so far.
Begrudgingly Site C, just to let you know.
All right, cool. Then that settles it, because even if Gabrielle voted for Site for National Port Village, it would be 2-3. And
I haven't said anything yet.
whoa, wait a minute. I'm all confused now.
Cirrus and Jax.
And Jax.
Sirius and Jax said Site C.
Oh, that's right. He already voted. He voted again. He said grudgingly.
I
said Are you trying
nothing.
to skew the election results by having your vote count twice?
I just wanted to reiterate that it was begrudgingly. I did not
Gotcha.
like the choice.
Sorry. Oh, neither choice is good.
It's a
See,
shit
this is
canvas no
where-
matter how you serve it.
Yeah.
This is where I have to
absolutely.
play my character and not me.
Exactly.
My character has a conscience of 4.
Well, there you go. That should answer your question right there.
Yeah, but I'm me.
Well, you're not there.
No, my character
Taki's
has a
there.
conscience of 4.
That's why they call it
She
a
was-
role-playing game.
My character has a conscience of 4. The job is the job. The mission is the mission.
Then again, this could be the beginning of your arc, or the cold, unfeeling, South African Special Forces operative becomes something more. I'm not trying to pressure or confuse the group. This is literal character.
Yeah, well, you're doing a damn good job of it.
You are not making it easy, damn it.
Allow me to steeple my fingers.
Could
Rasmus
we
had no
split
problem
up?
with this.
I'm trying to
Act-
think, because
act-
even if we split up, what
Actually-
the hell can I and Tai Young do in that village? Really? Really?
Hold on just a second. Time out. Ajax has got to change his mind. We got to go to that village. We cannot let innocents die because of corporate greed.
It's not even that. It's not that. Because they're right. This fails. A couple of things happen. This money stops going into the government, and even though barely any of it trickles to the people, it does trickle to the people. Odds are it is the Chinese who are bankrolling this, so then they get a foothold in this area. They're not going to be that much kinder to the natives. And we have to
They're not
honestly
going to be kinder to the natives.
And we have to honestly think, what can 3 people do? Defend a large, mile-long village full of people running around and screaming, or defend an empty site that's the size of my apartment?
All I can say is I have maps for both.
Yeah, I made my choice, and I'm
yeah.
sticking with my vote.
If we were our full team, I would say the village, because we have enough people to do something. I do not think 3 people can defend a mile-long village. I don't.
Well, before
We might save some people, but not a majority. And they could just detour around the village and head for Site B. If we make a big showing at the village, fine, we save the village. Now they're destroying Site B and Site C.
I could offer a third suggestion. We could just preemptively strike East Coda and just bomb the shit out of that place off the map with everything we've got.
We don't have bomb the shit out of place
You've
stuff.
got literally about 10 minutes.
Gabrielle didn't pack drone strikes in her suitcase. She packed a lot.
She packed everything
But I didn't
else,
take
but not
those.
the drone strike.
Nope, I'm going Site C.
Okay, so once again, we have Taki for Site C. We have Sirius for Site C. We have Taeyeon, I'll just put a Y here, for National Port Village. Did you are you going to switch your vote up to National Port Village, Jax?
Yes.
Ajax? All right, it's split. Looks like it's going to be up to Gabrielle. Which, I mean, she is technically the group leader. She is technically in charge. Drama. Yeah, that's right. There's drama. There's got to be some drama. Okay, so Gabrielle says, look, she finally, gets through a little bit. She puts down the satellite phone, and she's like, look, I did the best I could. They're gonna try and get help to us as fast as they possibly can. So she asked, she's heard the argument, kind of between you guys, or not argument, but the discussion between you guys as she was trying to talk to Pelham on the phone, and she asked you guys, have you made up your mind which way you're going?
That's a split decision.
Okay. Rasmus or Sirius, what do you say? She asks.
Side C.
Taki, you're actually with me for a change? You want to go to Site C? Gabrielle
Yeah.
asks.
Want to? No. Think
Absolutely,
it's the only thing we can do? Yes.
All right. Knight turns back to Jackson. You probably think of me as the lowest form of life on Earth right now, don't you?
I think difficult decisions have to be made, and sometimes those fall on those that don't want to have to make those decisions.
She takes your character by the elbow and kind of pulls you out of the trailer. She's like, I need to talk to you for a second outside.
Okay.
All right. So she goes right outside the trailer or whatever. She turns around and she kind of gets up in your face a little bit, but not in a hostile way. But she's like, tell me what the hell I should do right here. I mean, are you seriously expecting me to pick between the mission and 500 lives or so up there in that village? You guys literally had to come down to 4-on-4 or 2-on-2. I literally have to make the decision myself. I'm not supposed to be here. This is crazy that I'm even here. The only reason I'm here, and she kind of like stops. She kind of looks to the one side. Look, this isn't my thing. Okay, you guys have. I know you guys have been making fun of me and laughing at me ever since I got here. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I can barely, I barely hold my shit together here with 2 hands and a flashlight. Okay. Um, the thing is, I've always been an administrator. I'm not an operator. I'm not really supposed to be here. Okay, I'm not gonna lie to you. I didn't care about the hired help until I met Michael Easton. And I'm sure you guys have heard the gossip around the corridors or whatever. Um, I I came here because I wanted to earn some kind of respect of the more harder edged people in the company. I wanted his respect. I mean, if this relationship between him and okay, I should stop real quick. You guys remember who Michael Easton is, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, that was Alex's character's friend from
Episode 1.
Yeah. So there's a relationship going on there now. You guys walked in on some of it earlier. Ever since then, she's been trying to turn over a new leaf. She wants his respect, and she thought this was going to be the way to get it. So she volunteered to come along on this mission. Ever since then, she's been regretting that decision. Never more so than now. So she says, I know you think I'm incompetent, Jax. I know you think I'm cruel and heartless and cold. We were sent here to do a job.
You're right. We were sent here to do a job, but sometimes you got to listen to your heart. And if you're truly looking at gaining respect from Michael, you think letting 500 people get massacred is going to get his respect?
You're not making this easy for me, Jackson. You're not. No.
Leadership isn't about being easy. It's about making the tough choices.
Okay, this is the one thing I didn't expect to happen in the story, for it to come down to an NPC. I didn't want this to come
For
down
the storyteller to pick.
I didn't want this to come down to an NPC. This was supposed to be a group decision.
Hold on. I look at her, and if she's truly struggling having to make this decision,
Yes,
then
absolutely.
then Ajax will look at her and go, if the mission is the most important, then we go to Site C.
I think it is, and we're really running out of time.
Just you have to live with your decision, but we all have to live with that decision.
She thanks. She thanks. She thanks you for making it not easy, but possible. Thanks very much. I really appreciate it.
I'll go back in and tell everybody if you want.
No, I think I should be the one to do that. If I have to make the call, then I should be the one that gets remembered for it and suffer the consequences for it later. So, yeah, she goes back in the trailer and she says, let's get in the vehicle and head down to Site C.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, is everyone getting in the vehicle?
Yes.
All right, cool. Everyone bails off into the vehicle. The last 2 people pretty much in the trailer are going to be, well, everyone else is like running around doing something else, but the player characters all get in the vehicle. That includes Mr. Taeyong, who is not in agreement with the decision, obviously, but if nothing else, the guy knows how to take orders. So he's going to head down there. And then, yeah, it's just Jax and Gabrielle in the trailer for another second. She's like, look, I won't say anything about what happened or what almost happened when we get back. I just really appreciate you changing your mind. Or you didn't change your mind, I'm sorry. I really appreciate you helping me out at this moment. I appreciate it a whole lot.
My decision could cost me my job, so...
It won't. Is what's the point she was trying to make. In fact, she'll interrupt you and kind of like put, like, not, I don't want to get sappy about it. But no, she'll look you in the eye and she'll earnestly interrupt you and say it won't. And that's what I was trying to say. This isn't going into any. Well, first of all, you changed your mind. Well, you didn't change your mind, but you went with you voice your opinion and you're abiding by the group's decision anyway.
Yep.
Number one, and number two, even that's not gonna, Marcus is never gonna hear about that. All right, you have my word.
Thank you.
It's the absolute least I can do for you helping me through what was probably like. She won't say in this language, but her basic point is, you helped me through what's probably been like the worst 30 minutes of my life, and I'm not gonna. I'm gonna repay that any way I can.
Thank you.
Cool. So everyone gets into Mr. Jeep and hauls ass down to Site C. All right. Cool. Now I know what map to go to. Yay.
Bringing both rifles in the car.
Awesome. There's the village. And
Gabby, you got anything in that? I was going to say, before we left, I would say, Gabby, you got anything in that suitcase that could help us at Site C?
she's got her weapons. She did come with weapons, yeah. And of course, Taeyeon has plenty of weapons as well. But no, she has no like anti-tank rockets or grenade or bomb, And here's the construction site. Alright, so you guys arrive at the site. This is the site. Unlike the other 3 big battles at the end where you guys were started on the outside of the map and worked your way in, this time you start on the inside and the enemy comes in after you. You're going to be attacked probably from all sides. The question is, where do you guys want to set up at?
Where's the highest point?
Oh, see, this is the one thing I was actually kind of hoping, because the village, that sniper rifle was going to be worth a fuck all, because it's all jungle and there's not a lot of. However, that oil rig, it's a literal oil rig. You can get on top of that oil rig and see halfway to Kansas.
Especially after we had them clear out a nice shooting range.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, there's obviously construction vehicles, parked around. There's a couple of containers. There's one container that they've turned into a little bit of a desk, or not a desk, a little bit of an office. Yeah, well, you guys see the map. It's the scale as usual. So yeah, it's up to you guys to set up however you want, and then we'll start the last shootout of the game. Now that we know which shootout we're having.
Top of the oil rig.
All right. Let me zoom in so I can actually read these pieces here.
Ajax actually has a rifle this time.
Well, I'm going for the sniper rifle up there, the anti-material rifle. I brought 2 rifles this time.
All right.
And I'll bring both of them up with me.
I'm afraid if I
Just-
put you there, you don't want to let her see you, so we'll say that's the tallest part of the structure, so
Yes.
that we can actually see your playing piece. Yeah, you pretty much got commanding vision. There's almost nothing you're not going to see. Okay.
All the other two prong there too is Sirius can also call out
This is
as he's taking things out. He can be like, left side, right side.
zoomed in too much. Damn it! Come on,
And I'll-
catch up.
Place the assault rifle next to me.
Okay. Then of course
Get
we
set
have
up with
usual-
the sniper rifle.
Okay, we have the usual Ajax. Something happened to Taki's label here. Let me fix that in 2 seconds. Don't know what happened with that.
Wait, is
Do we have time
Gabrielle
to
actually
move?
fighting?
Yes.
Oh shit!
I was just going to say, that's why I was zooming in. We have Ajax, we have... Oh, come on, machine. Try this again.
Sorry, Jen, I didn't mean to talk over you.
No, that's okay.
I just saw her name down there. I didn't think she was actually. I thought she was staying back at A.
Taeyeon is in there. And there is Miss Knight.
And Jim likes killing people, so
Complete with blonde hair. So we got a 5-man team or a 5-person team. No bubblegum. Bubblegum's back at Harper's Ferry going, I'm glad I'm not alone for this shit. All right.
So, Jim, where did the security force come with us to Site C, or did they go after
No.
Aaron?
No, their job was to. Okay, so
Oh.
they can't find Aaron. They're pretty sure Aaron went up north. The other 3 are currently evacuating. Like I said, sites D, A2, and B.
Okay.
Honestly, they would be more of a liability in this battle than a help. So it's these 5 people. I mean, okay, 4 because we've already got Sirius set up. So Ajax, where are you going?
Put
Use your mouse so you can see the
me.
whole map. That's pretty much the whole map there.
Do we have time to move any of this equipment
Yes. You can move the vehicles.
to try and create a perimeter?
You cannot move the trailer. The trailers or the office buildings or anything like that. However, the vehicles can move. Yes. In game terms and also as far as functionality of the sheet, yes, the vehicles are movable.
Good call, Jim.
See if we could sort of funnel a path if they want to get to us.
I could try to go up front of the building and move that big truck to kind of wedge it between that.
Like this
wedge
lumber
it between
pile
the,
and these palm trees, something like this.
Yeah, something like that.
Cool. A little barricade. At least block the road.
Well, because you're basically blocking the road.
It could be useful. I mean, it's if the enemy has vehicles.
Well, we know down here that they had a big truck.
Yep.
So yeah, I guess I'll be at the front of the building.
Okay, so that
Can we move
Hold on.
the crane?
No, because the crane does not move.
Okay.
I mean, a good idea, but functionality as far as like the sheet as it's built, the crane does not move.
Okay.
Oh, for crying out loud. Come on, Mr. Knight. Nope, sorry. Ajax, you're at the front of the... I know your character still has a pistol here, but that was before I knew you were taking a rifle. But we know what your character's got. So, like, inside the building or at the front? Like okay, now that I know generally where you are, do you want to focus, like, where your character's going to be a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, is there an entrance to that main front section of the pumping station?
Yeah, you can see where the road kind of leads into it. So I'm assuming there's going to be some sort of a big doorway here, like vehicles can get in there. A big garage door, if nothing else.
Yeah, that's where I'll station myself.
Okay, let me to make the scrolling easier. Let me do a little quick Excel trick. All right, cool. All right, so you're taking shelter.
Is this site actively pumping oil?
No. They have to wait for the pipeline to be completed.
Well, they probably tapped the source, but they haven't actually started pumping.
Yeah, Jen wants.
I just had this vision of that bulldozer.
Jen wants to flood this thing with oil and light it on fire. I do have flame markers.
You don't actually need to flood it. You don't need to flood it. You just need like a 1-inch coating, and it will burn for hours.
Doesn't that defeat the purpose, though? We're supposed to protect the equipment, not damage it. If we were just going to come down here and blow the place up, we could go to the village.
There you go.
Burning the river won't burn the refinery.
Oh, good point. Good point.
Okay, so we got 3 more characters. Now Giselle and Tayon are well, Tayon is not. Tayon is like the brand new boot of the group, but Gabrielle is technically in command in huge air quotes. But again, she is going to defer to you guys. This is your thing. So she'll kind of go where the group decides would be the best place for her, because she's going to do her best, but again, she's not really an operator. This is going to be her first probably real firefight. And Tayo will, of course, listen to whatever you guys say. So pretty much, even though two of them are NPCs, you guys can pretty much place the three remaining characters. So Taki, and then the group can help decide where Knight and Taeyeon are going to go. And of course, you can move around any more of these vehicles.
I don't. Taki, do you want to be in a vehicle? That's a weapon in itself.
I just have a small machine gun and a couple of handguns.
Well, I'm not sitting. I'm not sitting in any different spot than you are. I got a small rifle and a handgun.
If you want my assault rifle, the heavy one.
He's got an assault carbine. Yeah.
I'm good with what I've got. I'm just saying that I'm not like, I'm not carrying around a fully automatic machine gun either, like Templar does.
Oh no one's got a saw. That's the one kind of regret. A saw would be really helpful here. Nice base of fire
So
up in that oil rig. That would probably be where the insurgents
I'm
start
gonna
their first mortar shell. Except, oh wait, I didn't say that out loud, did I?
You got to lead with that next time.
They never come in on the map. They just take us out without off-board artillery.
Well, yeah, if that was an actual army, that would probably be what they would do. But again, these are pretty much yahoos.
Okay.
Warlords.
I am going to be on. Let's see. We've got Rasmus in the center of the roof.
Yep. And so far,
We've got
Ajax to the northeast.
Ajax between the refinery and the semi.
Yep. To the northeast.
So
There's just so much land to cover.
I would like to move that pickup truck
Okay.
in the northwest behind the red trailer. And I will be posted on top of the red trailer. But I can easily jump down into the truck.
Cool.
Do you see
So
what I'm
you
saying?
probably want the pickup truck pointing the other way.
Yeah.
All right. You want to reverse the trailer or the truck? Ah! Damn you, Excel. Like something like that. Alright, I don't know if we lost Jen again, but
No, I'm here. Sorry.
so something like
I was
that.
coughing, so I closed the
So
sound.
something like that.
Yep.
Alright, cool.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Before I did that, I would have moved that bulldozer
Yep.
and the other car to sort of block that driveway.
Block the driveway. Like this one here to the
Block
south.
this. Yeah.
Alright, and then where do you want to put that car?
Oh no, I was gonna move it.
I'm listening.
Yeah, that'll work.
Alright, so where do you want
No,
to
that'll work. I was thinking of putting them like nose to nose between the two trailers.
between the two trailers? Like that?
The blue trailer,
Between
the blue
the-
trailer and the red.
Between the red trailer and
Oh,
the trailer.
gotcha. Okay.
Put the two vehicles nose to nose to try and make that a non
Alright, you guys
passable
wanna do that
area.
instead?
or yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll do whatever you guys want. I just don't understand what you guys are talking about sometimes. All right.
We may want to move that other front end loader to block the road coming in from behind. I mean, if they're coming in from all sides,
You're talking about way down here in the south?
yeah.
And we got the big digger next to the.
Yep, we got a little bulldozer back here. Or not really a bulldozer. Yeah, big scoop.
Yeah, I mean, we could kind of butt them together as well, or
Nah, there's not enough room. I think we can. That's fine there.
yeah.
Like
I mean,
And maybe place the knight and in the office building, the office trailer.
Okay.
Unless there's a more secure place to stake her.
Cool.
My other option would be to stake her up with Ajax in the main building there, and have our North Korean friend cover us in the office building.
Yeah, he's gonna either suggest either here or somewhere in there because right now it looks like you guys
Yep.
have Ajax this arc covered, Taki this arc covered, Knight this arc covered. The only arc that's not really covered is this one to the southeast.
Yep.
So at least a little bit. And then of course Sirius is in the middle. He can kind of look at all the arcs. Cool. So he'll pop up and he'll actually get into this little crane, so you get a great position. He's a little obvious, but by kind of using the infrastructure of the crane itself, he can actually use it as a kind of cover.
Yeah, I like the fact that I could use the building as a little bit of cover as well.
Oh yeah, everyone's under some kind of cover. Um, so Knight will come in here. She'll go up the stairs and she'll go into the construction trailer. She'll be like, okay, this is a trailer. Bulls are going to go through this like a hot knife through butter. So what she'll take position behind is where there's like an air conditioner. The air conditioner will stop some fire. So now she's got at least some kind of protection.
Yeah. Or maybe put her in the. Is that a building
This big one here.
part of the?
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is a big brick shithouse of a building. The problem is she
That's
won't
not.
see anything because she has no line of sight past this construction trailer.
Yeah.
So I'll tell you what, she's got an eye on that building as a fallback position. That's for sure.
Well, if all hell breaks loose coming in from the rear, she can fall back into that building.
Yeah.
Same with Taki.
Rear being the south, there really isn't a rear here.
Well, well, if you're looking,
The rare scene from Ajax's point of view.
yeah,
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
the rear from my point, yeah, you're right, exactly, serious.
That's like 3/4 of the map, but cool. All right. Cool. All right. Any last preparations? Any last words? Any last changes? Everyone happy with what the vehicles are?
Move the sight and everything to the sniper rifle.
Move the sight to everything. I'm sorry, what now?
Yeah. Move the laser sight, scope,
Gotcha.
etc. to
Yeah,
the
okay, yeah.
sniper rifle.
Where did I put that D12? Okay, there it is. All right, this obviously is the last big battle of the game. I was hoping to get wrapped up by 7, then I became 8. I'm definitely going to try and get this done by 9. I'm going to take a 2, maybe 30-second break to get something to drink. I'll be right back, and then we'll hit this and we'll wrap up. Everyone sound okay with that?
Sound okay to me.
All right, cool. I'll be right back in about, again, 30 seconds or so.
He never did come up with that on hold music.
Well, probably need to pay royalties of it, so.
I was saying you still have to work on that on-hold music when the stream pauses.
Oh, gotcha. All right. Yeah, this mic picks up a lot. All right, awesome. So, cool. All right, let's get started. All right, now.
Wait! I see a tank down there.
No, you didn't. Oh, this is just like my general pool of vehicles.
Okay, you're scaring me there.
There's not going to be a tractor trailer coming in, convoy style, crash the gate doing 98. Oh, you're talking about this little thing? No, he's not coming on the table. Come on, it's all good.
We'd have to abandon ship if there was a tank coming down the road.
You guys do not have either the weapons or the skills to deal with that yet. I would not do that yet. Alright, so webcam up. Alright, the first group on the clock ray method. It's coming in at 3 o'clock. See, even the storyteller doesn't know what's going on. There's got to be a fast way to do this. Alright, so there is the first group. Second group, again, clock ray method. Come out with Mr. Webcam. 12, straight out of the north.
Oh, great.
You picked the good part of town there, Mr. Jax.
3 o'clock and 12 o'clock.
They're fun stuff.
The fireworks are about to start happening.
Okay, third group, webcam. If this comes out to where it's like there's literally one in each direction, I'm going to be a little upset. 7 o'clock, we're on track for that. God damn it.
It makes sense to come in from all sides.
Hey, look at it this way. Now, Gabrielle's got something to do.
Well, especially if they have intel on like a number of people defending the place.
Last but not least, this is the fourth and last group. 11 o'clock. All right, cool. It wasn't quite. Wasn't quite even, which is good. I don't want it to be even. I just went too far again. All right, cool. Rasmus, you see all that. So you've got 4 guys here, 4 guys here, 4 guys here, and 4 guys here. 12, 11,
Yep.
3, and 7 o'clock.
So it's time to call out some bogey directions.
Okay, cool. So you call it out. Everyone now knows it. So everyone's first action is either Sirius calling it out or everyone else listening to Sirius call it out. Okay, and taking aim. Everyone's second action, they're just coming towards you. They don't really know where you guys are. You guys are all uncovered. They don't see any of you yet, so your first action is pretty much going to be free.
Ooh.
Yeah, so yeah, go ahead and light somebody up.
Hey,
Who wants to go first?
I'll go first. I
Here you
mean,
go.
In this situation, we gotta let Sirius go first.
we look at the front one of the ones down by Miss Knight,
Okay.
and if it's unopposed, I'll put everything into damage.
All right, cool. Well, it's unopposed as he comes out of this tree line. So before that, he's got cover from the trees. But as he comes out of the tree line, make sure you're not shooting past that big smokestack. No, you got it, barely. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you got a line of sight on him.
You gotta come up with some kind of.
You have like the definition of long-range weapons, so there's no penalty for that. Oh God, you put a 50 caliber round through the guy at this range.
Ras, you
Everyone-
got to come up with some kind of biblical theme when you shoot somebody like this.
I hope everyone brought your ponchos. The first 3 rows may get wet. All right, here it
Yep.
comes.
We'll just use the automatic hits I get from the bipod.
Right. Yeah, so the bipod and scope and laser sight add up to 1 cumulative automatic hit. You get that automatic hit. And then after that, you put everything into damage. So that is, I don't remember how many weapons or how many dice you start with. Sniper specifically, you have to be able to do this, which you have Dotson Sniper, obviously. Dex per Sniper is 6. Very large sniper rifle. Has a rating of 5, so now it becomes 11. That's 11 dice in your pool. Minus nothing from him because he gets no successes. Obviously, he doesn't get a roll. That's going to be a grand total of. Why do I have 2 ratings there?
Got damage. Damage plus 10.
Yeah, damage is plus 10. Give me 2 seconds here.
You know you are violating the Geneva Convention rules, right?
Oh,
Technically,
oh
that's
yes.
true,
But
yeah, well.
I mean, we're private mercenaries now.
It's rate
So
of
it doesn't
fire.
matter.
Okay. I'll have to fix that. That's a rate of fire. I have 2 columns that say rating. Sorry about that. The
Okay.
second rating should be you get 1 shot per action with that. Obviously, it's not an automatic
Yep.
weapon. All right, cool. So yeah, it's going to be 11 successes, which becomes 22 dice of damage. Wait. 22 dice of damage from your successes, plus 10 from the size of the weapon. 32 dice of damage. The guy's a basic insurgent. He only has a stamina of 2, so 30 just for fun. I don't suggest we do this every time. But 32 dice of damage. That's 11 times 2 is 22, plus 10 for the weapon. 32 dice of damage against a 5.
I think that's insta-kill.
Yes. Even if he gets only average successes, he's going to get more than enough to kill this guy twice. Because target number is a 5. He's going to get 60%. 60% of 32 is like 18 successes.
I just want to hear him roll 32 dice.
I'm not suggesting we do this every time. Also, the enemy's going to know he's there. He's not going to get another uncontested shot. But just for fun, did you want to roll 32
23.
dice? 23. You literally killed him 2.5 times. So, okay, 1 level of damage, 2, 3, 4, 5.
That's
he
awesome.
Dies at 10. We start over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He dies again at 20, and then after he's already been killed twice, he's now he's moderately bleeding. What'd you say?
Wouldn't
Moderately.
that constitute him blowing
So his
him
ghost
in
is
half?
moderately bleeding?
Yes. His ghost is no. He's dead. His son is dead. His grandson is now moderately bleeding.
Oh, okay.
He shot through 3 generations of his family tree.
Wouldn't that gun technically go through him and the shot go through him and hit the other dude?
I don't know if it would hit, but it definitely went through him. That's for sure. I mean, the guy dies at 10. The other 13 damage blow, out some trees and put a crater somewhere in the dirt or something like that.
You just scared the bejesus out of that entire unit of people.
Yeah, these guys probably have to make a morale check now.
They're wearing their brown pants, I hope.
Hopefully.
If blood were brown, we'd all have medals. Okay, so to wrap up this southern flank real quick, because these guys are getting all kinds of bad news.
They just watched some dude get blown in half.
Yeah, probably. Well, if he took a headshot, and it's up to Rasmus, if he took a headshot, the head's gone. If he aimed for the trunk, yeah, he may have bodily blown him in half. To be perfectly
Yeah, I think it could be more fun to actually put it in his belly.
There you go.
Do it well.
So you blew him in thirds. There's the top third, there's the bottom third, and then there's that middle third that just isn't there anymore. It's
A fine mist.
There you go. Boom. Okay, webcam time. Gabrielle does her thing. Come on, Gabrielle. She has the 2 red dice. The one insurgent has the 1 purple dice. Gabrielle has been hit. She opened fire. They fired back, and actually, Gabrielle, even though she had 2 dice to the enemy's. Oh, what am I doing? I'm totally misreading this. Sorry, guys. 8 and 6 to 1. I totally read that backwards. Sorry, Gabrielle is not hit. In fact, Gabrielle takes out the second guy. Pop, pop, pop. Okay.
Sweet.
Now, over here to Taeyeon says, oh shit, the hell's going on? He is going to take, for him and his little, I can't remember what the hell they call it. It's like the QS-92 or something. It's the Chinese version of the AK-74. For him, that's going to be a long-range shot. So he's going to go down from 2 dice to 1 dice. This is a one-sided roll. The enemy cannot hit him back because if it was a long-range shot for him, it's a long-range shot for them, and they basically don't know where he is. So here we go. Super shorthand. Like I said, red is always the good guys. He got another shot. He got another kill. Jesus Christ, you guys wiped out the Southern Fire team already, almost. This guy's definitely making a morale check. All right, that takes care of these 3 people in the south. Up here in the north, we have Taki. All right, Taki, because you're on top of that container, you can see over these trees and see these guys as they're making their way this way. Or did you want to move or do something else?
I have no concept of distance. Can I throw a grenade that far?
Grenade range is usually considered like 30 feet. I think that's a little long for a grenade throw. It would definitely be at some penalties. If you lobbed it over those trees, which you would have to do anyway,
Yeah.
it would be a tough roll. Theoretically possible, but it would be penalties.
I'm gonna do it.
All right. We have strength plus dex, agility. It's a bodily attack. So agility plus we have a grenade skill, 3 dice.
Come on, dexterity, please.
Agility plus agility plus grenade. Normally target numbers is 6. This is an extreme range shot. Make it an 8.
Spending a grit.
There you go. Second grit.
And let's roll the dice. 3 dice against an 8. Come on, baby. I shit you not, I got an 8 and a 9.
All right, cool. It landed wherever you wanted
So that's
to.
total of.
Oh no.
She's coughing.
Yep.
The cough came back.
No worries. I gotta get my little
Sorry.
marker here.
So I got 3 successes.
All right, cool.
Love it. Right in the middle of them.
That's what I figured. Yeah, I put it right there in the middle. All right, grenade rules. Super fast.
I doubt it's going to kill any of them, but it'll fuck up their day.
It'll wound all of them. That's probably what's going to happen.
Yeah. Which is good. I'm good with that. I'm fine with that.
Okay, so I'm looking at grenade AT, grenade at 4. Cool. So 4 -1 accuracy because it's a thrown weapon. It's a short range weapon, but you made the roll. So you got a total of 3 total successes with the grit point. With that -1, we're going to knock that down to 2, and then it does 4 bonus from the blast. And then this affects everyone in the blast radius. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 2 net successes after the -1 penalty. Alright.
Well, this would have been the best time to use the grenade anyway.
Looks like it. Well, she also got a monster roll, so I think this fire team is also in big trouble.
I was very lucky.
Yeah.
It's probably going to be my only good roll.
Don't say that. We need like at least one more.
The problem is not the problem, but the issue is I got to roll for 4 different guys here. Alright, so I'm just going to write this down. I know how much damage they all took. None of them are wearing body armor. These guys are kind of, they're your usual, insurgents. 2 in stamina most of the time, 2+2 in the attack dice pool, and no body armor. So their one chance against you is literally numbers. Yeah, none of them are dead, but all of them are pretty badly wounded to one degree or another. You can't really tell right now because you're looking through the trees, but I have it recorded. I have it written down here on my little sheet. Okay.
That was my goal. I could do more damage that way than shooting one of them.
Okay, next we go here to Ajax. Ajax, I'm not sure if you have line of sight on anybody yet.
Doesn't look like it, but I can move to that debris pile, correct?
Yep.
I think I'm going to try to, since Sirius called out where the bogeys were, I'm going to try to
you know
kind
where
of
they
lay
are.
in
You
wait.
just couldn't see them where they are at the moment. So do you move up to that debris pile? Is that as far as you want to go, or do you want to go to this tree line? I mean, wherever you wanted to move within reason.
I'd like to stay near the debris pile, so if I can fall back, I can fall back into the building.
Yeah, I'm not going to break out the ruler here. It's super late. I'm trying to wrap up this game in the next hour or so. And there's, spoiler alert, there's more coming. Yeah,
I knew that.
This was the first wave.
This is just wave 1.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. All right, that's everyone's first action, right? All right, here come the enemy.
Yep.
The only dilemma that I have is the fact that I didn't know which way the Taeyong was turned. So we basically turned our backs to the guys at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, I kind of can I admit above board I forgot about them.
Oh, did you?
I totally did. I was like, these southern guys are getting wiped out. What the hell? I forgot about this whole fire team out that way. All right, here they go. It doesn't look like all 3 of them are going to have line of fire because this guy could only move so far. Again, I'm going to be a little informal with the movement rules on this one. But where they were and where they are, and if they want to take a shot right now, it's going to be tough. So I'm going to do this again in shorthand. In order to get a hit on my boy here, it's going to be tough. However, there's 3 of them shooting, and there's only one of Taeyong here. Am I saying his name right again? Taeyong. Yes, I am. All right.
Taeyong, I believe, is what you... Shin Taeyong?
Yep. Shin like the shins he's about to get kicked in. All right, purple for him. All right, he get close. That bullet came close to hitting him. That bullet came close to hitting him. This bullet came damn close to hitting him. We got 2 9s there. Let me turn that around for the webcam. But again, a tie is always a miss in this game. So he is under a hell of a lot of fire. He's pretty much pinned down, and he's like yelling into his mic, "I got contact east! Contact east! Oh shit!" And there's like sparks picking off of all those beams and that sky crane there. But so far he's okay physically. He's a little rattled at the moment because again, he really should be at least hit, if not killed. But so far he's doing okay. Okay, we got this one guy left here. He's definitely not advancing. He is definitely not advancing. He's going to pull back into these trees a little bit. He's hoping to get out of line of sight of Sirius. And he's going to go ahead and try and take a shot at my girl Gabrielle in there. Alright, so turn on Mr. Webcam again. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to play a little bootleg force on force here.
Oh, you have music that you can play?
Oh, no, I'm at game. I'm sorry, that's not what I meant by play the bootleg. I'm going to steal a rule set from a
game called Force and Force.
From another game.
Ah, okay.
Which I am epically failing at the moment because I can't find my dice. Okay, oh, I forgot I have wireless headphones now. Oh, you know what happened? I put away all my D4s. I'm sorry, all my D8s when I got these awesome D4s from Damon. Give me 2 seconds, guys. I gotta try and find something here. I'm gonna try this for about 2 more minutes, and then I'm gonna give up because I don't want this to hold up the whole show.
I can pull out a D8 if you want.
I've got tons of them. I'm just completely spazzing out on my location check here. Are you kidding me right now? Alright, that's good enough. It's kind of an ugly color, but that's fine. Alright. D8 for the enemy and D6 for... I'm sorry, D8 for the enemy, D10 for Gabrielle. Alright, Gabrielle dodges that one with no problem. Gabrielle reports over the mic that she's taking fire, but it's not a problem at the moment. She beat him 10-6. So she's under fire, but she's got everything under control for the moment. Now we've got these four. These four here are going to do first aid checks on themselves. First four.
Is that other fire team continuing forward, or are they going to go over and try and help their friends?
That guy. Oh, I'm not showing the webcam. Sorry. Trying to do too many things at once. Okay, so that was the second first aid check. That's the first guy's first aid check. 2, 4, third and fourth. 2 and 4. But again, the first success does not give you back a level. The first success only stabilizes the wound. So that was 2 and 4. That becomes 1 and 3. Okay, then the next guy got 2 successes, which becomes 1 wound level. And this guy got 2 successes, that becomes 1 wound level. I have their new wound levels recorded. Okay, and that was this fire team. This fire team is heading for you, Mr. Brun. All right, Mr. Brun. Only 3 of them are going to get a shot at you at the moment. What we're looking at here is 3 rolls, and do keep them separate. Don't combine them all into one big success pile. 3 rolls of you are sitting still at the moment, so it's going to be cover, agility plus cover concealment. Looks like you have 4 dice in that, so roll that 3 times because you're trying to dodge 3 groups of fire. I will take a shot and drink to your memory.
Target number of 6.
Yep.
First roll 1 success. Second roll 2 successes. Third roll 1 success.
All right, cool. So I got those written down. Opening up the Mr. Webcam here for real this time. All right. Now, the enemy's got 2 plus 2. Assault rifle is 1. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and take 2 dice off for cover. 1 dice off for cover. So now it's down to 4. So they're going to try and do this 3 times. Their target numbers is 6. For the first one, against which you rolled 1 success, they got 0 successes. So you won that one by 1. The first guy missed you. Second one, against which you rolled 2 successes. He got 2 successes. 2 minus 2 equals 0. That's a tie. That's considered a miss. That one came close. Third one, against which you rolled 1 success and cover and concealment. You lucky bastard. Look at that. No hits on that one. Alright, so all 3 guys are firing at you. Your cover is rapidly disintegrating. There's quite a bit of metal in the air around you. I would say you're pinned down at the moment. I wouldn't try to move. Moving might be a bad thing. For now, for now you're okay. You actually didn't get hit. And that's going to complete everybody's...
That was very close.
That's going to complete everybody's first move. Okay, so we go back. We start back at the top of the order with Rasmus. Rasmus, sir, what are you doing?
The front guy on the 3 o'clock group.
All right. So,
And this time I don't think I can put everything into to damage.
yeah, he's going to get a roll. So it depends on how much you want to put into it. But again, every dice that you reserve off of your damage roll, you get to offer you to hit roll.
Let's see. What is my to hit roll pool with the new weapon?
it is rating +5. I may have to start knocking those down a little bit. Well, then again, you are a sniper in a perfect position. If there was ever a sniper moment, it would be this one. So it's
So
11.
11.
So
We'll do remove
dex,
1.
3 dex, 3 sniper, and 1 in. Sorry.
6 and 5.
Yeah. And 5 in the rating of the weapon becomes a total of 3. 3 and 5 is 11. Yeah.
Yep. So I'll roll 10 dice.
Okay.
1 auto success. Oh yeah. What do I get from the bipod and the scope?
Like I said, that all that together gives you 1 success. Automatic
1 success.
Yeah. Not a roll.
Any dice?
No, just 1 automatic success.
Okay, I thought the scope gave 2 extra dice.
It was at first, but we kind of took that out because those modifiers were becoming too cumulative.
Okay, yeah. So
Now the enemy knows you're there. He's gonna have his dexterity. I'm sorry, his agility plus cover and concealment because he's got cover. Speaking of which, he's got
7 successes.
2 dice in cover. I don't think he has 7 dice. He has exactly 7 dice. If all of these come up successes, you still beat him because you have 1 automatic success because of that scope. So here is. He has to roll all successes, and even if that happens, he still gets blown up. And he does not. He gets 1, 2, 3 successes. You got 7, so you got 4 plus 1 for the scope. That gives you 5 successes. You reserved 1. 5. You reserved 1. So that gives you 2 damage points, and the damage or the weapon does 10. You're rolling 17 dice of damage.
Roll well, my friend. Roll well.
Target number 6.
8 on the first 10, and
He's already in shock.
3 more.
All right, that's 11. He is killed, unsurprisingly. But at least now you have to work for it.
Well, you put instead of blowing him in half, you just put a big hole in him.
Yeah, now of course I'm only shooting at his helmet or whatever. Because
shooting at his web gear.
oh yeah.
Cool. All right, so now we'll go back down here to the south. All right, Gabrielle versus the enemy again. D6 versus or D10 versus D8. We're doing the shorthand. 8 to 5. Okay, he's now hit, but not killed yet. You're very annoying, Mr. Keyboard. There we go. Okay, and Tyone is like, oh shit. He's going to displace a little bit. He's going to try and take a shot at number 2. Webcam. 8 to 8. He missed.
Oh.
Alright, that takes care of the 3 people in the south. Well, center and 2 people in the south. We're back up here to Taki. Taki, what are you up to? That enemy group you threw the grenade at, you know it landed well. You know it wounded everyone. You heard a bunch of people yelling, and that squad has not moved since. So, spoilers, they used their first action to do first aid on themselves.
I don't have another grenade, do I? That's 1 per grenade, right?
Yep.
Okay. Can I shoot them from my position, or do I need to relocate to hit them?
You can shoot them, because again, you're on elevated position, but you'll be shooting through some of that brush. So, it'll just be a penalty. Or more to the point, I'll give them a bonus on their cover.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go ahead and take a shot.
Alright, cool. So that's Dex plus fire, or Dex plus, you're using the SMG?
Yeah.
Okay, SMG medium. You have to take 1 off the roll because it's firing pistol ammunition. It's an inherently inaccurate weapon. So, SMG of 1 plus Dex of 4 plus 3 equals 4. It's knocked down to 3. Yeah, 3 dice.
Okay. Told you, I'm not a gun-heavy girl.
No, not at all.
Actually, though, I got 3
This
successes.
is a long range shot for an SMG, so yeah, don't worry about it. All right, now he's got 2 in dex, 2 in, or excuse me, 2 in agility, 2 in technical. I'm gonna add 1 for his cover. 5 total dice. Webcam time. 1, 2, 3. He did miss.
No
I
hit.
should say you did miss.
Okay.
Okay.
Next time, more grenades.
Rolling over here to Jax. Alright, Jax, you got all kinds of friends up there to the northwest.
Moving would be bad, so I'm
Moving's
assuming
basically
that.
impossible. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
more or less pinned down.
So then return fire on. If you count from where you're at, those 2 guys are probably more covered.
They all shot at you, so you can see them all. They all have some cover. The one guy you can't really see is this guy that was behind.
And I'll take a shot at the lead guy then.
All right, cool. Now.
Or you could run for the semi-truck and try and drive over them.
I can't move. I'm pinned down.
It's tough to move right now when 3 guys are. One guy came within 1, and 1 guy got exactly on the number. Yeah, it's moving would be a bad idea. And
I do call out over the mic. Okay. I could use some cover fire at 12 o'clock.
Sirius, where are you?
Call down the thunder.
All right, so I'm looking at. Okay, this is the first time you've used an assault rifle, so let's do it right. You have 3 in dex, 2 in rifle, so that gives you a 5 pool to start with.
Yep.
Assault carbine is fine on now. Do you want to take more than 1 shot? This is an
no.
Weapon. Okay.
No, I'm going to take 1 shot at the lead guy.
So that's going to be 5 dice.
Three successes.
All right, and the enemy got one success. You hit him for 2. So the damage code of this weapon is +2. So you got 2, 6. No,
+5.
I'm looking at the wrong weapon. Sorry. Yeah, +5.
+5.
5 for the weapon and 2 for your net successes. That's 7 dice total. Target number of 5. That's the stamina +3.
Four successes.
Okay. He is down to broken bone, -2.
To try to fortify what little bit of cover I've got left.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna like do the heroic thing. I was like, please, let's not have Knight get in trouble and Brun be the knight in shining armor to come down and save her. I think it's gonna be the opposite. Knight might come save you.
Well, somebody had to take the point, so and usually the point man is the first one dead. So.
Oh, Excel. Have I mentioned how much I hate you lately?
There's just a lot of pressure on the north side because you got a team at 12 and 11.
Yeah, Jen slowed down that first team, but she didn't drop any of them, and they're shaking it off. And then they recovered a little bit with their first aid kit. So, yeah, the north is definitely the danger point at the moment. South there's only 1 guy left in the south, and he's badly wounded. That's what happened. I copied it twice. There was no attack at all out of the west. And out of the east, yeah, 1 guy's dropped, and now Sirius has him on under sniper fire. So, yeah, I would agree. I'd say the biggest threat is definitely from the north.
Yep.
Did I miss any characters? Did everyone get their second action? If so, I'll go on to enemy second action. All right, now we are a D8 plus a D10 for this Knight's little firefight here. I'm now going to subtract 1 from the D8 because he's wounded. Okay, he missed her. These 3 clowns. Fortunately, I only have 1 d8 right now. Alright, so I have to roll this d8 3 times. Wrong damn button, please. Alright, ready? First guy. That is a 10 versus a 5. Oh, wait, wrong character. Sorry. Alright, first guy missed. Second guy hit. Third guy missed. So 1 by hit. That is going to be 3 net successes plus damage code of the weapon. 1, 2, 3. There's another one. 4. He's wearing 2 body armor. That gives you 3 dice of soak. Or 3 dice of oh, we got all 3. All right, so take.
That dude's lucky as hell.
Tay yells out to the microphone, "I'm hit, but not bad. R2, see what you can do with it."
Hey, he got some Star Wars humor out of the Asian guy. Awesome.
He's I kind of screwed up. I thought I keep thinking he's from China. He's from North Korea. So everyone in China watches Star Wars. Or not. All right, but he is hit. But his armor actually, he got 3 success. He got really lucky on his armor check. Okay, that's these 3 guys. They're also kind of moving a little bit. They're keeping as many trees as possible between them and Sirius.
That's kind of our biggest advantage right now.
Okay. Sorry to keep dropping out, guys. This cold is kicking my butt worse than these rebels.
Oh, we'll see in a moment.
I was about to say, you say that. Okay, Jen, this is going to be kind of a pain here, but do me a favor and give me
Sure.
3 sets of. You're not moving, so you have to use cover. Agility plus cover concealment. But you have to keep those separate.
My whopping 3 dice.
You and I are in the same boat, Jen.
Well, I'm buying that damn agility after this game.
I'll take 1 dice off of their movement because they had to move pretty fast. Oh, they also have wound penalties. Never mind, I forgot. Okay, 3 of them have wound penalties. 1 of them does not. Also, I'll take an additional dice off for their movement. They moved pretty far through tough terrain and then took a shot. So, I'll say they split their dice.
Okay. 2, 1, 2.
2, 1, 2. Got it.
2, 1, 2.
Okay, here comes the first one against which. Oh wait, wound penalty. Against which you scored 1. Machine. I can't
2.
remember machine. That was on my. Yep. Here we go.
2, 1, 2.
I got it written down. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
That's the first one is a 1 success. That was a miss. Why is only half my dice mark showing up? All right. Second one. Against which you only rolled 1 success. There we go. All 4 hits. That's going to be a net of 3 hits on that one. That one hit.
That's going to hurt.
And the third one, I guess once you roll 2 successes. 2 successes equals a net of 0. That was also a miss. So you only got hit once pretty hard.
Good thing we got our armor.
Yep. What's your character's stamina, please?
My character stamina is a 3.
So your target number damage is a 6. God damn it. They finally get a hit and they can't get shit for damage. Alright, roll. They only got 2 successes. Roll 3 dice of armor.
3 dice of armor?
Yep.
Check. 1 success.
Alright, so you took 1 level of damage. Because they did 2.
Okay.
They had a nice damage pool, but then they crapped out on the damage. They did hit you, they just didn't do crap for damage. Ugh. Not that I'm rooting against the party or anything, but I don't want the game to seem
It's a healthy routine. You don't want to see anybody die, but you know, maimed slightly is appropriate for a storyteller.
If yeah, you don't want the group to kind of like walk, or you don't want the you don't want the party to walk over the opposition. Again, this is wave one. So.
Well, and in the spirit of werewolf, you know, battle scars do, add the stories.
Chicks dig scars.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's that line? You're thinking the exact same line I was. Pain is momentary, chicks dig scars, glory lasts a lifetime. All right. Okay, so the only ones left. Speaking of glory lasts a lifetime, we got these. There's now going to be 4 of them. But one of these.
Yeah, my lifetime might be short-lived.
Okay, so warm up those dice and give me cover concealment 4 times. I'm going to need 4 results on that. This is why we do NPC shorthand. But for characters who are facing what is perhaps their last mortal moments on this earth, we got to do the full Monty here. You're outnumbered 4-1 in a desperate gun battle, Mr. Brun.
Nobody has a grenade launcher.
You had a grenade launcher. You launched your grenade.
I'm thinking more blooper. I think I'm gonna get some training in one of those.
All right, Jim.
Yep.
Make your second shot count. The first can cover conceal 2 successes.
Okay.
Second cover and conceal 0 successes.
Oh no.
Third cover conceal 2 successes.
Yep.
Fourth 1 success.
All right. First one. Okay, here's the. If I go honestly and I go 1, 2, 3, 4, the one that you scored 2 on. I'm sorry, the one that you scored 0 on is going to be the guy that's at -2 for his wound status.
Well, it depends on which way you go.
Well, that's the way I was doing it in my head. So first one. All right, so hold on. 1, 2, 4.
I'm actually surprised I got 2 rolls with 2 successes, because on 4 dice, that's a pretty good roll.
That's 2 becomes sorry. That's 2. That becomes a net of 0. Taking 2 dice out for wound penalties. This is against 0. That is 2 hits. 9 and a 6. Alright, so that's a 2-point hit. AK-47 round. Okay, now we're back up to full dice pool against 2 successes. 1, 2, 3. You've been hit twice. It's going to be another 1-point AK hit. And last one against the 1. That is 2 more hits. You've been hit 3 times. Alright, so. Damage code for an AK, which is a medium assault rifle. Master root data. Medium assault rifle medium is damage code is +6. Okay, so all together. Now here's the good news. You've been hit 3 times, so you get to roll your armor 3 times. Because it's 3 separate hits, not 1 big hit. And that's going to make a tremendously huge difference in about a second. Oh, I keep hitting the wrong key. I'm trying to turn on my webcam. Okay, I'm going to move my webcam key in another place so I don't. Sorry, not right next to. So it's not right next to my Twitch feed. Okay, so you were hit 3 times. So that was 2 + 1 + 1. Those are the net successes that they got after your cover and concealment checks. Okay, and then it's 6 + 6 + 6 for the AK round 3 times. That's going to be 18, 20, 22 total dice. What is your armor? What is your stamina, please?
2 dots in stamina.
So 22 dice against I'm just going to roll all 3 at once. 22 dice against a target number of 5.
Do I get to use tactical evade?
You use the cover check.
Oh, 10-4.
Yeah. Now what you do get to roll
You're not
is you get to roll your armor, and the difference is because you're being hit 3 times, that armor counts 3 times. So you're gonna roll 9 dice of armor. Target number 6. So that's 12. 16. We could have our first character death here. Here it comes. Alright, I got 22 dice here. Oh no, here it comes! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, those 9 dice of armor, roll them well. Pretty please.
Six successes.
Okay, that is 6 minus, what did I say it was? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13. You rolled 6. 13 minus 6 is 7. You are 7 levels of damage down. You are down to organ damage, -3. Now, now we have to kind of keep this in the back of our head. You have 3 wounds, so there's 3 first aid checks that can be done on you, assuming either you can do them or somebody can get to you. But suffice it to say, Ajax is in real trouble right now because there's nobody that close to him. That's more
Problem with being spread out.
Okay, so I think that concludes enemy turn 2. Alright, the enemy doesn't get a third action. How many characters have third actions? I think pretty much everyone has a third action, right?
I do, at least, yeah.
Yeah.
So do I.
Okay, so, third actions. You guys want to take your actions now? I'll get started on the NPCs. What you guys decide on or talk about your third action. Again, -1 for wound penalties. Show webcam. Okay, Tango down in the south. Took her a while. She's not really used to this, but she couldn't put down that last target.
Yay!
Alright, and now Mr. Tae Young.
Okay.
Oh shit. Yeah, Tae Young blew that dude away. 5 to 1. Oh, I'm not sure my dice. 5 to 1. Okay, those are the 2 NPCs. It's up to you 3 guys. What you want to take for your third action?
The guy
Okay.
out of cover, straight up.
Okay.
Can I see him?
Yes.
Well,
the
guess
part of the building that you're on is so high you can see pretty much over even other parts
everything.
of the building. Yeah.
Yes, just wanted to make sure.
Oh yeah.
We'll put 10 dice into him. Reserve 1 for damage.
All right. He is very dead.
I was hoping so.
Yeah.
Let's
Hopefully
start
they get
relieving
some guys to back up.
Miss Taki. I'm sorry, Miss Taki. What are we doing? You got 4 enemies on your side too.
How wide is that stream?
Well, like, it's literally your character. I mean, the reason I make these maps so big, even though it's hard to manage sometimes, is, I mean, you want to see how big it is? That's you. I mean, you are to scale with the, it's a true scale game.
Could that truck drive through it easily?
I don't see why not. Look at it. Do you think the truck could drive over that puddle?
Yep.
I'm backing that truck into those men.
Okay, that might take more than 1 action. You can definitely get down there and start the truck
Okay.
in 1 action. Yeah,
Yep.
See how easy you fit in the cab there? It's like on purpose. Again, that's.
Well, if nothing else, that also gives you cover.
That's part of why these maps, as a storyteller, are so, sometimes a little tough to work with because they're literally too big. If I made them small, by the time I zoomed in enough where you could see your characters, it would be like way too small. All right, so that's everyone's third action, I believe. Right? Oh no, not sorry, not Ajax. Mr. Ajax, what are you doing, sir?
Firing at the point, the guy on point again.
All right, you're gonna fire at him, or you gonna do a first aid check on yourself?
First aid make more
Actually,
sense.
Yeah, I kind of have no choice. I have to do first aid.
Because either way, you're taking 3 dice off your pool.
Yeah.
Now this would be a good time to spend a grit point.
Yes.
Here you go.
And he does have a first aid kit.
Okay.
Yes,
cool.
I do.
You do have a first
I
aid
did not
kit.
lose the first aid kit.
We did say that was like a plus. I think we said like a +2 or a +3. We'll call it a plus 3. So
It's
adds
variable.
to your
Plus
pool.
3.
+3 to your pool. Subtract 3 from your pool for wound status because his character is currently at -7 organ damage. There's literally a bullet in your liver. Most pain you've ever been in pretty much your entire life. Now we are going to look at your. It has to be a wits roll. Wits plus wounds, 4 dice.
Might be worth if you put his sheet up instead.
Oh. Yeah, especially since he has more dice than that. That was actually the correct answer. 6 dice. Awesome.
Well, I did put an extra. I did like a first aid thing in my side story, so I bumped up my wounds by 1.
Cool.
Which is a good thing right now.
Oh yeah, trust me. All right, so it's 6 dice. Target number of your. Now here's the thing. You are past 7, or you're past 6. So your target number is always the 6 as always, until it becomes not. So
Yes.
your target number is the 7. 6 dice. If you're spending a grit point, that's going to be 1 automatic.
Yes, spinning a grit point.
All right, that stabilizes the wound. It doesn't give you back a level, but now you're no longer losing 2 levels per round.
Okay, so here's the roll. Three successes.
3 successes, all right, and plus the 1 automatic. The 1 automatic stabilizes the wound. Then the 3 give you back 3 basically temporary levels. 1, 2, 3. You're back up to 4 broken bone, and that's 1 of your wounds that has now been first aided. You can only first aid once per wound. So now that's down to broken bone, which means you're only taking 2 dice off your pool. That was a good move because remember, we're now at the end of the turn. Not the action, the turn. And at the end of the turn, if you're in the red, you go down 2 more. So as you start to bleed out, you now pass out from blood loss. You're now incapacitated.
No,
Position, 1 bayonet in the back of the neck, and your character is dead.
Yeah, Ras was right. I needed to fall back and do a wound check.
No need to go down in a blaze of glory if we don't need to.
Agreed, sir. Agreed. Especially when we got you up on high.
Okay, so that is the end of turn 1. Now begin turn 2. Turn 2 means wave 2. Okay, we got 2 elements coming in on wave 2. I will now roll clock rate to see which way they're coming in. Here comes element number 1. Show Mr. Webcam. 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock somewhere.
Mr. Taeyeon, it's all you, man. Uh-oh. These don't look like insurgents.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
Chinese regulars with 5.8mm assault rifles.
I motherfucking hate it when I'm motherfucking right.
4-man fire team. These guys are wearing armor. They do have more than 4 dots in agility plus or dexterity plus firearms. They are carrying those. I think they're QS-92s. I'll have to look that up later. What their actual assault rifle is. Okay, that was element number 1. Element number 2, D12. To see where.
And blowing this place up is a bad thing, right?
Yes.
Considering we're all in it.
Well, we would leave first. Oh, I can play with one of those.
Now, here it comes. The problem is some dipshit blocked the road. Who did that?
How armored is it?
It's pretty much a truck. It might have like some bulletproof plating or whatever around the cab or whatever, but it's not a BMP or a BTR. It's literally a technical. It's a heavy truck
Oh yeah, so
with twin 23mm ZU 23-2 cannons on the back.
so I was just
I wanna
wondering
play
about
with
my anti-material rifle.
Yeah, we we need an anti-tank rifle. We have an anti-tank gun. Don't worry about it.
Oh yes.
Are there men on the back to man the guns, or?
All right, so, cool.
Jesus.
That is going to be second wave coming in. All right, cool, awesome. So,
Okay.
let's do the
Okay.
first action.
Okay, Johnson.
Yep.
Stop. Did you rethink this battle after you found out it was only going to be 3 of us?
Nope.
Because this definitely seems like the type of combatants to face all 5 of us.
Yep.
Complete with the guy with the saw.
Yep. And one character is already on death's door. I'm going to put another 2 or 3 of them right now. Yeah, we've had too many attacks. I wanted a defense battle. This is the Alamo. Let's see who lives.
Yeah, but they lost at the Alamo, Jim. They lost at the Alamo, and they all died.
I forgot about that part at the end.
Jim, at this point, because I've already used my third action. So okay, yeah, I'm fine.
Well, it's the beginning of turn 2, so.
Okay.
And the beginning of turn 2, oh, that does remind me. Thank you. Beginning of turn 2, you are still in the yellow, which means you're back down to -5. So if you're in the yellow, you lose 1. If you're in the red, you lose 2. So you, at the very end of your turn, you were at 7. You brought yourself back up to 4, and then we're now at the end of turn 1. You're still in the yellow. You go back down to 5.
That's because of the other 2 wounds.
Now,
Yeah.
Okay.
They are not stabilized yet.
since he got a separate wound, can he do a first aid check on that separate wound now?
Yes, but it costs an action.
Which I can't afford to do anymore.
Now it's not every action he loses another one. Also, I don't assess that wound degradation rule per wound. Otherwise, it would be -2, -4, which is absurd. These guys would be dying almost as fast as my Taliban did over in Contact Front. But that's another stream. What was I gonna say now? Yeah, he can do first aid checks, but yeah, it's going to cost him an action. And with 3 enemies like right in front of him, even if one of them is badly wounded, that's not going to be a good thing. Jackson is in the fight of his life right now.
Oh yeah.
All right, and for the record, Gabrielle was about to fucking haul ass because she hears all this over the mic. She was about to haul ass back there and try and help you out here, but now she has new friends. That she's got to deal with. Okay, so the first thing that happens in the round is they're centering on Rasmus. I'm going to roll Clock Ray real fast. Again, give me my webcam here. The D6 is going to be how close, and the D12 is going to be Clock Ray to see where it actually lands. 1 o'clock and 6, so medium distance. So they kind of missed. In fact, if anything, they landed closer to you. Holy shit. Jackson, you're getting all the luck on this mission. So, 1 o'clock is pretty much, yeah, it almost landed on you. Yeah.
Luckily enough, there's a building to land on.
Yeah, a 60mm mortar shell just landed about 20 feet, 20 feet behind you and about 20 feet above you. The building's going to take the blast, but yeah. You're having all kinds of fun today there, Mr. Jackson.
Can I use the explosion as cover to get back into the building?
It's your action and you go first. So if you want to fall back, yes, you can definitely do that.
I'm going to fall back.
Okay. So the explosion goes off. You like cringe for a minute under the cascade. So do they, to be honest. And then you kind of fall back into the building here, back to where we said that door was. And you're kind of like, taking cover. Do you still want to keep a beat on these guys, or are you just falling back like inside the building?
No, I want to keep a beat on the guys. I mean, I'm the only defense up here. Ras is going to have to turn, so I can't disengage completely.
Well, Ras, the enemy's mortar strike was meant to either hit Rasmus or blind him against the technical. In a weird kind of way, where the mortar shell landed, again, it's going to cast a smoke screen like all around it. He can't fire on these 3 guys that are facing you. The smoke.
That's what I'm saying.
That was trying to protect these guys, paradoxically wound up protecting these guys instead, which I did not plan for. But the shell landed where it landed. This is not an expert mortar team.
Which means I still have to stay engaged.
You still have to stay engaged. Speaking of which, you can take a shot at a -2 dice penalty if you want, because you moved. -1 for movement, -2 for wound penalty. So do you have, taking away 3 dice, do you still have a shot?
Yes, I would still roll one dice.
It might as well be worth it. It's not like you're going to run out of ammo.
Very true. Well, I have, 3 decks and 2 in rifle, so...
3 decks and
that
2
would give me,
rifles, so
that would give me,
you still have 2 dice.
I still have 2 dice.
Okay.
On the wounded guy, I can take it.
1 success.
2 successes, you missed. But it was worth a shot, literally.
Right, on the wounded guy, so did you take off for his wounds?
No, if you're shooting at the wounded guy, I will take off. -4 is 2 off your wounds, right? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yes.
Character sheet. -4 is -2. Okay. Good call. Keeping me honest. Go away, settings panel. Alright, here we go. That is 1 success. So you got 1 success on your roll?
Yes.
Okay, so 1 to 1 is still a miss. But at least now we did it right. Alright.
Sorry, Sirius, I tried.
Alright, Mr. Sirius, what are we doing?
We are trying to shoot the driver of the technical.
You've got 3 groups of people in real trouble. Our boy, Tai Yon here is in a crossfire between the remnants of this fire team and this new fire team of Chinese regulars. These guys also have much bigger dice pools. Gabrielle is staring down the barrel of this technical.
And Ajax, I can't see.
4 people. Technically, there's 4 people in trouble. Yeah, everyone's in trouble.
Yeah. And at the moment, the technical seem like the biggest threat.
Okay. All right. So you're gonna try and shoot the driver of the technical.
Yes.
No worries. Let's get a line of sight going here.
And I think I'll spend a grid point on it.
Okay. Range is not a problem. There is some cover in the way, i.e. that bulldozer, but you can see over that mostly. Then you gotta shoot into the armored cab of that vehicle. So, 1 for the bulldozer, 2 for the armored cab. Take 3 dice off of your pool. Your pool is still 11 dice, so now you're down to 8. You get 1 automatic because of the scope and everything else, equipment. You get 1 automatic because of the grid. So you're rolling 8 dice, and on top of that, you get 2 automatic successes.
Six successes.
Okay, so that's 6 successes. The enemy has 1, 2.
It's 8 successes altogether.
Yep.
With the +2.
These are Chinese regulars, so they get a bigger pool. And 2 points for, or 2 dice, I should say, for partial cover. He's also spending a grit point. Insurgents, I don't worry about spending grit points. Enemy soldiers get like, I try to treat them more like player characters. Fortunately, he rolled like an ass. That was a 1. So fail, 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 fail. 3 successes plus his grit point makes 4. You got 6, so you hit him net for 2.
Got 8.
Oh, you hit
Got
him,
8.
You hit him net for.
I rolled 6 and 2 automatic.
Okay, so you got 8 total. He had 4 total. You hit him net for 4. Cool. So it's going to be 4 plus damage score of the weapon is 14.
At 10 plus 4.
What did I miss something again?
No, you were right. I'm just saying you were right.
He's
6.
wearing body armor, and the truck itself is somewhat armored. So
Got 8.
8 successes. Armor save is pretty poor. Fail, 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 fail. This is armor. You're shooting through 2 layers of armor. You're shooting through the armor he's wearing and the armor of the truck. And even with both of those dice pools, that was a failure a second ago. He only got 4 successes. I'm sorry, you said you had how many? 8?
8, yeah.
So he took 4 levels of damage. 4 seems to be our lucky number on damage tonight. Or unlucky, I should say. Okay. Taki, your first action. Are you still with us?
Yeah. I was gonna back the truck into those people in the woods, but now I got this technical in front of me. I'm sorry, you said there are people in the back on the gun, or is it just the driver?
There's 2 people in the cab and 3 people in the back of the truck.
Oh, I'm not taking that bad boy.
Not in one shot.
All right. Yes, I will continue with the original plan of driving said vehicle into said people.
Okay. Awesome. So as you do that, make your dexterity plus drive check, or agility plus drive check. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 guys in the woods. They're each gonna roll a d10.
Oh, I should have the camera on.
Hold on.
I got 5.
I'm in the middle of several things here. 10.
Okay.
I'm seeing what the bullets they are unloading their AKs into their truck as your truck is backing up into them. That is going to be 28. All right. I don't know if I have that many dice, so we have to break this up. Fortunately, because you're backing up, there's a lot of truck between you and the bullets. And 2 more, so I'm going to roll this twice. I almost did it again. Okay, so vehicles. Hold on. Never put a column in here for numbers. Okay. This might be a lot here. Okay, so cargo internal, I'm not going to worry about, so that's 8 out of the way. 1, 2, 3, 4. Show Mr. Webcam. 9 is cargo external. That's basically the tar paper he's got in the back. Not going to worry about that. Okay, passenger internal. There's no internal passenger, so 2 doesn't worry about. Passenger external. There's no passenger external, so I'll take those out. 5 engine. Yes, they did put 2 bullets into the engine. How they did that from the back? They shot all the way through the truck to hit the engine, Dark Star style. 10
It's
is
possible.
body. No worries there. 3 is passenger external. 8 is again cargo internal. So it's really, so out of all that, only real damage is 2 bullets in the engine so far. They can't hit you. They're hitting everything but you. This is the other. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I only care about ones.
Yeah, there are no ones. They totally missed you. Passenger internal.
Sweet.
There's no passenger internal. 4 His tire. Oh, they shot out a tire. They shot out 2 tires, 3 tires. Yeah, that truck's on rims now.
I don't care.
Well, this is the last.
I'm not.
This is the last 40 feet that truck's ever gonna drive. Suffice it.
Yep.
It's all about
Um,
momentum is guiding it now. Sir Isaac Newton is my
driver's
co-pilot.
seat. All right, 8 cargo internal, 7. Oh, fuel. Car might blow up. Another 7. Another hit in the fuel tank.
Newton been hit a few times then.
I'm sorry.
The passenger internal, Newton was her co-driver.
Oh, right.
He could have been hit a few times.
Well, you said
He's
hit the
dead.
gas
He's
tank
okay.
Too many times.
Yeah, he's a ghost. It's all good.
Bullets pass right through him. He's fine. Okay, so speaking of which, cargo internal 8 no. 8 no. 8 no. 6 is weapon. The gun the vehicle has no weapon. 6 weapon. 5 another one in the engine. 4 is another tire. All 4 tires are now gone, or at least have been hit. And then 5 another tire's gone. They hit the spare tire on top of the 4 regular tires. And another one in the engine. The engine's been hit 4 times. The engine's out. 4 bullets in the tire. Yeah, the car is totally wrecked. The only thing I'm gonna super check for here are these 3 hits that were in the fuel. That's the only one that has me a little worried right now. Oh boy.
No 7s, no 10s, Johnson.
Let me do this right.
You can't blow Jen up.
I'm working on it.
Yeah, he can. He can if he wants to. I can start a new character.
3 to 5 hits, 1d10s, 1 through 6. Okay, John, let me get that part out of the way first.
If nothing else, you'll go down fighting, right?
There you go. Using my weapon of choice, the vehicle.
Alright, that is 1, 4, and 3. That is not even a leak. That's a damn good fuel tank. Look at that. D10, 1 to 6 is a leak, 7 to 10 is an explode. That is nothing. Alright. Tank did not explode. And
Yay.
now we're going to do a dexterity plus drive check, Jen. So go for it.
Well,
Sorry,
another
agility
one?
plus drive, agility plus drive. Oh, did you already make the roll? I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I got 5 successes
5 successes.
out of
Okay.
5 dice.
Alright, so let's see what I can do here. 1, 2, 3.
I'm motherfucking Jason Statham on this shit. Transporter ain't got nothing on
1,
me.
2, 3. That's dodge, and this is the one time you actually do use dodge, not cover conceal, not tactically made. If they are dodging a physical object, hurtling towards them. Give them 2 extra dice because they're woods. Webcam. You know, their idea is to kind of hide behind the trunk of a palm tree. It's tougher to run over them. They just have to not get pinned against the palm tree. So, you got 5 successes, right?
Correct.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Missed the first guy. Second guy. 1, 2, 3, 4. You hit the second guy for 1. 1, 2, 3. You hit the second guy for 2. Throwing dice all over the place. 1, 2, 3. You hit the third guy for 2. Fourth guy. 1, 2, 3. You hit him for 2. Okay. Now, how much damage does a pickup truck do? Okay, I'm just gonna make a survival check for them. The ones that got hit for 1 get 1 dice. If they get above a 5, they die. The guys that were hit for 2, they have 2 dice, and they both have to be. I'm sorry, they both have to be below a 5 or below. So first, the guy that was only hit for 1, when he rolls 1 dice, 6 up. 6, he's dead anyway. He's killed. Okay, next guys, they have to roll 2 dice each, 2 murder dice. They both have to be 5 down to survive. First one, he's dead. Second one, he's dead. Third one, 1 and 5. He actually survived. So 1 guy survived, and 3 of them are dead.
Told you it was my weapon of choice. I did more damage with that car than I did with a grenade and a rifle.
And technically, you did hit the guy that survived, so I'm gonna give him like half wounds, like -4. But yeah, he's actually already wounded. He was wounded by the truck.
By the grenade.
He was wounded by the grenade. Now he's wounded by the truck as well. I'm saying you did hit him. You hit all 4 guys.
Thank you. As I said, this is my weapon of choice. I no longer need handguns. I need disposable vehicles.
You got 5 successes on your drive check, and you really could have gotten blown up there. That car ignites. It's not insta-kill, but you're talking about you're being inside of a gasoline explosion. That's not cool.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to take some serious and very hideous. Take a couple dice off that new charm you just bought, because you're not as pretty as you were a second ago.
Oh, and I am bailing out of said vehicle.
Well, that's going to be your next action. But yeah, that vehicle is toast. In fact, let me go ahead and... Okay, so, super fast. Now, these guys are going to roll D10s against D10s, because these are actual Chinese troops. We're talking about Gabrielle, webcam.
I think we're in trouble in the south.
Okay, Gabrielle, again, good guys are always the red dice. Gabrielle finished off the driver.
Yay.
Okay, and then over here, yeah, the guy who's really in trouble, Taeyo. Oh man, here we go. 2 D4s. He's hit again. The other guy, other insurgent, he missed. Now the 4 Chinese regulars. These guys get full D10s. Hit.
In my room.
Hit. And missed. So he was hit 3 times.
Ooh.
Well, Shin Tae-yong, we knew
Happy
you.
New Year.
He's got, he's got all the same armor you got. And the same dice pools.
Roll well, sir. Roll well.
That's 7. Oops, sorry. One dice too many. Sorry. 7 plus 8. That's 15. Alright, 15. This rolls on camera. Maybe our first semi-party kill. 1, 2, 3, 4 out of 15. Took 11 levels of damage. He was already at -1. His body falls out of the crane and hits the bottom of the jungle. He is dead.
That sucks.
He got to live in freedom for 3 months. Okay, that's all enemies.
Oh, it was 3 months more than if Templar shot him.
Yep.
That's true.
Okay.
It was 3 months more if we'd let him go back to North Korea.
Autocannons. Oh shit! Okay, I'm turning on the web camera.
Shouldn't you do that before you say "oh shit"?
Yeah, right. So 10 again. The red dice is always the party member or whatever, always the friendly NPC. And even though the enemy had 3 dice, they could not beat her. So she is falling back out of this, out of that. So picture 2 23mm autocannons on your average trailer.
Yeah.
The trailer is pretty much not there anymore. It is literally okay. If you could take like a 40-foot trailer, like an office trailer, or like what a family lives in, or something like that, and just shove one end of it in a gigantic size like wood chipper, or like drop it into a car mulcher or whatever, like those big crusher machines they have at the junkyard or whatever. That's what it would look like, and that happened pretty much instantly. These 2 guns, they don't swivel on this piece, but they're now pointing this way. They swiveled over there, and it's one for those of us who play war games. It's 1/2 of a Shilka, ZSU 23-4 Shilka. It's 2 guns instead of 4, but it's the same basic gun.
And
$32
it's the
per
one that you draw your.
It's the exact same piece. Yeah, it's the exact same
Yeah.
PNG file. Yeah, that truck is immobile because the driver's dead, but its guns still work pretty well. Okay, so we have one kill, one person bleeding out, one person under cover. Now we have you in an abandoned vehicle. I think that's everyone's first action. Second action. Then we start at the top with Sirius. Sirius, the first thing you're going to do is give me a battlefield instincts plus perception check, please.
Yes,
I can give you the answer. We're fucked.
Not completely, but if we lose another person, we will be.
so let's see. That's 4 successes. It was
you don't have to do it
perception.
action. Yeah, so yeah, perception plus what? Battlefield instincts?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So 6.
This is going to be everyone's second action, right? So your second action, you can take a shot. Something's telling you your third action should be to get off the roof.
Yeah.
Because their
Relocate!
their second action is going to be to adjust the mortar shell for where their first round landed. And you don't know what it is, but there's something else that's really going to hit that roof very, very hard. So
Yes.
yeah, but not to take your second action away. Your second action, go ahead, take your second action.
So.
The storyteller is suggesting that your third action be to vacate the roof.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is duly noted. And which way would I need to go to vacate the roof?
Oh, you literally just go down a ladder or a staircase. Yeah. You just go down into the building.
So down into the building. So in that case, I think I'll take a shot at one of the gunners on the back of the truck.
Okay. Cool. They are not inside an armored casement, so they'll only get their personal body armor on them. They are not moving. They do have the body of the truck for partial cover, so they'll be using cover and conceal, plus their normal agility. That gives them 6 dice. So they'll be avoiding you with 6 dice, however much you want to, if any, take off your automatic damage.
We'll just go for 10 dice on them, okay. So 1 off for damage.
Not automatic. Okay.
Yeah.
Oof. 3.
7.
7. He dodged for 3,
plus,
so you hit him for 4. Plus you get 1 automatic, so that becomes 5. Because you basically got 8. I'm assuming, right? You didn't count your automatic success in those 7.
Didn't count the automatic in the 7. No.
Okay, so it's really 8. 8 minus 3 is 5. 5 plus 10 is 15. Plus 2 for reserved. 17 dice of damage against his 3 bots in armor. Ooh, he got all 3 successes. Hit him right in the chest, right in the middle of that breastplate. So 17 against the 6. These guys have 1 extra dot in stamina. Meanwhile, Jen...
Sorry, I got muted. 10.
Okay. Oh, 10? Okay, so 10, he got 3 successes on his armor, so he's down to 7. Which is still pretty much...
Not dead.
Not dead, but he's not going to be operating the gun. Now, it's a 3-man crew, so the 2 guys have to take up the slack. That gun will still fire, but it'll be at a penalty. Because the 3rd guy that Rasmus just hit will not be operating the gun. He won't be doing his job right now. He will be doing a first aid check on himself. If not, he will slip into incapacitation and then death. So, yeah, spoiler alert, he's not going to use the gun this turn. However, that's like I said, that's a 3-man crew in the back of that Shilko. Or not Shilko, that's technical. However, it's now short-handed, so I'll take off dice for not being fully...
See, I had actually hoped the technical would continue driving, even with the guy dead, straight into the barricade, but...
I could hope
oh well.
I mean, it's not like he, stepped on the brakes with his last thing. I'll figure that when we get to that part of his
Just
that part of the action. So that's your second action. Jen and
And-
Brun, your second actions. They never actually took their shot, but what they're doing is they're creeping forward and they're trying to dodge that mortar fire. Part of that building's still collapsing, so they're moving forward cautiously. That was their second action. So they're going to get full cover dice in exchange for not taking a shot with first action. Or did you ever get a first action?
I've
did.
never
I backed up.
Okay.
That was last round.
No, last round was his first
That
action.
was- And the first action in this round I disengaged because I used the cover from the mortar shot.
Okay.
Okay, so it's over to you now, Mr. Brun, and then also Jen, your action when Brun gets done. All right, so Jackson, you're now in the building that's collapsing. It's got a mortar shell in it.
I'm gonna fall back and hopefully use the door as a bottleneck so that they can't all come in the door at once.
Okay. Did you want to take a shot before you did, or as you were doing that?
Yeah, I'll take a shot at the guy at the wounded guy.
Okay. He'll get 1 dice for cover, and then he's negative 2 dice for wound penalty. That gives him a total of 3. Take your shot. Now you're still at negative 5, right? So you take 2 dice off your pool as well. For wounds.
So that leaves me with 4, correct? 3 and 2. Take
So take 2 off. You've got 3 dice.
3 dice. Yeah, I had 1. 1 success.
All right, he got 2 successes on his evade. There was no hit on your shot. All right, so then you fall back. I don't have an internal plan of the building, but yeah, you fall in. You take a covered position, and you're covering the door so for when they hopefully come through that door one at a time. Am I saying that right?
Yes.
Epic. Okay, Jen, your second action.
How badly wounded was the guy that was hit with the grenade and I clipped with the truck but still lived?
It says on the map there negative 4. If that's maybe not big enough, which it may legitimately.
Oh, okay, I see it. Okay.
It's also not properly placed next to him.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's at negative 2 off anything he wants. You're carrying a negative 1, but that's it.
I am?
Yeah, you were hit.
Yeah, I thought I only got bruised. It was only 1 level.
Negative 1 wound penalty. I'm negative 1 wound.
Yeah.
You're right, negative 0. No, I didn't mean to say negative 1 penalty. No, you're 1 level of damage, which in this game gives you 0 penalties.
I guess originally I was thinking I would try and run forward and shoot some of those guys in the technical, but I don't want him at my back. So I'm gonna bail out and try and shoot him.
Okay.
Though I suppose that back windshield is open enough that I could turn around and fire through it.
Yeah, there's nothing left of this truck. But you want to get out of the truck before that gasoline ignites.
Yes.
So you want to bail on this side of the truck so you have at least some truck, so to speak, between you and that shilka? Or I keep calling it shilka now. Between you and that vehicle?
Yes, please.
Alright. Cool. Roll Dex plus SMG. Remember to take 1 off for the SMGs. You know what? Your point blank range, don't take the 1 off. Plus 1 wound, plus 1 range bonus for being point blank, basically. Negative 1 for the SMG. So you're within the SMG's comfort zone. So it's just going to be your Dex plus SMG, which I think is
4.
Cool. 4. He gets cover and concealment for the truck. However, he is negative 4, so we'll take 2 dice off for that.
3 successes.
He gets 1 success. You hit him for 2. 2 plus damage code of the weapon, which I think is a 4.
I believe you're correct.
SMG medium is
Yep,
plus 4. So you hit him for 2 plus 4 is 7 dice. No. 2 plus
6
4
dice.
is 6 dice. Sorry.
Target?
5. It's an insurgent. 2 stamina plus 3 for target number 5 and no armor.
1, 2, 3.
right, he was already at 4. He's now down to organ damage.
He's spitting up blood. Oh wait,
He's
reminds me of somebody. Oh, myself.
Alright, yeah, speaking of which, you're at -5. Okay, I think that concludes all characters. Oh no, oh boy. She's not taking a shot, so she's going to get double movement. She's trying to get over this direction. She knows that Taeyeon is dead. However, she does also know that there's a fire team of Chinese regulars coming up here. So she bolted out of this building, kind of splashed across this creek, and is now running through the oil rig and trying to get to where she can. What the hell? Which way is she? There we go. To where she can get some sort of a line of fire on these guys, but not get too ballsy, because again, there's still 6 guys over here. So
Yeah.
There's going to be a problem. She's might be getting killed very shortly as well.
We need to take control of that technical.
Okay. That is everyone's second action. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Right. NPC/villains. Okay, the first guy coming through the door is not the wounded guy. And the other 2 guys. So, your action, your third action, go ahead and get started. Jackson, because your idea was to shoot them as they came through the door, right?
That was the plan.
Right,
Using the
so
building as.
You get a third action. They don't. As they're coming through, take your shot. Meanwhile, Sirius, what are you doing for your third action? Oh, sorry. Let me finish the enemy's action. Sorry. So, yeah, that part of the battle, yeah, Brun, go ahead and start rolling your dice, and that'll wrap up that part. That's their second action and your third action. Okay, meanwhile, over here, this guy's going to use first aid on himself and kind of fall back a little bit. That is his second. He gets no successes, which means he's basically dead. At the end of his turn, he now goes down to -9, which is incapacitated. Now he can no longer do a first aid on himself, and at the end of that turn, he bleeds out and dies. Unless one of you save him, he is dead. Okay, these guys are now going to take a shot. They don't really have too many targets right now, because she abandoned this building. Jen doesn't really have too much cover here, or Jen doesn't offer too much of a target here. They may take a shot at Sirius. Alright, they're going to try and shoot through this car and through these brushes, through this brush to hit, well, I'll tell you what, I'll roll for it. Option 1 for the technical is there. Option 2 for the technical is there. Those are the 2 options.
Does the technical itself continue?
The technical itself? Oh, no, I didn't roll for that, did I? Number of, the amount that it moves forward, I'll roll on a d6. On a 5 or 6, it actually makes contact with those cars and bulldozers. Let's see what happens. A 2. It pretty much moves forward a little bit and then sputters out and dies. Or the driver does. Now, odds or evens. Odds, it goes, it shoots north at a reduced ice pool, again, because it's a reduced crew. Odds, it shoots north, and evens, it shoots to the northeast. Odds, it shoots to the north. So, Jen, get ready. Give me a tact. You're moving technically. Well, whichever one you want. You can either use your movement or the cover of a truck. You can't use both. Whichever one's higher, pretty much. Agility plus either tactical evasion or cover and concealment. Are you still listening, or do you have to log off again?
It looks like she had to log off again. She's muted.
Oh, hello?
Yeah.
Oh,
Hello?
she's back.
Yep.
Sorry, I was here. I was just coughing.
Okay. So whichever one you
They're
want
the
to roll.
exact same number.
Okay, so whichever one, then it doesn't really matter. Just roll that many dice. Add 2.
It's only 3.
Actually, hold on. Add 1 for this car, add 1 for these woods, add 1 for the truck. So roll your dice and add 3 to that result.
Add 3 to the result? Oh, cool.
Well, I'm sorry, add 3. Sorry, I screwed that up. Add 3 dice to your pool and roll that.
Ah,
1 extra dice. For each one. Sorry.
can I just add 3 to my result?
If you roll well enough, you can. Chinese heavy weapons plus agility is 6 dice. They're missing 1/3 of their crew, so I'm going to take 1/3 of their dice away. And now rolling only 4 dice. This is an area
4 successes.
spinning a grit.
4.
1, they still missed. Okay, so they are.
Yay!
Well, again, it's an area effect weapon. Each one of those weapons fires 700 rounds a minute, and they're explosive shells. But you dodged most of it because you won the roll legitimately.
I rolled into the crick.
Autocannon damage plus 20. Cool. So 0 plus 20 because they got 0 successes. However, then she actually won by 2. So this is an area effect weapon. I gotta take a lot of dice off that. Okay, get ready with armor. Target number 5. I gotta come up with more sturdy rules for these heavier kind of weapons.
Target number 6.
Your stamina is a 3?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Take that one off. That might make a difference. Alright, roll your armor once. Technically, you only hit once.
What's my armor? 3 points? 3, that's what I thought.
Yep, 3 dice.
2 successes.
Alright, you took 5 levels of damage. 2 are off, which means you were hit with 3. Your character is now
Ow.
at -4. That's
Okay.
probably shrapnel from the truck. So the bullets,
Probably.
the cannon shells didn't hit you, or you'd be missing more than 1 limb at the moment. But this thing is literally being shredded into confetti, and that's not like an expression. It's literally.
It already wasn't in the best of shape to begin with.
Right.
No.
Okay, that's. Have I done all enemy second actions? No, these guys are now moving forward. They're gonna spend their whole turn on movement. It's probably the most powerful. I know the technicals look scary, but that's probably the most powerful enemy force right now. That's pretty much 4 PCs, 4 player characters.
Yeah, and we're already hurt, which does not help. And I'm on complete defense right now.
Okay, I think yours is the only part of the game that we have to do, at least for turn 3, or action 3. What did you get on that roll, sir?
2 successes, but I would like to use a grit.
Okay, cool. That becomes 3. Alright, so he was not dodging, so he came through the door. So 3 plus damage score of the weapon is 5, equals 8 dice of damage.
Three successes.
Okay, so he's down 3. Did you roll against it? I'm sorry. Yeah, that was against an insurgent. Did you roll against a 5?
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
not a very good damage roll.
Yeah, Chinese regulars get a 6 plus armor. These insurgents don't. Alright, cool. So he takes a hit and he kind of recoils. No one's coming through the door yet because they see someone's on the other side of the door right now. Okay, so now that was your third action. Gabrielle's third action. Ooh, there we go. She popped one of the Chinese regulars.
Well done.
Awesome. Jen, your third action, and then Sirius your third action.
Well, my third action will be to grab the assault rifle and go down into the building.
Bail off of that roof. Awesome. Okay, so then Jen, it's just up to you. Third action. I wouldn't worry about that guy to the north. He's literally in the process of dying. Um, but that technical behind you knows you're there and knows he already winged you once.
Run up into the cover. Then you can make a beeline behind the green.
Container, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's as much cover as you're going to get, Jen. I don't think you can make it to the main building.
Especially in your state, you're technically pretty badly wounded at the moment. Okay, so
Up behind.
Jen's not on the call at the moment, so I'll just go ahead and do that. Okay, now here is the bad news. We're now at the end of the round. You are all wounds now do their additional damage if you did not have them stabilized. So you are now down at -6, Mr. Brun.
Yep.
This guy basically dies because he's now incapacitated, and then at the end of his next complete turn, he will be at -11. He's dead. Let's go ahead and remove it.
I didn't ask Jim, but is there anywhere else for me to go to fall back, or am I stuck?
No, I'm sure this building has all kinds. Like I said, I don't have an internal plan, but I'm sure there's
Okay.
all kinds of rooms and workshops, machinery plants, and so on. Like it's the underside of but basically an oil rig. Those things are labyrinths of pipes and steel and offices and machinery rooms. There's going to be places to hide in there for sure.
I don't have much choice. I have to stop for a round and stabilize this other wound, or it's going to kill me.
You got 2 other wounds.
Technically 2,
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm back.
It's okay. Technically good and bad news, because it means you get 2 more first aid checks, but it means you have to make 2 more first aid checks before you actually stop bleeding out.
Exactly.
Okay. So that is the end of turn 3, or almost. So Sirius went down, and he's basically like inside the building now somewhere. That's when the next mortar shell pretty much lands perfectly where he was. That first round was a spotting round. They used that as a reference to correct their fire. And their second round is going to land pretty much in the pickle barrel where they wanted it to. Okay, and 2 seconds after that, the technical completely explodes.
What?
Yay?
The technical explodes. You guys hear a lot of noise. These 3 guys are dead. So something came over here. Minigun, dead. Good thing Sirius wasn't there. Continues to chew up this way. 5-inch rockets from 2 helicopter pylons went into this technical and blew up the technical. And you guys look up.
Oh, I thought it was an A-10.
No.
That wouldn't be a
Helicopter.
And then over the top comes, it looks like a aftermarket UH-1 Huey.
Yippee-ki-yay.
Flying overhead.
Oh, wow.
You great big ugly bitch. I love ya.
Okay. And,
Actually, meanwhile,
these guys are all dead. Hold on, let me finish describing the scene. These guys are all dead.
Okay.
He has already died. You're out there behind.
Reinforcements?
These guys run away. They're not messing around with the helicopter. These guys have already taken 1 fatality. They start falling back, but they're not, running away in panic. They just evaporate. But they're definitely disengaging. And that's pretty much going to be the battle. Yeah, full spoilers, you guys were not going to win this battle the old-fashioned way. This was more or less an impossible mission. Or at least this firefight was.
Oh, the only chance I had was to hide in the building and hope that I could escape 2 rounds to stabilize, but I would still be at such a huge disadvantage that it would be tough.
Yeah, I thought. I'm actually surprised you guys lasted as long as you did. The helicopter lands. I don't have a helicopter piece, but the helicopter lands wherever he can. We'll say he lands down here. Okay, and out of the helicopter comes your boy Scott Pelham.
yay! He got here fast.
Well, they were staged in Australia. Scott Pelham, Dale Harris, Samantha Ramos, Michael Easton, and Connor Pierce.
Oh, so the other crew.
Michael's
Team
back.
Sigma.
Team Sigma's here.
Yep. And they come out with weapons of battle carry, but there's no real combat anymore. Everyone else pretty much ran away, or at least retreated. Okay. And yeah, they come out of the helicopter, and so who so who's doing what? I'm assuming we have some first aid checks in coming up.
Yeah, I gotta do one for me. I'm at yellow.
Yep. So go ahead.
Okay.
Don't forget to add dice for your first aid kits.
Yep.
And did you have 1 or 2 wounds then?
Just one.
She had 2 technically, but it was a -1 wound, and so it was causing no additional bleed out.
Yeah, but I was thinking of how many times she could roll for the first aid.
She can roll once per wound. The problem is the wound that she has to roll for is the one that's going to cause the damage.
Oh, yeah.
Now she could roll a first aid check on the other wound. The problem is you can only give her back 1 wound because only
Yeah.
you know
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so I roll what plus wounds?
wits.
Wits plus wounds.
And
So wits,
either 2 or
3.
3. Yeah, we said 3 for the first aid kit.
wound 1, and first aid kit 3.
Yep. Target
Okay.
number is the current level of wound or 6, whichever is higher. So 6.
6. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, you still have those wounds, but you have no wound penalties.
I am stabilized. Yeah.
Well, 1 stabilizes the wound, and the other 3 jack you back up. So you're at -1 now. Or one
Bless
wound
you.
level, or whatever. It's -0.
Cool.
Okay, Jax, I'm assuming you got at least 1?
I'm rolling now. 3
In
successes.
your case, I won't say anything then.
3 successes? Did you get 3? Did you add 3 for the first aid kit?
Yes, I did, but I took away 2 since I'm at
This is
a
true,
-2
wound
for.
penalties do count. Okay,
Yes.
so that knocks you down to so the 1 stabilizes the second wound, and then 2 more, you go back up to -4. Okay, and that's when Gabrielle runs back through the building, and she does the third first aid kit, the first aid check. She's like, "Oh my God, I heard you were hit. What the hell's going on back here?" 1, 2, 3. She has
Just coughing
3
up a little blood.
Again, she has the same big-ass first aid kit. She's like, "I did remember to pack this one thing." First one stabilizes the third and last wound. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, you're basically again. I don't want to make it sound like these wounds like magically heal, like in a video game or whatever. But if this campaign was continuing, or if this battle was continuing, you were at -0 wound penalties.
But if he got hit again, it would be cumulative to the last wound, right?
Well, technically. Okay, so where's that?
Use me as an example. I was at 4 wounds.
Here's the
Effect-
Jen.
Okay.
I don't even need an example. I got the rules already written. They're in the book. So again, first aid and healing are 2 different things. The first aid is what you do to keep going. Now we're at the end of the game anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So, but if this game was continuing, you would have no game effect for your wounds or whatever. However, your character at his worst, Brun, was down how far?
7 internal organ damage, or yeah, organ damage.
So while you're in red, it's 1 month per level, and then 2 weeks per yellow level, and 1 week per green level. That's if the wounds succeed, and that's the difference between wounds and healing. If you look on your character sheet, you'll see 2 different. You'll see healing. That's actual doctor shit. Post trauma surgery, physical rehabilitation. Actual. You're going to be in a hospital for a while, so it's going to be a month, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 10 weeks. Plus another 3, you're going to be out of action for the next 13 weeks. And there's actually a rule written for that. That's until your
Little
wounds,
3-month vacation.
That's until your wounds actually heal, like for real heal. Obviously,
Good thing we're going on Christmas break.
That's assuming that the doc. I'm sure that back at Alexandria, they're gonna they're gonna have people with
Good doctors for us.
5 dots in education and 5 dots in wounds or whatever. I'm sorry, not wounds, healing. They're gonna be taking care of you or whatever. But if we ever get into a really long campaign where you actually have to heal in the field, not first aid, heal, that kind of stuff is really gonna add up. Then you have to worry about wounds getting infected and everything else. But yeah, that's not the issue.
If we had gone post Apocalypse instead.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right, so
So then basically I did the right thing by falling back, because if I'd have stayed there, I'd have been dead.
Oh yeah.
I'm not gonna argue.
I didn't have any choice. Yeah, I had to fall back.
So
Yeah.
you two guys come out of the building here to meet the helicopter. Again, the helicopter is right down here.
Am I even walking?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Well, you're.
It sounded like I needed to be put on a stretcher or something.
Should we put that fire out or something? Since it was our job to keep this place from being destroyed.
There's like automatic like fire suppressant halon systems or whatever that will
Okay.
as long as they're not shelling anymore. And trust me, nobody's shelling the building anymore. Okay, Taki. By now, I'm sure your wound penalties are back down to 0.
Yeah.
Or I think they were like at literally 1 level of damage, which is basically 0.
Yeah.
Everyone looks like they're okay, with the one sad exception of our boy Tae Yong, who is at
And probably Aaron.
negative many.
We don't know what happened to the village.
I'm limping because I had a broken bone, but I splinted it.
Okay, so X-Team Sigma bails out of the helicopter, and they pass you guys. Leader of X-Team Sigma, Dale Harris, runs up to Sirius and says, I guess we owed you this one. So here we are. I hope this means we're square.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll take.
Thank you very much. And well, first round is on us, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
Nice to see you guys not in the hospital.
I could say the same thing for you guys, except it sounds like some of you guys are going to the hospital.
We're on our way there.
Yeah.
Stop! Don't make me laugh. It hurts.
So, meanwhile, Gabrielle is,
The only thing keeping me upright.
yeah, she's the only keeping you upright, but she's got to go, take care of, Ta Yon for the moment. But
Well, that's where I was heading over.
Okay, so she kind of asked quietly to you, Jax. So are you okay? Can you get back to the helicopter?
I'll stand here for a minute. I need to take a breather.
All right. Well,
Also, I can help him.
we got okay, cool. Yeah, we got to get him back to a trauma center, like before these wounds get any worse again. Okay. Cool. Thanks very much. And then she, okay, now as she's getting ready to go, Michael Easton comes up to her, and Michael Easton seems a little bit distraught. And Michael Easton is like, oh my God, he'll say it. He's in an emotional state at the moment. He'll be like, oh, are you okay, baby? Are you all right, honey? Things like that. She's like, yeah, she's all dirty and filthy. She's probably bleeding a little, like broken glass and shards of metal out of that trailer. But she did wind up taking, I don't think, any wound penalties. So
No, I don't believe
she's been
so.
through a fight, but he's all worried about her, and are you okay? Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. And they do the typical, hug and kiss, girlfriend boyfriend kind of thing. Do me a favor. Let me see here. Sirius, give me a perception plus social observe check, please.
Oh, I just want to shout out right out loud. Yo, Gabby, good job. You joining the teams?
You did good.
Out of my 3, 2 10s and an 8.
Okay, so you totally saw this. Nobody else caught this. Definitely not Jax, who is busy looking at the top of his shoes right now. But as you start to steer Jackson toward, okay, let me make sure I get this right. You've got your arm around Jackson. You're trying to steer him toward the helicopter, okay? Gabby just left Jax to go talk to Michael Easton. Michael Easton is all flustered. Oh my God, baby, are you okay? Yeah, honey. And they're clearly not even trying to hide it anymore. That there's a relationship going on there. And as they turn away to walk over to where Taeyeon unfortunately fell. Gabby does look over her shoulder back at Jax.
Uh-huh. I knew it. I knew it.
Wait,
I knew it.
Yeah, but you didn't see it.
I didn't see anything.
But I didn't see it. But I knew it.
So when the next game
Women's
is,
intuition.
when the next game is 619 versus Sigma, because now there's a new standard. Don't say you're surprised, okay? But honestly, the only person that saw that was Sirius. Okay, so yeah, the bad news, of course, is Taeyeon was taken out. Of course, that village is toast. Aaron did not make it. Casualties are 250 and counting. They're not even sure how many bodies are up there. Yeah, they pretty much were hoping to draw away an attack, or trying to draw away a response from their true target, so that they could, so they could hit on their true target or whatever. They were trying to draw attention up here. Obviously, you guys did not fall for it.
We were just mercenary enough.
Okay, so there is a little bit of an investigation when we get back, because there were some problems back at.
You think?
Yeah, there were some issues. There's a little bit of an investigation when you guys get back to Alexandria or whatever.
If I was able to punch that dude in the face, I would, but I'm bleeding out.
Oh, that guy.
They could suck my lug wrench.
Yeah, they're not even.
Yeah, could you, Taki? Can you hit that sumbitch for me, please?
Where the hell is he? He's back in Site A1. They're like, oh.
Yeah,
please don't
cowering behind. Yeah, exactly, cowering behind a desk somewhere.
That's
Nancy.
yeah. I'm not gonna lie. That's exactly what they're doing. Okay, so as part of the cleanup, you guys do see footage, and maybe some of you even saw.
No, I don't.
Firsthand, okay, of what happened at Najapur.
Nope, I don't.
So, people that picked Site C. Site C get to pick. Add one to grit or add one to rank. The investigation over the next 2 or 3 weeks comes down that there was a crisis of command. Gabrielle is kind of getting grilled in the witness chair, so to speak, a little bit. She's having a couple meetings with HR. In fact, let me go ahead and pull up the corporate map here. I say map, little pictures or whatever. Yeah, the last act of this story actually takes place back at the offices. Because, the drama isn't over. That's for damn sure. So she has some very tense moments with HR. There's an investigation. They want to know what happened out there. Why was there ever a question about whether you go to Najapur or whether you go to Site C? How did this mission almost go off the rails? And, why do we have to call in X-Team Sigma to, even somewhat? We almost lost the whole X-Team as well as the site.
Because they fucked up.
So,
Yeah, well, how's this our fault?
they're not investigating you. If
okay.
We didn't fuck up.
anything,
They
you guys
fucked
are
up.
the heroes. Like I said, you guys are literally getting free points right now. Okay? So characters that chose Site C, no XP, no stories required, no backstory. This is the fucking backstory. You get to choose, add 1 free point to grit or add 1 free point to rank.
Grit,
I'll take
baby.
it in rank.
You also get to pick whether you lose 1 in conscience or lose 1 in sanity. Everyone's gaining a point, everyone's losing a point.
I had a 4 in conscience.
So
If I go down to a 3 in conscience,
we'll go to Taki first. Okay, you get to add 1 to either grit or rank. Pick 1.
I'm adding to grit.
Alright. And then you have to subtract 1 from either conscience or sanity.
Well, now, if I go from a 4 to a 3 in conscience, I don't think anybody's really going to want to be around me anymore. I know the difference. If I take it off conscience, it didn't bother me.
Yeah.
If I take it off sanity, it bothered me.
It did bother you, and now you're coming apart, yeah. So pick 1. This is when you get to develop your character.
You know me, I always like the crazy ones. We'll take it off sanity.
Oh my god, all
True
those
Blaze
people.
Runner fashion.
Okay, Sirius gets to make the same choices.
I'll take 1 in rank.
Adding 1 in rank. Alright, that actually kind of makes sense, because you were the one guy who was straight out from the front.
And
C.
and for that,
Why are we still
I'll take it
talking
off
about
unconscious.
this? Put it in C. That came out in the investigation, and you got a promotion. You are now technically a C3 or C4. You're like the
And he
new
said take it off of conscience.
de facto party leader. Yeah. Well, I'm just giving the backstory into that increase in rank. Yeah, you seem to be the most reliable as far as sticking to the mission, whereas everyone else thought about it at least for a second.
Oh yeah.
Cool.
That's why grit makes sense for me. I did what I was supposed to do, not what I wanted to do. My willpower overrode my conscience.
Okay, and then we said we were taking it off of conscience.
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, for the same reason.
Cold-blooded. What the hell? Your whole character sheet vanished. That wasn't supposed to happen. There we go. Cool. And then, of course, everyone's going to get the normal XP or whatever. People that chose the village. That's Mr. Ajax. Get to choose between -1 in rank or -1 in grit. Now, there's a dog leg to this. I'm warning you guys in advance. So we'll let Brun make his decision.
Take a minus in rank.
-1 in rank. No, you don't. Gabrielle reduces 1 in rank.
Ooh.
She did what she promised.
Gabby took the hit.
She stepped in front of you.
Gabby took the shot.
Now, the original chart, the original script called for, again, if you have village, you get this. If you picked Site C, those are your choices or whatever. However, in the story, we had a plot point where she is not going to throw you under that bus. So the way I was kind of working it here just now is that if you picked grit, you would lose the grit. If you happened to blind choice, obviously, if you picked grit, you would lose the grit. If you picked rank, you don't lose the rank. Gabrielle loses the rank. So Gabrielle is coming out with a little bit of a shit stink on her as far as the way the mission went down. Now, she's lost a lot of prestige, or a significant amount of prestige. I don't even know what her rank is. It's probably like 7 or 8 or whatever. She lost at least 1 dot in rank over this. But the more rank you lose, and this happens in a lot of places, definitely, and this isn't the military, but a military-like organization in some ways. The more shit you're in with the higher-ups, the more that respect you get with the other grunts. So, yeah, I think she's comfortable with her choice. I'm damn sure Michael Eaton is happy with her choice.
Good.
It was between you and the suits. And I should say your troops and the suits, and you picked the troops. You stood up for your people.
Good for her.
The other choice would be, what was I going to say? Obviously, Taeyeon would face the same consequences, but again, it's kind of a moot point.
He faced the ultimate consequences.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then does Brun get 1 in either conscience?
We did we skip
Get 1
over
in
that?
conscience?
Yeah, he gets the same award. Okay, sorry. Thanks for keeping me on track. So Brun, or so I should say Ajax, gets the inverse of the previous choices. You get to add 1 free to either conscience or sanity.
Is that his sheet we're looking at right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. No wonder he picked the village.
Yeah.
He would have lost 1 if he didn't pick the village.
6 in conscience. He
I'm
played
sitting
the
there with,
character. Yep.
I was sitting there with 4 in conscious, having to use my willpower to go to Site C. 6 in conscious? I'm surprised you didn't say screw you to all of us and head out there yourself.
The only thing that I somewhat regret, well, there's a bunch of stuff we left on the table here in this script. The only thing I'm a little worried about is I was almost expecting Jen to pick the village, in which case we have, of course now I can't find it. There we go.
It was close.
Gabrielle Knight versus Taki. We're gonna have our first chick fight. Takes off the glasses, puts down the guns, and just puts up her fists and says, "Here we go." That's when the rest of us sit back with a tub of popcorn and just watch the rest.
A tub of popcorn.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sure that's coming.
I will put another dot into conscience, sir.
Okay, Saint Ajax is on his way.
Damn. A private
That's
merc
high.
with a 7 in conscience. Damn. Okay.
Just give the higher you go, the farther you get to fall.
True. True.
All right.
And,
so-
and the
Right.
lower you are, the easier it is to climb out of.
Yeah, and the
Yeah,
lower
there
you
you go.
get, the lower you get, the worse things you have to do or see to cause another to
lose
trigger
more.
another check. Yeah, when you have a 9 in conscience and you accidentally walk out of the store with a tube of toothpaste in your pocket, you're like, oh my god, I just shoplifted by mistake. You know, when you get down to 1, it's like, well, at least they all die quickly. You know, that's fine.
Well, just the reason
At least some of them
in
were
my
children.
mind,
I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah, but they were all bad.
Yeah.
exactly. In my mind, I think a point of sanity after going through what we just went through kind of seems.
Yeah, it doesn't make
I
sense.
stayed true to my conscience, even though I went with the team, because that would be worse if you went against your. If I were to leave the team and went to the village, I would be abandoning my team, and that would be in my mind worse.
Well, that
Then
above board was
then
not going to
choosing,
happen. I wasn't going to
like,
allow
see-
the group to split up because I can run
Exactly.
either of those battles. I wasn't going to run both.
No.
Also, you would. I mean, look how close you almost came to dying as it is. If you were up there by yourself,
Yeah.
you know, forget about
Yeah,
it.
well, and Ajax would never leave his team ever. I mean, that's just against his fundamental being. Unless the team decided to go kill babies or something, then maybe.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's what I said, Jim. It was really hard. I sat there going, I want to go to the village. Screw, there's always money you can repair that site. But then I had to play my character, not me. And my character had a 4 in conscience. She grew up in the South Africa. I mean,
Right.
this is nothing new to her.
I think
So-
everything happened exactly the way it was supposed to.
Cool. So it looks like we've been gaming for about 6 hours, which I wasn't planning on. Holy crap! It just turned 10. Jesus.
Yep.
Yeah.
You guys are killing
Nice
me.
quick game.
Yep. Good news is
Hey,
I'm taking.
this was a really good game, though.
Oh, cool.
Oh yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, a
this
lot
is
of role
really-
playing in this one.
So I'll just go ahead. I think I forgot to put the sheet up last time, but I will not forget this time. I will go ahead and put 3 in each because we've been here for 6 hours. So
So I am now 8 in tactical and 3 in street.
hold on. Yes.
No, I am now 2 in tactical with a 3rd dot in agility. I'm going to the gym. I'm going to jiu-jitsu class, whatever the hell it takes. I now have that 3rd dot in agility.
At the end of the mission, they go ahead and pay out your contract full term. So it was supposed to be $2,000 a week to a maximum of what we said, like 3 months, plus $20,000 for the completion of the mission. You were there literally like a day. So they're going to say, you know what, we're just going to go ahead and do the... They'll meet you halfway. They'll say it took half the time. So it's 2,000 times 6 weeks plus the 20. They won't rob you.
32,000? Not bad.
I mean, for
Not
More
bad.
parts for the helicopter.
For tier three operatives, yeah. I mean, for tier 1 operators, add a 0 on the end of that, you know, but you'll get there. Meanwhile, I am working on a way to tier up the group. I do not like level-based role-playing games like, you know, D&D and so on. Nevertheless, it helps. Even games like Vampire had like the generations, and even they had ranks in Werewolf or whatever, rank 1, rank 2, rank 3. It helps if players have something to shoot for, so I am working on something to do with level ups. It won't be like a level you're shooting for. It'll be like, okay, once you do X amount of this, you get like a free dot or something. And then as far as when the group becomes a tier 2 instead of a tier 1, I am working on an idea for that. It's going to be based on rank. It's going to be when everyone reaches a certain rank. I don't know what it's going to be yet, but I haven't forgotten about it. I am working on it. But when the entire crew reaches like at least rank 4 or something, then okay, we're now considered a tier 2 team. Now I don't know if it's going to be rank level 4, but it's going to be something like that.
Well, I'm there already in that case for rank.
Yeah, you and his sheet is hidden at the moment. Unhide.
I think he only got 3. I think I snuck up on him the last time.
Okay, cool. So then you should be a 5 then. That's right. It's if you have 0 dots in rank, you're a C1. like an E1 private. So technically, you should be a. So never mind unofficial. You are the official party leader because you showed
I'm
political
okay with
loyalty
that.
to the company.
Jim.
Yep.
God, I'm trying to remember the name of it. The handheld poop grenade launcher.
Oh, there's many of those. I know what you're talking about. Like an AMScore 6 or something like that.
Yes.
Okay.
Would that be the grenade launcher skill?
Yes.
Because Taki is seriously considering investing in that skill.
Okay, cool.
The grenade and the car were much more efficient than the handguns.
Well, you're carrying light firearms, you're shooting through cover, and you're not very good at it. So, yeah.
Exactly.
Now, compare that to Rasmus. I mean, he's parting hair from the next zip code. You know, it's...
Tonight was a numbers game. They outnumbered us, and that's typically how that works.
Well, yeah, because, I mean, like I said, the one I was working on before I realized who was going to be here and who wasn't was a very non-kinetic game. That story is still in the vault, so to speak. You know, when we have a different crew, you know, we'll try that one out. And I didn't want to do another strike because it's been 2 more or less rescue missions. Granted, what you were rescuing was a piece of equipment, but nevertheless, it was go from point A to point B, kill everything there, and get back the thing, bring back the MacGuffin.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, let's invert that so it doesn't get, you know, dull or boring or anything. So this time you were the MacGuffin and someone had to come in, you know, you were on defense. So, what did everyone think? And I'm, you know, get ready to close out the string here. But
I liked it.
Yeah.
Enjoyed it.
We were.
I told there was a lot more role playing in this one.
Well, that's what took so long. Yeah.
I think it was a good battle.
Cool.
Actually,
mix.
Go ahead.
Before you burn anything out, burn 2 of those 3 in education, and we'll take the GED.
Okay, cool. So we'll take these 2 out of experience. That gets you down to 1. Now you have 4 in the bank here, and that will give us. Grab a cell with the same formatting. Awesome.
Johnson?
Yep.
I am putting a second dot in wounds. That takes 2.
Yep.
And I am going to put a first dot in social observe.
Oh yeah, our favorite skill this game.
Yeah, give me one in the social observe as well. I have now been around people.
I started a trend, Jim.
There you go.
I was going to go interrogation, but then I figured let's go social observe. Though I don't know, with that 4th insanity and 4 in conscious, interrogation might be your thing coming up.
3 in conscience, yeah. Oh, wait, that's the wrong character, sorry. It's getting scary.
I don't think I have anything that I really need to spend on. I'm not sure. I'm looking at my character sheet here.
Give her 1 in grenade launcher.
Oh.
Grenade launcher, yes.
And 1 in battlefield instinct.
Or
can I not? Because that's a blue.
Let me read the rule.
Yes. She can, I believe, according to the rules.
Because it's tied.
Yep.
Okay. I have no problem if you say no. But I figure I've been in 3 battlefields now.
Rasmus has 3 in rifle and 3 in sniper, so yeah, there is a precedent for it. I know it can't exceed. I just didn't know if it could tie, but yes, it can tie.
Okay.
Character.
So cool. I've spent everything.
Characters cannot start with. Last skill is the advanced skill. This must never be the highest rated skill in the school, so it's not. It's tied with the other 3. All right, cool.
And
so yeah, I added. Just to be clear, I added agility, grenade launcher, battlefield instinct, social observe, and wounds.
Yep, and you're now empty on XP.
Now empty on XP.
And burn my 3 in tactical on battlefield instincts.
Okay. That will crank you up to 3. So now you are also 0 on XP. Cool.
After they told me to hide when I was about to get bombed out, I think it kind of calls for it.
As a storyteller, I actually like stuff like that. It allows me to reach in and give a character a hint sometimes. It allows the storyteller, because look, when you're a storyteller, they call it this back to the old White Wolf system. They don't call you game masters or dungeon masters. They call you storyteller for a reason, which I actually kind of don't like. I know that sounds crazy, but because there's way too many people out there who are trying to run these kind of games who see themselves as failed novelists or screenwriters or whatever. And when you're trying to tell these stories, you, by definition, don't control the most important part of any story, which is the character. And too many of these storytellers, I think, like to try and tell a story because they think they're storytellers, which I guess they are. The problem is, in so doing, they have to kind of take control of the characters sometimes. So if there's ever a way to do that, either via NPCs or via little cheat codes like Battlefield Instincts or whatever, of course the secret sauce is to get really good players that are not so much players as co-storytellers. That's when you really have a good group, which I think we are well on our way. Especially with the way you guys were debating over that either Site C or Najipur Village question.
Oh yeah.
That was literally the crux of the episode, was force the characters into a literally impossible choice and have rewards and punishments ready either way to develop characters. It's one thing to get experience points, level up, and gain new skills. At the same time, we're also trying to build fictional people here. So there's going to be a narrative and storytelling aspect to personality development and interpersonal relationships. The more threads I can connect between different people or whatever, be they good threads or bad threads, the more, back in the day, Brun and Jen might back me up on this. We literally had a spreadsheet. We used to call it the soap opera chart. Where we would track how everyone thought about everyone. Yeah. And
I remember that.
I would have the most detailed battle map, and everyone would be like, I don't give a shit about that. Where's the updated soap opera chart? I want to see what. And that was, yeah. So, I don't know if we're ever going to get there quite the same way with this group, because we only play a couple times a month, and there's only so many people. And in this kind of story where you're jet setting around to a different part of the world every mission, it's kind of tough to get NPC routes. But then again, there's NPCs within the company, so we'll develop some of those relationships as well.
Yes.
Cool. So, if everyone's cool with where they are on XP for the moment, I think Taki is tanked. I think Sirius is tapped. I think Ajax has a few. Actually, Sirius has a lot, but not Sirius, I'm sorry, Ajax. I'll upload this character sheet to our Google Docs. I'll actually remember to do it this time. And we can, we'll go forward from there.
Jim, I'll send you an email this week on XP expansion, and I'll get to writing up on something for you.
Oh yeah, we got to figure out how to do XP rewards for writing and so on.
It's cool if everyone agrees to yes, but it's not something that has to happen.
We should either add it to the website or put it up on Discord or put it somewhere where people can see it. It shouldn't be just for me, but I'll figure out a way to put it on there. I'll probably put it up on Discord because it's the closest thing we have to an actual website at the moment for HK Ops, let alone Sitrep. But awesome. Yeah, well, we'll work on that. I got some more time coming off, more time off coming up. But of course, holidays, that's going to dig into it. And,
oh, yeah.
We'll figure it out. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and close out this, good grief, we're coming up on 7 hours here. I'm going to go ahead and close out this gigantic stream that was supposed to be a short one. And awesome. Thanks very much, everybody. Meanwhile, everybody who supports us on Sitrep, thanks very much. As always, thank you to our Patreon supporters. And I'm going to go ahead and end the stream now. Thanks very much. Have a happy holidays if I don't talk to you again. And we'll be in touch with everybody again very soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you looking to become a Tier 1 operator in the gaming world? Elevate your games with Black Site Studio Terrain.